Hello, hello. Hey, Kevin. It is Wednesday today. I've got some small updates here. One, I got new speakers. They arrived. There were some small issues, but I think they're pretty much hammered out now, and they sound great. So my old speakers, not that I can show you the new ones, but the old ones were just these. I had four of these and a subwoofer, and I could never get the subwoofer to work. And it doesn't sound very full, and it doesn't sound very flat. And the new ones I got are like professional studio monitors that I'm planning on using to make music. But then again, when you're listening to music, it also just sounds good. Hey, Soli on YouTube. Next, change my email settings. So I mentioned that I'd reached out to like 33 people and I heard back from, I think, one of them. I don't know for sure that it's due to having a spam score change. So when I started emailing people, I've been using Adam at Skeleseller.com. I was routing through Gmail so that I'd have one interface for everything. And by routing through Gmail, you can't use DKIM without Workspace, which costs money. So I was like, okay, whatever. My spam score was a 7.5 out of 10 in that setup. And I was like, yeah, that seems fine. Well, I checked yesterday and it was a 6.1. And 6.1 is still not like it's going to automatically go to everybody's spam folder. But it did make me wonder how many people just wouldn't have seen it, or their email client flagged it as like, this looks like spam. I don't know. So I ended up signing up for something called Zoho, and I thought I was going to have to pay like $1 a month, but it turns out their free tier just lets you use your own domain. And I don't even know what the restrictions are. I didn't find any restrictions. I could send emails. I got a response from someone already, although they were saying that they're too busy to stream Skeleseller. So it wasn't a positive response, but at least they responded. From an email perspective, that's a win. So yeah, now we're back at a spam score of 10 out of 10. So I emailed a bunch of people, and I got to look into this later. Let me write this down for Thursday afternoon. Use this on my DMARC emails. Yeah, so I'm hoping this helps because, as mentioned, if you search for Skeleseller on YouTube and just look by what was done in the last week, there are two videos. Yeah, two videos. This one, which is a short and it says it has no views, and this one, which did decently well, got 300 views. So yeah, we got to up those numbers. The other thing that happened, which I wanted to update about, is that the wishlist count finally stabilized. So it said that it was like 5,800 yesterday. It finally like jumped to its final amount. It's at 7,500, and that is much better than we were doing originally. I think before Next Fest we were at like 1,800, and then Next Fest brought us up by another 400, 450, so we were like 2,200 ish. So yeah, we more than tripled our wishlist count. Yeah, hey, it's a secret. Hey, Matt. Hey, Secklin. Did you know emails have a spam score? Yeah, there are a lot of here. I can actually show you a little bit about how this works. So you send an email to this service, and this is some like proprietary thing that just says, hey, you're following a pattern of potential spam. So I'm not sure why this didn't show up in my second email because I copy pasted it. But then other things here like these are minus a tiny amount of points. This is minus a tiny amount of points. This is minus 1.3. It's images without as much text. And then there was something else like this. You have not fully authenticated. This was minus 1 point. This we fixed. So anyway, yeah. Then my old score was like a 6 out of 10 or something, and we are improving it. So yeah, I want to take some breaks today. Please try to make sure to help me. If it's been like an hour and a half and I haven't stepped away, please remind me, because I don't want to sit around for that long. Okay, let's get back to work on this. I started doing some stuff yesterday and I made some progress. Indicate we will get on the next level. Oh yeah, but the majority of time was spent on speaker configuration and marketing. It's just so much time being spent for things. So apply the power and life bonuses on load and when reaching a new threshold. Let's do that. Hey, Pressel. All right, let's see where we left off. I don't think this should be difficult. And we used to do this with the tavern. I don't even know if we want to resurrect that tavern code or just write this again. But yeah, I made a tooltip here. Collect one more archer's quiver for the guild to further train your archer, granting to do right bonuses here. Note you can find this item from treasure chest. So this shows for everybody, and it's replaced with their actual number that they have. So yeah. Already in this bad need of a break. Yes, save me. So power and life bonuses all need to be manifested somewhere. So let's do public static, or no, public const. We can make this const, right? Arrays have to be static read only. Okay, so power bonus from guild supplies. These, we don't need to figure out what these numbers are. They just need to be some number. So that's it. And then we'll do life bonus. And we'll just multiply all of these by 10. Whoops. That last one I didn't mean to do. What happened here? It won't even let me go back to the selection that I had. Oh, fine. I'll do it again. There. Okay. So now we need to apply these. Non-constant field should not be visible. Read-only field should appear before. Why is this a problem? Can we just set this to read-only? I should be able to. Use an immutable collection or reduce the accessibility. I could do this. I guess it's got to be read-only. I read-only list. Whatever, it doesn't really change anything. All right, now what? Read-only fields should appear before non-read-only fields. All right, that should be already fine. Yeah, good. You're withering away to a skeleton. All right. I think we should resurrect that tavern code. Let me think about this. I'm not sure we even totally got rid of it. It might already be here. Level up adventurer, unlock ability. Don't we find power values somewhere? Here it is. Yeah, this is in level up adventurer. So we need this to call some like recompute power and life. Then again, it's, yeah, we need to do that. That way leveling up doesn't delete the bonuses that you have. Leveling up doesn't delete the bonuses you had. To find that old code is probably going to be harder than just recoding it, but I kind of want to make sure I haven't broken anything. So let's see if we can search through this. Might be a little difficult. Tavern.cs. I know it was in here somewhere. And this shouldn't have so many things in its history that it'll be hard to look through. Right? How many pages do we have? No pages. We have one page. So if I search for... let's just read through them. We don't need to search. Revamp quest. It's probably this one. All right, what do we do? Remove stat bonuses. Yep, this is it. Okay. So now we just find tavern in here. There it is. Then we look at this. And we see there's a life increase and a power increase here. And then presumably stat calculations or computations consults this. Where is that part? There it is. And does this work how I thought it might? Yeah, and level up we just call reflect tavern bonuses. And that's here. And then something else must call this in here. Wait, seriously? You have to expand all these for this to work? Oh, hey, I even saved this off here. It would figure out the bonus. I wrote a readme about this, adding stats from the tavern. We would persist health component and battle stats, which include the tavern bonuses thanks to this. We'd break down total health and power into base stat and quest bonuses and set stat tooltip. Wow. So where else was this thing called from? Windy, hello. Thank you for the raid. Windy, by the way, I was serious about tomorrow if you're free in my afternoon time. So right now it is about 9 a.m. for me. In about, let's say like 27 or 28 hours, are you free for a call? I can explain a lot of this stuff to you. But hey, Power Down. Hey, Future Millennium. Hey, Tamao. And if not, scheduling would be probably pretty tough. But yeah, I think I can explain some of those things that you talked about on stream today. Today on this stream, we are looking into finishing like this feature here. So you can find certain items and they will level up. They're not really level ups. They'll level up your adventurers. And we have it so that you can find the items and then your workers can go pick them up. So like they're carrying a bunch of quivers over to the guild now. And when they make it there, I'll speed this up. Your archer, you'll see this says 0 out of 1, now it's 0 out of 2, now it's 0 out of 3. So like this is functioning. It just doesn't do anything after that. I can do that. We'll check and let you know tomorrow, but I think I can do it. You would probably need to let me know tonight. Because I gotta be able to plan my day tomorrow. But yeah, do let me know. Get back to me. Hey, Broken Crown. And hey, Rambo. Here to absorb some of your productivity, needing the motivation. I am a beacon. Yeah, I think I have an idea for how we're gonna do this stuff. What is this in? Add adventurer. So we call reflect tavern bonuses on level up, adding an adventurer, and we must have done it somewhere else. Yeah, when you complete a quest. Will they know? Okay, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, and hopefully it works out. I think probably like, depending on the amount of stuff we want to talk about, half an hour is probably even fine. Hey, 3D Code Warrior. I think that'd be long enough for me to help out with the enumeration stuff and the crafting if statements. And then maybe whatever other things you have a question about. All right, then the only other thing we need to look at here is... Where did I put this here? Quest? MD. Oh, reflect tavern bonuses? There's some markdown file whose name I already forgot. What is it? What did I call it? It's called adding stats from the tavern. Why can't I find it? Did I delete this? What happened to this file? Hey, Aussie. Can I also schedule a private call? You need to be a streamer first who is learning C#. Huh. I wonder when we deleted this. Oh, maybe we renamed it to something else. Yeah, I think we renamed it to deleted code. Yeah, here it is. Okay, I found it. Wait, this is from today's VOD, Matt? Because I didn't hear that. I was only there toward the end of the stream. Yeah. But I can bring in party hats. Okay, that's close. We're close. Set stat tooltips. Okay, what happens here? So if there was a tavern, then we add in this text. Okay, so we used to store... I should probably check this out. We used to store the bonuses in the tavern. Now we could compute them from anywhere if we wanted. It's just for this one character, though. And when would we need to do this? What's the equivalent? Our new events are going to be level up. I guess adding an adventurer. Although it'll be set to 0 in that case. Maybe it wouldn't be. And turning in enough supplies. A very common point in time. That's not good. Coding shouldn't want to make you inflict bodily harm upon yourself. Maybe we should have you code in C dull. Wouldn't happen then. The other thing we could do here is we could store level up information separately from these bonuses. So let me think about this. Adventure panel tab has the guild supplies thing. We don't store this information per adventurer somewhere though, and we need it to be per adventurer. In fact, oh, the tavern only needed to apply to everyone. Yeah. Tavern used to store power and life bonuses for all adventurers. Now we need them broken out per adventure. Could just store this in adventure component, like power and health increases due to supplies. then just update these whenever you turn in a knock. Yeah, that sounds smart. Let's do that. I think that sounds very smart. We could even put in another battle stats component. What's in here? Power and fortitude. Oh, wait, no, fortitude's not what we want. We want life. Oh, we could make a new component then. But I guess saving in an adventure component is fine, right? We have level in there. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. We'll DM you in a short while. Okay, cool. Yeah, take care, Wendy. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. And yeah, we're going to be two kings of Steam at some point. Skeleseller, Oceanborn, just dominating the market. Unheard of numbers, like $2 trillion on Oceanborn and $5 trillion on Skeleseller. Man, that's when Wendy and I become mortal enemies. We will corner the market of ocean/skeleton based games. Can't even have an ocean in it without someone mentioning Oceanborn in the future. It just won't be a thing. Ferrari's gonna be like, how do we get that successful? Hey Phil. We just made some dinky $500 million game. Ugh, what a waste of time. All right, so let's plop some of these things in here. Private, int. Technically, power is a float, I think. It is. I don't see why this would need to be a floating point number. I think we'll just increase your power here and there. So power from guild supplies and then life from guild supplies. So this is now in the adventure component. We need a way. I don't know why I made this private. Why is even this private? So you could set it. Why was... Okay, because they had setters. We don't need setters for these. So we can just make this public and make this public. And then rename these things. Life, power. And have them be get set. And we don't need to set them to 0. All right. So put that down there. This is not going to be Jason ignored. We want Jason to pay very close attention to this. So now in guild supplies, we need to compute this value. So we got to figure out what level you're supposed to be. There's the level. So now we need the adventurer component, which might be hard to get. Yeah. How do we get the adventurer? Well, how do we get the adventurer component? Get adventurer class? That's not what I want. I want this. I want the adventurer. It's a selected adventurer. Why don't I just pass that in then? That sounds like a good idea. Yeah, because right now we're just passing in the class because that's all I needed. And from the adventurer, we could get the class, right? Adventurer class. Where does this come from? Probably adventurer component. Is it in here? Yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, we'll just pass this in. Hey, Karada, back to normal, I see. Okay, let's take in an adventurer. And then save this off. Selected adventure. Oh, this only knows the class, and we just get it from the... Okay, fine, never mind. Let's not do that. Okay. So now we get the adventurer. Adventurer equals this. Then converting null. Null literal. We know in this case that it's not null, don't we? Set selected adventurer. On processed item. No, it could be null. Yeah, so if it's null, we just shouldn't do anything. Why didn't I... Oh, I see. Oh, this is... I don't like this. I don't like this at all. If this is equal to none, then return. So this we know is not none. Although if we're going to get this anyway, then we might as well just do this up here. Venture is null in return. Okay, great. All right, so now what we do is we set its power and life, which we get from adventurer component. Like so. AC.power. Yep. Cool. Oh, that didn't do what I thought it should do. All right, so power and life is now set. And then we can tell you what the bonuses should be too, I suppose. I gotta do that at some point. Then we need the on characters selected. We need this. This also computes the correct labels. So this function name probably needs to change. Change the name of this. It has side effects. All right, what are we doing here? So we have health, power. So there should be a function here. Yeah, this. Health text plus equal base and quest bonus. We can do that. What function was this in? This was set stat tooltips. And it took in battle stats component. Now it's also got to take in the adventurer component. And it never needed to do that before. But the rest of this should be pretty much the same. Health text and power text. Yeah. So this is if we need the adventure component. Adventure component AC. This should be in the thing I was just looking at. Oh, man. I guess we don't need this. Nor do we need that commented out curly brace. There's adventurer class. There's adventurer component. Just passing the adventurer component. Add the component. And then have this thing take it in. Okay, so if AC.power is greater than 0, then we do this stuff. So this is just... Oh, that's a shame. Let's say I missed you. This is what chat has become. This is getting out of hand. We need to put a stop to this. So what did this have before that we actually had level in here? We just took in level, and then we took in adventurer data. But now I need the adventure. I need like everything here. I don't like that at all. Although that comes from the adventure component. What am I doing? Okay, so we can just put that there. Int level equals AC.level. In fact, if that's the only place we're going to use this, let's just change those. Okay, next we need adventurer data. Adventurer data, what do I call this? Apparently just that. All right, now we should see much less red. Okay, now the bonus is going to be your power and your life from guild supplies. Okay, not too bad. There's something I'm missing here. We set this only when you call update quantity label. Oh, yeah, no, two things. Okay, so problems. We only set the underlying values when you call update quantity label, which means it's only when you select an adventurer. On load, we could just select all adventurers. But that's silly. So that's one problem. And the other problem is we never actually use the combined values for power and life. They're just rendered. So we need something that's going to compute these. And I wrote when we should compute these. Actually, I guess it's on load. On load and turning in enough supplies. So we need something that's going to go and compute them for everybody. And it's going to use all of this information. Don't forget to take a break. It's only been 26 minutes. I haven't forgotten. Not going to interrupt every 25 minutes. But thank you. Appreciate you looking out for me. Please tell me again in 2.5 minutes. Then I'll yell at you again. All right, so we need the level for this. And the level comes from how many supplies you've collected. And then we populate this information. This, yeah, none of this should be here. But where should this go? We need to update every adventurer at first and then only update the adventurer that was selected. So there's got to be some function. There's got to be a function for like set power and life based on supplies. And then set power and life for, or like for adventurer and for all adventurers. Yeah. All right, I don't know where these should exist. Probably in stat computations. Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable. All right, so let's make a public static void set power and life for adventure. We take in the adventure, I guess, and that's it. No, we also need the processed items tracker. That should be enough information for us to figure everything out here. Okay. I think this should be easy enough to write. So we just copy paste all of this stuff. And then we prune some things out here. So total number collected is going to be equal to this. The power up item ID needs to come from adventurer data. Actually, this whole thing's kind of annoying. There. Now item ID, power up item ID. Cool. All right, we're getting there. Now we get the level. We don't care about these things. We don't care about this. Item data. Why do we fetch the item data? So we can get the display name. We don't care about that. Number remaining. I don't care about. This stuff I don't care about. This we already have. And this we already have. And that's it. Nice. Okay, next up is public static void set power and life for all adventurers. So we take in the process item tracker in the town. We go through town.get adventurers. Get adventurers. How do I type this word? And we do this. Cool. All right, nice. Now we have the two functions that we need. So on loading from a save file, we could do this. And then when we process enough of these things, we can do this. This needs to be only for the item that you just collected. And it's only if you collected enough of that item, which processed items tracker doesn't have a concept of. But there is an event here, which did I just never use? I never used. Wait, no, that's not even an event. What am I doing? This one. Processed item. Guild supplies listens for this. On processed item. Yeah. So what we could do here is we could say, let me think about this. Oh, we didn't even check here if the category is that. Okay, guild supplies can now update the correct adventurer. So we would figure out which adventurer to update based on this thing. We could just update them all for now. I could just say stack computations dot set power and life for all adventurers and pass in the process. Oh, we don't have the process items category. Process items tracker. And we do have a town. I guess we can just get them both from here. processed items tracker town. Okay, so this is overkill. Only have to do this for a single adventurer. And then in the town, when you load from a save file, we need to do the same thing. So as soon as we get the processed items tracker, where is that? Well, we need to load entities, and then we need the processed items tracker. Processed items tracker is there. So as soon as we've loaded entities, but the part of loading entities should just know how to do this, right? Create worker, create adventurer. Where was this code originally? Reflect tavern bonuses. Level up. Add adventurer. And quest completed. Add adventurer is what had it then. So we do stat computations dot set power and life for adventurer. And then just pass in the stuff that we need. Process items tracker. Adventure. All right, me. Actively watching the guy code stuff. Been meaning to tell you this for a while now. Tell me what? And yeah, titles are sort of funny on Twitch, because if all you're trying to do is be productive, they don't matter at all, right? I could just put a star in the title or something and it'd be fine. But I think pulling in some amount of new players, new people that could become players for Skeleseller, I think is important. So we're going to take a break and hydrate on this beautiful sunny day. Actually, it's supposed to be really hot today. But yeah, I do plan on doing both of those things. All right, so now we have this unloading, and we have it whenever you process an item. This technically only needs to happen whenever you've gotten enough of this item. And this only needs to be done if the item was the one that corresponds to this adventurer. Yeah, to do this only needs to be done if the item corresponds to this adventurer. So we basically need to figure out... Oh, we already know this one, I guess. If ID is not equal or is equal to power up item ID. Yeah, that's fine. What is really hot? I think it's going to be 92 today or something. Okay, it says the high is 90, which for those who only think in Celsius, it is 32. It's not there yet. But when I was reading the forecast, I thought it was supposed to be slightly higher than that. Anyway, this is hot. I don't care where you live in the world or what it gets up to where you live. I think 90 is still hot. Are you concerned of people cracking the Godot game and loading it up in Godot for themselves? I heard it's really easy. Not really, no. I mean, the way I see it is that's piracy. And if people want to pirate the game, they're going to pirate the game no matter how easy it is. Well, it doesn't matter. Sorry, let me put it this way. It doesn't matter how easy it is for the first person to do it. It could be really hard. But then once that's done, everyone has access to it. Do you have AC? Yeah. Yeah, so thankfully it won't be too bad inside. But I can't step outside. Even last night, we went out and we were walking around and it was just toasty. Hey, Darkstorm. Okay, we only have to do this for a single adventurer. The one that got the item. This class probably shouldn't even be the one to do it. There should probably be another class that knows about the town and knows which items correspond to which adventurers. I think I've coded this now, though. Let's see what we have here. We only set the underlying values when you call this, which means it's only when you select an adventurer. So I think that this is done. And now this, we never use the combined values. Where did we use these before? Presumably in Reflect Tavern bonuses. 90 to 95 and Rainy. Man, yeah. Use my game 10 seconds before he does. No, because as soon as I type the final character, I'm going to immediately hit the release button. That way you can't beat me. I'll set high latency mode. That'll teach you. All right, here it is. We set this right in battle stats component. Ooh. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Hey, Alfred. Thanks for the resub. Happy 43 months. The only constant in my life is still a variable. What does that say? Allows me to see 1 minute into the future, but only when it comes to watching developer streams. Boiled again. Ramey's always one step ahead, where one step is 1 minute. All right, so stack computations has this. I set this in here. I don't set it in the battle stats component, which means we have two sources of truth for this thing, which means I don't like it. We could either put this here, or we could put this in the battle, because this only affects the battle. How does life show up in the UI? Health text, base health, and quest bonus. Oh, and this is just for the tooltip. So if we don't reflect this, then it's going to be a problem. I think if max life changes, though, while you're in a battle, it actually affects the battle. Not that it probably matters. Okay, so total max life is going to be their... Why is this called health? HC.max life plus life from guild supplies. This is dumb. This is going to cause major problems. And I'm glad I didn't just do that. We need base max life. Where's base max life? It's not even there. Oh, which means anytime you level up, we do need to call this. Oh my god. This is a little bit crazy. So base max life and base power. So these things, I guess we'll just take. All right, AC dot life from guild supplies and AC dot power from guild supplies. Okay, so we gotta do this after we've computed these things. And then we just set this to total max life. And power equals total power. Fortitude doesn't need to change. Okay. So on level up, we need to do this too. Thankfully, level up is up here somewhere. Yeah. So now set power and life for adventurer. We take in an entity here. This doesn't need to be an adventurer. I guess it could just be like that. Yeah. Now what's the problem with this? Oh, because we need the process items tracker. Oh, man. I mean, level up is only called from one place though, right? Yeah. Well, two places. But yeah, both of these can be changed to take in the process items tracker. Kind of makes me think that this shouldn't exist here. Wait a second, this isn't needed. Yeah, this isn't needed. Level up adventurer. We don't need this because we already would have computed what their stats should be. So stats is this plus the adventurer component dot power. I just don't like this calculations happening in two places now. And then max life is going to be this plus life. All right. Okay, so I think we've done everything. We never actually used the combined values. I think this is ready. It's just kind of a mess. So let's go try it out. Let's hope that it works. Forgot a semicolon. It's always really hard to tell if there's a semicolon there or if the AI added one and I need to accept it because they're just like a shade off from one another. Okay. So if we just get the archer, They have 160 health and 15 power. Why are those? Quest bonus 1. What? First of all, it doesn't say quest bonus. It's a guild supplies bonus. But also those should be 0. I'm not sure why there are values there. It means that when we... I don't know that at all. Why is that there? Let's put a breakpoint there. Life from guild supplies? That should be 0 for everybody. I never set that. It's 10. Why is it 10? There's only one place this is set right now, and it shouldn't even be getting called. And it's here. Oh, this is the wrong level? No, it's not the wrong level. All right, I don't know what's going on. Let's just put a breakpoint there. And then unlock an adventurer. That didn't even do anything. Let's go back into this. All right, it is being called. Level is 0. Oh, power bonus 0. Oh, whoops. The first level needs to be 0. Okay, my bad. That was pretty easy. Just set that to 0. Alternatively, we could check. I don't think it's necessary. Level 0 means you don't have a bonus, right? Yeah. Probably. Okay, so now this should be getting set to nothing. So we should see Paladin just says health and power and everything. Okay, so this is, let's look at the archer because that's all we can modify. 150 and 14. This should be correct, but it's really hard to tell because we need to figure out these values. So we need to know 1.35. Yep, that's correct. And then what was the other one? 150? Yep, that's correct. Okay, good. So those are fine. And now we make a quiver. And then we wait for them to bring the quiver over to here. And now instead of 150, 14, these should go up. It didn't while it was selected, so it needs to do that. But yeah, now it says base health 150, guild supplies bonus 10, and base power 14, guild supplies bonus 1. Nice. I like that. I like that a lot. So it's not updating as soon as you turn this thing in. There should be a processed item thing here. If ID equals power up item ID, then update quantity label. Also, this should be called item ID. Is that not being done? Oh no, oh no, I know what's happening. This can't be here. Yeah, this can't be here. We need the adventurer panels tab to know about this. Oh man. Okay. I know how we'll change this. It's just a little bit annoying, I think. We'll put this here. So this doesn't need unprocessed item. I'm going to move some stuff around and it's not going to make sense at first. Yeah. No suggestion for this. Oh, because we need to import static. It should know how to do this. Yeah, there it is. And then item ID doesn't exist. That's surprising. Okay, so this looks good. This looks good. And then this needs to change to be in guild supplies. So we make this temporarily public and say to make this private again. And then here we do the same thing. So this becomes guild supplies dot that, and then guild supplies dot this. We make this, make this private again. Okay, please tell me this works. Let's go find out. And then we can do all the refactoring before committing this, or just directly after committing it. Either way, I know the code is not great right now. So we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and we're going to look at the archer. So this should just rise to 160 on its own. It did not. Oh, right. Of course, it did not. Because I need to call set selected adventure or something like that, or update label. Reflect tavern bonuses. Something must have been changed in the adventurer panel. What was that even called? Here it is. Set stat tooltips. What knew to do this? Maybe on level up, we knew that you could. No, it would also have to be that you turn in a quest. Is there a quest thing here? I don't see a quest thing here. Huh. I wonder if this was a bug. It might have been a bug. I'm not going to like roll back to this commit to find out. And it doesn't really matter because we're not doing stuff via quests anyway. But yeah, I think it might have been a bug. So what we need to do is we need to do whatever set selected adventurer does. On character selected, we need to update the stat tooltips. It'd be nice to know if this thing just leveled up. Yeah, so on character selected. What does this take in an adventure class? Selected adventure class. Is this not a thing? Oh man, we don't save this off anywhere, do we? We just save the adventure? No, that's impossible. It's character selector, yeah, this thing. Oh man. So now this doesn't need to be public anymore. This is still ugly code, and we should only do this if we just leveled up, which we don't know. Yeah. And detecting that is going to be difficult. We should really only do this when we level up the guild supplies. So there should be an event emitted for that. Well, the rest of this should work. Let's go try it. So we speed this up and we go look at our archer. And this should go from 150 to 160. Perfect. That worked. Great. And then same thing, if we put a couple more of these here, this will go, it'll take a little bit of time, but it should go to 16. Or no, it should go to 17. It went to 16. Why? That can't be right. Yeah, that can't be right. All right, what happens if we collect some more of this? Power is currently, the bonus is 2, bonus is 3, bonus is 4. Okay, I see what's happening. These are not cumulative bonuses. So it is technically working as written, and these need to be cumulative. This is the bonus at any given level, i.e. they're not cumulative. Wait, if they're not cumulative, then we can't... Oh, darn it. Oh, man. All right. Yeah. I don't like this. So we have a lot of little things to change here. This sets it to whatever the current level is. We need to find out when we level up and then set it to whatever the bonus should be. So we basically just need to know, when does this thing level up? I'm gonna write this down. We need to know exactly when you level up the guild supplies. That way different things can listen. Setting the power and life bonuses should be done at that time. That way the array of values can represent the additions, not the current value. We need that so that you can infinitely level. And what else? The UI needs to update, but right now it does so every single time you collect an adventure item, even if it didn't level you up. Only show this new section if people unlock the treasure room. Okay, so this is done. This is done. No, this isn't totally done. Yeah, I need to refactor some stuff though. Recently ran into a situation where I have to handle many edge cases due to business processes that require the use of many string literals. I've created a store that consists of sets and objects to handle this. Do you feel this is acceptable? I feel like there's a better solution that I'm missing. I know more context is probably needed, but thought I'd ask. So when I think of just string literals for this stuff, I think that enumerations are probably a good start. And, well, depending on your language, you can have an enum of strings. And if you can't have that, then a dictionary of some kind of ID to a string literal. This is kind of just how localization works for a lot of different things. So as an example, if your language supports it, I might do something like, I don't know, messages, and say something like okay equals good, error equals problem happened, you know, something like this. And if it doesn't, then I would do something like message ID to string and then make an enumeration message ID. Something like that. But it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Like, are these to be stored directly in the program? Are they to be pulled from some service somewhere? Like, you can't even know at build time what is this string. Do you need to pull them from some API call? In which case, maybe I just fetch them all whenever the first one is needed. Or, well, I don't know why you, yeah, anyway, it all depends on what you're doing, I guess. All right, so I want to check in what I've done, which is kind of all over the place. And then I want to fix up some of these things. This all looks great. That's fine. I don't think this is going to change either. So let's just click the plus button on that. Now this is brand new, but this is also really basic. This is this thing that you see here. And I think that looks fine too. Currently using the dictionary approach, but it just seemed clunky to me. I think it's fine. You need a way of identifying strings. So there's got to be some identifier, which is either like the string value itself, or it is an abstraction, just a layer, like a enumeration ID. I don't think there'd be anything else you could really do with that. So yeah, I think it's good. Is your overall need for so many edge cases? I guess it depends on what those edge cases are. So yeah, it's not clear from your first message. Because if you're talking about like error, not enough space on file system, and then like error directory could not be created, and error, you know, whatever, invalid file name or something, and you've got another like 7 more errors here. If the messages are not the edge cases in this case, it's like you just got to have an error for like, is the file name valid? So you're going to need some logic to check, is that valid? You need some logic to know, did the directory could it be created? Was there not enough space on the file system? Is that why? Those being edge cases, yeah, this stuff would be probably pretty annoying depending on what it is you're talking about. But the actual like this pointing to you don't have enough space, this part is not really edge casey in my mind. Just the, you know, this thing pointing to this. And I'd say if you do have something set up like that where you have a bunch of different errors or something similar even, to just try to make sure that those individual error things are contained in a function that makes them easy to test. Because anything that says edge cases in business processes means these things might change in the future. And then having tests for them is good to know that this code will work in the future too. All right, guild supplies looks fine. Adventurer data, we added up a power up item ID. I wonder if we should call this guild supply item ID. The thing is, this is what's so difficult about really, I guess, any software, but especially a game. If this system isn't fun and we need to tweak it, this variable name might also need to be tweaked. Like, I think I want to call it guild supply item ID. But what if in the future we're like, oh, you know what? You bring these items to the tavern now. And we're like, well, calling it guild supply item ID is pretty dumb. But then, okay, so right now it's called power up item ID. What if instead of powering you up, it just gives you gold or something? That's not a power up. So yeah, I don't know what to call this. Hey, Pige. Who codes and makes video games and whose name is Adam? Well, at least I'm at the top of that list. It's pretty competitive category. So I'll take it. I'll take this compliment. It's got to be at least like 2 other people in that category. Please remember, breaks are necessary. Yeah, I'll run through a couple of these files and then I'll take a break. So yeah, what do I want to call this? Power up item ID. I mean, it is a guild supply thing for right now, so maybe we call it guild supply item ID. Not certain. Builds custom guitars and they have arbitrary restrictions on option combinations. I see. Oh, Nizzy. I don't think I've ever even seen that name in chat. Apparently I have. No, only in September of 2024. Wow, you must have been diligently watching to have gotten 75,000 points. Yeah, Pige, I wanted to take like hourly breaks if I could. It's very different when programming. I want my brain to be sharp for at least like 6-7 hours today. All right, so let's call this guild supply item ID. And now this thing looks great. Next up is all adventurer data. This is all pretty straightforward. Yeah, I don't think anything needs to be controversial here. Sounds good. Stat computations. Now we start getting into some controversial stuff. Because I have this stuff over here. Set power and life for adventurer. This should only be done when they level up. And right now this is just called whenever. So we got to change that. Just do what I do. Twitter break every 5 minutes. I just don't get the appeal of Twitter and Blue Sky. Nothing has ever drawn me to using these things. I always try because of marketing. And then I'm like, I just don't like this. I know that's not the point. The point is to make a joke, but still. Need more rage in your life. I think people need to avoid rage in their lives. I think people seek out content to be angry and they don't realize they're doing this. Hey, Codex. It's the giant game of, hey, everyone, look at me. It's not for everyone. But I stream on Twitch. Am I not saying that every day? Look at me. Isn't my stream title literally like, watch me code or something? Oh, man. All right, yeah, we got to do this detection. And I wonder if we should do this before I check this in so that I don't like totally break everything here. Yeah, it might be worthwhile. All right, I'm going to take a break. I will be diligent about this stuff. It's been about 1 hour. So yeah, let's take it now. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Close the game. Okay, yeah, let's get back to this. So where I left off was I wanted to make it so that as soon as you level up, we emit some event and then everything listens to that event. And the question is, do we commit before that or do we do the work first? So yeah, this stuff and this should probably be changed. At the very least, they should be renamed. Make sure saving and loading stats works correctly. I'm thinking about something. Not gonna trick me. Right about this being per level cost, so the final number can be repeated infinitely. Yeah. So these are per level costs of guild supplies used increased power and life. The final number is used over and over. Yeah, I'm gonna leave these as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and just write it to do use these other numbers for testing or like come up with real numbers. I don't we don't need the ones that are here. I think 10, 30, 80, like these are a lot. This is the bonus at any given level. They're not cumulative. I'm not even sure that's true. Oh. And then we use the final value a bunch of times. All right, use the final value over and over. All right, any other questionable things here? No, I think this stuff looks fine. Oh man, I'm so torn on this stuff. This is good. That should also be getting saved. Do we have the save file open still? No. But now we do. So what's it called? Power from guild supplies? One of these should be set to higher than 0. Yep, there it is. Yeah. So if we loaded the game right now, we would see the archer would have 190 life. Let's try that out. Archer, 190 life, yeah. And if I level them up, they go to 200. Yeah, nice. Okay. Pretty good. Also, the deltas still show up correctly? I'll test that later. I don't care about that. Let's keep going. Process items tracker. What do? You now have an event. We now have a... Oh, we pass in the total to the event. And we have a getter for this stuff. Okay, that all makes sense. Tooltip on parent. This is a minor thing that we'll check in afterward. It's just a clarification how this works. This doesn't need to be checked in at all, but this does. Yeah. This is the questionable stuff. Oh, I don't like any of this. I don't like it. Yeah. Stop guild supplies. There's another private variable that needs to be made. Private any out of this. Dot power up ID. Or like make this private. Okay. Yeah, this looks bad. We're intentionally checking in something that is bad. What else have I missed here? I went through this. Okay, cost functions. This is fine, but it's O of N, I believe. Yeah. Well, it's O of n when n is guaranteed to be less than or equal to whatever this number is, which is probably like 10 or 20. I mean, it could still be made better than O of n. Well, how would we do that? We'd binary search our way through this. There's probably a way to do that, like built in. Link binary search for index. But we would need to, how would we do this? There's a binary search in link? Really? Oh, there is. Okay. But we're searching for an item. We don't know what item we want for this. So we need to like, actually, I'm not even certain we can do things this way. Because we're looking for the first number that we're greater than. I guess as you level up, this actually becomes smaller and smaller in terms of number. I'm not going to worry about this. This is also premature performance improvement. And also going from 20 to log of 20 is not significant. Yeah, sure, we save, whatever, 17 iterations sometimes. That's not going to make a big difference. Is the function commented? Yeah. All right, so all of this is bad. Update tooltip. We don't need this. Update quantity label. Set text and update tooltip. So we don't need this at all. And this just works. Hey, Flare. All right, and then release tool. Release tool didn't get modified at all. All right, so we want to check in everything other than this file. So this one, this one, this one, and this one. And then what do we say for this? Allow guild supplies to function. The bonuses now apply to adventurers and they show in the UI. This code is somewhat sloppy. I'll fix it soon. Then we check this in as clarify or like use is showing for clarity. All right, now we can do that improvement. Back from therapy. What kind of therapy? Physical, mental? Oh, okay, you need to know exactly when you level up. All right, how do we do this? So process items tracker has an event and we have one listener, and that listener is what's going to be responsible for emitting a level up event itself. Cognitive behavioral, I see. Yeah, the brawn of the mind. So it's here. And in this is where we want to figure out how many of these things do you need to turn in and how many had you turned in. So where do we do this? Here, I guess. But this just takes whatever the current value was. So what we need to do, and this is what's annoying. Here's what I think we need to do. Figure out the current level. Then figure out the new level. If it's higher, then emit a level up event, which could potentially have jumped multiple levels at once. Hey, Godzilla. Things are going pretty well. I think my pace hasn't been great, and I don't know if there's any real way to increase that right now. So I think just however long this stuff is taking is how long it should take. And I need to just budget. I need to estimate my time better, I guess. It's something that I've always found sort of just sometimes frustrating. Now, let's say you have 10 easy things to do in a given day. I don't know, you need to take out the trash or something. It's like that's not hard to do. You might not want to do it. Like each one of those things you're doing takes time. And that's assuming nothing else came up while doing those 10 easy things. Typically, if you do 10 of anything, like another thing or two is going to get added to the list somehow. So you really have 12 things, but you just don't know it. And yeah, with coding, all of that gets magnified. Like you're working on something and you're like, oh, this could be improved for the future. Or you're making, especially for games, you make something and you're like, oh, this could be more fun. It'll only drain you more, yeah. You gonna hit the beach today? No. I'm not an outdoorsy person. I do like taking walks, but it's gonna be too warm today. This decreased scope and tasks? Yeah. And in this case, it's like we could cut some corners here. I don't think it'd be worthwhile to do. So if we didn't do this, how else would we do this? Or if we didn't do it this way, how else would we do this? We need to know what the next target is. We know that this changed, I guess. Oh, wait, yeah. So then what we could do is, okay, hold on. We don't even need to do that then. A better way would be to compute the current stats. And if delta is greater than your progress into the new level, is that how that works? Yes. Then you've leveled up. We just wouldn't know how many times. But we could figure that out using the old value. All right, that's smart. Delta is greater than your progress into the new level. Wait, is that always correct? Hang on a second. I think so. Oh man, this is kind of difficult to figure out. So let's say you get 5 experience points and you were level 1. So if it took 2 experience points to level, then you'll be level 2 with 3 experience points. So now your delta is greater than your current progress into the level. If your delta is ever not greater than it, then it means you didn't level up. If it takes 10 experience points, you would still be level 1 with 5 experience. So you can see your delta is not greater than your current progress, so you must not have leveled up. Yeah, interesting. Still inventing new sketchy math algorithms? Yes. How'd you deal with promo chasers and constant threat of perf stuff when working big tech? I can't stand it and I'm checking out big time. I just didn't really think about that a lot. Yeah. I think if someone's seeking out a promotion, the only way it would have affected me is if I were also seeking out a promotion, I guess. And even then, it's like I just had the it'll happen eventually mentality. But yeah, perf stuff, I think it's the only real threat is if you feel like you are underperforming. And I just if you're told you're underperforming, then yes, there is something to worry about, I'd say. But if you haven't been told that, then I think it's like an anxiety that you have that you need to find out how to address. And I imagine that's going to be different for different people. Like that sort of anxiety didn't really cross my mind. The anxieties that I had more when I was working in big tech were around like guilt. Am I doing enough? What else? Motivation. Do I even want to be here? Those are the probably the main two that I think I struggled with. And then the final one was dealing with some coworkers. I didn't like them. So yeah, those are my 3. But this one was not so impactful. These 2 by far were the biggest ones. People have been very upset. Uh-oh. What their improvement goals are for this quarter? Why are they asking me? So I will say this, at any company, there is a concept of like a terminal level. So a level that the company is okay with you staying for the rest of your career. So let's say you're an intern. Most tech companies don't want you to be an intern for the rest of your career. They want you to go to junior and then to senior and then to whatever else. And typically somewhere around senior you can stop. But yeah, same thing with junior. It's like if you need someone to guide you through your tasks for the next 10 years, you're going to probably be more of a drain on resources than a benefit to them. So I think at least once you get to a certain point, you should be growing. Then at that point, I think you're a value to the company. And if you want to stop there, you can. And most the companies I've been at least have been pretty clear about this stuff. They sometimes even identify, okay, this is the terminal level. This corresponds to, level 3 or 4 or 5 or something like that. And that way, once you get there, you can just be like, all right, I'm done. You can't slack. You still have to do your job, but you just don't have to try to get to the next level. All right. So how do we do this? We need to figure out which adventurer we're even trying to level up. So first, figure out which adventurer this item corresponds to. Only up to that adventurer stats. And then compute the current stat. And if delta is greater than this, then we know that you've leveled up. Okay, so we have the reverse of what we need right now. We can go from an adventurer class to an item in constant time. But if we want to go from an item to an adventurer class, we can only do that in OVN right now. So we could just make a lookup that gives us this direction too. But what should own that lookup, I wonder? See the news that Microsoft fired the whole team that was developing some AI tool? I did not know. Also, hey, Physitronic. So what should own this? Item to an adventure class. I guess the processed items tracker could know that. We could have a dictionary here. Public. Actually, this doesn't even need to be public. We can make this a private dictionary of adventurer class. No. Item ID to adventurer class. Yeah, I think this makes sense. And we call this guild supply items to classes to adventurer. Guild supply. How about guild supply adventurer mapping? I don't know, something like that. Okay, so this is a dictionary that we need to fill in the constructor, which probably still exists. Yes, it does. Okay, and this can be read-only. I think it's fine to say it's read-only and then fill it in the constructor. So if we just do this equals adventurer class.warrior, there's no problem with this code, right? Why is this yellow? A field should not. Okay, fine. That's fine. It's easy enough to fix, although I don't know where that goes. There, I guess. And now why is it yellow? Should not follow constructor. I will never get this right. Okay, now there should be no yellow. Perfect. Okay, so these mappings come from adventurer data. So we just iterate over adventurer data. Adventurer data in all adventurer data. And then where's the actual data here? It's static. Fine, we can do this a different way then. So for each adventurer class in enum functions dot get valid values adventurer class. Oh, this isn't even what we have to do here. Oh my god. Well, it could work. But we want to make sure that in the demo, we don't have you collecting items you shouldn't be getting. I don't think that should be a problem. Yeah, I don't think it should be a problem. So now we have the adventurer class, and I want to do something like this. Adventurer class. And now we just need to look up which item this should be. So adventurer data equals all adventurer data dot get adventurer class. And then just put that here. Data dot guild supply item ID. Easy. Okay. Is that the company would be interested to improve my future job chances? Yeah. There's some things that I don't really think are nefarious exactly. And I think framing them slightly differently is okay. But yeah, there's a company perspective on things, and then there's the actual workers on the ground level kind of perspective. So a company can say whatever they want. Your manager might just be blunt with you and say, yeah, here's why this thing is being done. Yeah. Hey, Campbell Soup. I'm doing well, Physitronic. I think things have been going pretty well. Okay, so now we have the alternative mapping here. And I'll just write this here. Adventurer, or like all adventurer data. Hang on, we have our cref thing here, so we can do that. All adventurer data has a mapping of adventurer class to item ID for guild supplies, but not the other way around. And will frequently find an item and need to know which adventurer it corresponds to. Wait a second. Why even make the destination class care about this? When do we ever just care about a processed item? We don't. In this case, we want to do like processed guild supply or something. In fact, I probably should call this guild supplies, huh? Adventurer items. Yeah, this would be a lot smarter. And then just delete this. Delete this. Yeah, call this guild supply. Or maybe guild supply turned in. Yeah, that's probably better. Not using AI to read all our issues and open PR with fixes. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be so nice? All right, so there's a generic processed item here. Actually, I think that could be fine. I don't know how I feel about guild supply turned in. I don't know how I feel about keeping that there if we're never going to use it. My stance has always been don't leave code in for the future. So I'll delete it. All right, so now this is not going to have a category, and it's not even going to be there. Although if anything calls this would have to be private, I guess. Or we could just put an if category here. Category is equal to guild supply turned in. There we go. All right, now we don't need the category. And there we have it. Oh, wait, no, what am I doing? We need the adventurer class. We didn't even care about the item, do we? We probably don't. No, because we can figure that out from there. So now this is where we use our dictionary that we just made and put this here. And this is a much, much better contract for callers. Yeah. Been a vibe coded bot to keep company in chat all along for 6 years. Well, now I can stop addressing you now that I know you're AI. I'll just ignore all your messages. Easy. Okay. Now let's see what we can do here. So first, figure out which adventure this corresponds to. We don't even need to do that. We need to call this, what is this called? On processed guild supply. So this is on processed guild supply. And we put that there. No overload matches. That's because we need to change this now. So this is adventurer class. If I could type. Oh my God, that was so difficult. And we don't need this. And we don't need this. And we don't need this. Okay, so first figure out which adventurer. We're done. It's already passed in for us now. Next, compute the current stats, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go do that. So how do we do this? Get adventurer item count. We were passed in what that count is. It's the total. So let's copy this. Lots of people want to get in IT because the whole AI replaced developers. I think companies aren't so short-sighted about that. Or at least not every company. Some companies are probably going to do it for the immediate cost benefits. But the bigger ones that kind of understand the industry are probably still going to seek out junior developers. They'll just seek out really good junior developers. Okay, so in this case, we need the processed items tracker. Town.processed items tracker. This is going to be... No, wait, this was only needed so that we could get the count of this thing. And we don't need that anymore because we have the total. This could just be total num collected. Let me just delete that. So adventurer class, we need to go to an adventurer from this. Adventurer equals get adventurer at class. If that's null somehow, then just don't do anything. Clearly we have nothing we need to do there. Hey, Popsy. Exactly what our company's doing, buying junior developers who don't know what they're doing because they're cheap. Yeah. Using Copilot and GPT and shared his screen to show us how he goes about it. The approach is crazy. He has very little understanding of the tech he's using. Has to resort to asking. Yeah. Zero learning. If this is the future, it sucks. Yeah, I think this is something, okay, even before AI stuff, I've been saying this about like self-driving cars, that the old state, so no self-driving, had an equilibrium, and the new state, like all self-driving, will also have an equilibrium. The transition will be chaos. And in this case, I think it's going to be more sort of legal chaos than technical chaos, and fallouts from any machine-inflicted injuries or deaths. But I think it's the same thing with AI in general. Self-driving cars need some kind of AI to work usually. But we're in this state where before AI, there was an equilibrium. You had a job market. You had juniors are wanted, seniors are wanted, and everything. After AI, who knows what'll happen. But yeah, the transition period is going to be uncomfortable for a lot of people. And this is the sort of discomfort I think a lot of people are going to feel. Things like, how does hiring change? What are the economic pressures of doing this? Yeah. I was extremely confident, even cited the source which showed that was completely wrong. Yeah. I think this is just adhering to LLM based AI for right now. And I don't think that means it's not helpful. I think it's generally well understood that AI will hallucinate some things. But man, one of the things that happened yesterday, so I just mentioned I bought new speakers yesterday, and there was this sound coming from them, like a high pitched sound, but only when I opened Fruity Loop Studio. I've never seen something like that happen before. So I mute my speakers through the OS. So I just do this and it still came out. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. It's only when I open an application, but muting my entire OS doesn't do anything. So I opened up ChatGPT because I did some searches myself and couldn't figure it out. And it suggested that I make an aggregate device. I don't even know what this is on macOS, or at least I didn't before this. And it turned out that that worked, and the high-pitched sound just went away. Now, I probably need to figure out what exactly caused that. But it's a case where it's like, AI provably helped me solve my problem. Yes, I don't fully understand what I did, but I also don't totally need to in this case. It's like I had a problem, it went away. I can now hopefully not worry about it. Although it turns out that same problem exists on Windows, so I got to figure that out too. Yeah. Anyway, but I'll say this and then I'll move on back to the code that I was working on. That general case that I just mentioned of you have a problem, you ask AI, you have a solution, and you may never need to touch that again. This probably happens for a lot of people. And in that case, like AI is meeting their needs. So as an example here that probably most people could agree on, like AI-based translation is pretty good, right? It's not horrible. It's not like what it was 20 years ago or something. Your problem might be, I need to say this in another language. If you, in the moment, communicate with someone and you get through your restaurant experience or transaction or just conversation and they understood you, then AI solved your problem for you. You don't need to touch that again in that the conversation happened, it's over. You didn't need to learn Japanese in that case or something. You were there for a bit of time and then you left. So I think there are a lot of cases like that, and even in software. I know it might not sound like that because you'd probably think like, well, you have to maintain code in software, and you do, but sometimes you're just writing a one-off tool, and you write that one-off tool, and it processes some data, and you throw it away completely. Anyway, yeah, I think there's a lot of nuance to these conversations, and I'm kind of barreling through this so I can get back to code. Remember to take a break? Yeah, I probably will another half hour, 45 minutes. Okay, so what do we need to do here? We get the adventurer class, which we would have had from this. We get this just to have gotten their adventurer class. We need this for the other stuff though, so I guess that's not really needed. Then what do we need this for? Life per level. This one's questionable. We don't even want to do this, right? All I wanted to do is figure out, have you leveled up? Is this Unity? No, this is Godot. Hey, Cuddlefish. Makes getting the same results for the same input difficult and harder to verify. Yeah, yeah. Although that sometimes is a positive, like for creative writing. All right, so we want to emit a level up event so that something else can listen to this. And we already said how I could pretty much do this. Man, I have to reload VS Code so many times per day now. I definitely don't appreciate that. And I don't know why that's happening more and more. There's got to be some reason. Okay, in this case, apparently this wasn't even included, but it wasn't highlighting it, so it was the same basic problem. So target for current level and progress for current level. Progress for current level is what I want here. And what we can do is we can see if delta is greater than progress for current level. That just imports something else. It did. Well, maybe we don't need that. So this means you leveled up. And we need to emit some event here. And then something's going to listen for it and do a bunch of stuff. And I got to figure out what that is. Maybe it's even this. Maybe we just even say, like, guild supply leveled up for an adventurer. Guild supply. Adventurer collected enough guild supplies. All right, so we got to pass in the adventurer class, maybe even the adventurer, maybe the level that they just became. We don't know what their old level was, but we can figure out their old level. Old level is equal to total num collected minus delta. So should we pass in the old level and the new level? Do we even care about that? I'll just comment this out for now. I don't think we need it. We do need their new level though. And then let's go code this. Yeah. All right, so generate method. Let's go code this. All right, so what do we need to do here? We need to set power and life bonuses in adventurer component. So that's where this stuff would come from. So we don't need any of this. And then all of this stuff can go down here. And then if this character was the one that was selected, so if adventurer class is equal to character selector dot adventurer class, then we want to update the UI. All right, there's a bunch of stuff that needs to happen here that is not going to be easy to figure out. So we need the adventurer. And then if that's null somehow, then just return. I don't know how that could be null. Wait, we know that can't be null, right? Because we checked here. In fact, we should just pass in the adventurer in that case. Yeah. Adventurer, adventurer. All right, so we don't need this. This can't be null. We get AC.adventurer class, which means I messed this up. Do we have dot class written somewhere? No, I don't. Okay, so we get this, we get this. We don't need this anymore, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's needed at all. Now we set this based on what level they currently are. Then we figure out their total stats and we set them. So we don't need this. We don't probably need this. And now the stat computations functions aren't even being used. Does it know they're not being used? It probably knows, but it doesn't care because they're static functions. Yeah. So to delete this. And this is only being used by the function I'm about to delete. And apparently also here. I don't know about that. Oh, man. What does it even do, though? Add adventurer can't add something that would have collected items already. Okay. All right. So the event isn't needed if all that's going to happen is this thing is going to listen to it. So let's take a look at what we've done so far. When you get a new item, so let's say you get a quiver, it's going to see, do you have that adventurer? So in this case, the archer, if you got a quiver. Then it's going to see, did you level up? And if you did, it's going to modify the archer. So now we pass in the archer and we figure out what should their power and life be. And then we set those things. And then we update the UI. Yeah. So this looks good. Let's test it out. There's more that we can do here. And I wrote this all down over here. Setting power and life bonuses should be done at that time. Oh yeah, we gotta change some things. Okay, let's add some more workers and give ourselves the archer. And now we'll just zoom out. So we need these characters to get over to the guild. And then we should see this stuff all change. So like, yeah, nice. Guild supplies did not go up. Guild supplies did not go up because update quantity needs to be called. Oh, this does more than it should. This shouldn't do that stuff now. This shouldn't do this stuff. But yeah, anytime you turn in an item, we need to call this if it's the selected adventurer. We could make this public. And it doesn't have side effects anymore. And it is just update the quantity label. Does it do anything else? Set selected adventurer. We set the texture and then update the quantity label. Yeah, if this is already a selected one, then we should be fine to do this. Any other things that are happening here that shouldn't be happening? Nope, I think that's good. Okay, so then let's call this from over here. So this is only if you level up. Regardless of whether you've leveled up. Well, maybe not regardless. But if the adventurer class is equal to the character selectors one, then we do that. And this technically could be in an else here because this is going to happen from this. But it's okay to just do it twice. All right, let's try that out now. So now it'll automatically update the label. Nothing else is going to change. It's still going to grant the stats, but it's going to grant them in kind of a dumb way. All right, we do that. We do that. We zoom out. We speed up a little bit. All right, so again, we're looking for these characters to get to the guild. And then the archer, we should see this rise in real time. Yep, so they're going to go turn in one more. And let's have them turn in another one. And power, for example, is 16. It'll go up to 17. Yep. And then we have just enough to make it go up to 18. Perfect. Okay. So that's all looking good. Did you make the assets yourself? No, I did not. Welcome in Duff, dude. And thanks. Set power and life bonuses in here. So we've done this now. And adventure collected enough guild supplies. Okay, so this is where we actually could use this stat computations code that I have here. Set power and life for adventure. This should have been renamed to like reflect guild supplies for adventurer. Yeah, and then we call this one something like for adventurers, which we may never need. And then all the code that was in here should probably go into this now. But this knows what level we are. Doesn't matter though, does it? We can figure out the level that we are. Yeah, so we need to do get guild supply costs in here, which we presumably have. We do. Yes, right there. Okay, let me think about this. Because I don't want this code figuring out the actual stats. I just want it reflecting what stats you have. Yeah, we got to merge these two things. So this is working, but we're going to put it over here. And what does this take? The process items tracker and an adventure. So we do this stuff. We need the level. The level came from this, which is get guild supplies cost, which we should just be able to bump up in this function a little bit more. So here was the old one that we had. This can go up here. Total number of items collected is all of this. We delete that and that. Okay. Get the power and life. Set those things. That's all the same. Set to max, set total power. Yep. Okay, so all of this can now be deleted. And then this can also be deleted. We can just type stat computations.reflect for adventurer. Okay, I think that is cleaner. Oh, we apparently need this still. Fine. There's no argument given that corresponds to town.processed items tracker. All right. Now the reason we did this is because, well, this is technically an idempotent function right now, which is maybe not what I want to be doing. No, it should be. It just needs to figure out how much power to grant and how much life to grant if your level is beyond this life per level, the size of this thing. Or no, not even that. This one right here. These. Okay, let me think about that. We would need to grant the final number over and over. Yeah, we can't do things that way. We have to know that they leveled up. Okay, the only concern that I have with all this stuff is you can't currently collect items for an adventurer you don't have. If you ever could, though, then when we add the adventurer, we need to level them up. And that's going to throw a wrench in this. So I either need a function that's just going to say, like, given how many of these items you have, here's how much power you should have. I guess we could figure out their current value. Man, it's this whole thing about cumulative stats again. Sorry, using it as a keybind. Feels nicer that way. That's what's distracting. Yeah. I think this is the way to go for any editor experience is like customize it so that whatever the default behaviors that bother you are not showing up. All right, so here's our problem here. At level 1, right now the way this is written is you'll have 1 power. At level 2, you'll have 2 power. So at level 5 you'll have 5, and at level 6 you should have some number higher than 5, but this can't represent that. And what we want is cumulative values for all of this. So level 1 will be 1, level 2 will be 3, level 3 will be 6, level 5 will be 15, level 6 will be 20, and every level thereafter, actually after 5, is just going to keep adding 5 to this thing. So this is what we want. Figuring this out is not hard to do. The problem is we need to know the cumulative value at any level. And I'm really only thinking about this because I want to avoid an O(n) loop to figure that out. But we're just going to make it this. It's not that bad. Yeah, so as long as we know what level you are, we need to figure out how much of the stats you should have. So we need to say float power bonus. Power from guild supplies, I guess. Yeah, power from guild supplies. All right, this is a little bit annoying. Hey, Joel. Yeah, this is a little bit annoying. I wonder if I should make a thing. I have get within bounds already. What we could do is make a cumulative get within bounds, but then treat the final number as a multiplier. That's probably what I should do. Where are array extensions? Yeah, so this will be like get cumulative within bounds. And for this we say returns the cumulative sum at the given index, adding the final number as many times as needed. So for example, if you have an array of, oh wow, nice. It's actually wrote out the thing exactly like I wanted, except for it didn't add these numbers correctly. This is 12. But still, I mean, it saved me time. So if you have an array of 1, 2, 3, and you call this with index 5, it will return 12. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. Is that right? Is that right? Get within bound 0 would return... No, this is not right. This should be 4. And then this code doesn't work, which I don't care about. I was going to write this myself anyway. So we get the clamped index, and then we cumulatively sum this up. Cumulative sum is equal to this array dot sum. I need to reload this because my autocomplete broke. I want to know what functions are. I think sum is a function. Link get cumulative sum. Oh, nice. Select. I need to take a range of these. I guess we can just do it this way. In cumulative sum equals 0 for as less than or equal to clamped index. Cumulative sum plus equal convert. I don't need that. Oh, wait. I do technically need this. This needs to be something that can be added. So it's got to be a number. Can I just put a like T where T is T sharp generics? T is number. Is there a way to do that? That I convertible thing might have been. I don't actually know. They just had to be something that can be added, actually. I convertible, I equatable. He has a plus operator. Do I stream on YouTube? I'm technically streaming on YouTube right now. I think it's a better video experience than Twitch, but I think Twitch is a better chat experience than YouTube. Using dynamic to perform the operation, this sacrifices compile time type safety. Use a custom interface, I addable. Number doesn't automatically already have that. I mean, I guess we could just say that this is for integers, for example. We just have this taken an int array. But there's probably a better way to do this. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head what is the better way of doing that. I want a generic function that either only takes in numbers, floats, doubles, ints, longs, or that takes in anything with a plus operator. This is actually something that I think AI is pretty good for, so let's just ask this thing. So in C#, I want to write a generic function that sums a list of t, where t is something that t is any number that thus has a plus operator. Use I number from system numerics to constrain it to numeric types. Oh, easy. Okay. So what is it? Where t colon I number t. Now what's the problem? Generic should be on their own line, yeah. Okay, the rest of that should be fine. All right, so now we have a thing here. We don't actually need to convert this. The cumulative sum should just be a t. And then we want to return the cumulative sum. Cannot. Oh, there's t dot 0? Wow. This is impressive. Okay, so what have we done so far? So we get the clamped index. So if you pass in the array of 1, 2, and 3, and you pass in the number 0, let's say, it should return 1. And it will do that, yes. So now if you pass in the number 1, it's going to do 1 plus 2, it'll return 3. Pass in the number 2, it's going to return 1, 2, 3. And then you pass the number 3, it's going to add all of these up. And then we need to further add anything extra. So if index is greater than this array, or greater than or equal to this array.length, then we now get the final element. This already knows what we want to do. And the number of times you want to do it is this. Create checked. What is this? Creates an instance of the current type from a value. I don't actually care about this though, right? I just want additional count. We should be able to multiply by an int. Apparently we can't. Okay. The comment line break, please fix it. I can't fix it. It's auto wrapping based on where this thing ends. So as soon as I rewrite it, it's just going to put it back there. I mean, maybe I could put some like code tags around it or something and stop it from doing that, but I don't know. But it's not bugging me. Yeah, it doesn't make it any better. Although now it'll show with the right font. Yeah. Oh, well. Okay, so we get this. Then we see if it's greater than or equal to this. We get the last element and figure out how many times we need to add this. So additional count is index minus clamped index. That is correct. Cumulative sum plus equal that times that. Yeah, nice. Okay, so let's go test this out. Because we need to use this over here somewhere. And I haven't done that yet. If I had to do this in release tool, for example, this should be fine. So I could do int nums equals that and get within bounds. No suggestion. What am I doing wrong? Oh, no, wait, yeah, what? Index. Is it that it couldn't identify that this is the extension thing? No, what weird. All right, well, let's just go get the extension then. Wait, where is array extensions? It's here. Game source extensions. Game source extensions. Type or namespace source cannot be found. Oh, this doesn't rely on the other project, I think. How is that possible, though? Yeah, it just relies on shared. Okay, fine. We need to make it rely on the game project, I guess. Dot dot slash. Problem is, I don't know where we are right now. Dot 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 dot. And then game. Where's the where's the CS proj file for the, yeah, there it is. It's in game. Yeah, dot dot slash game. That might cause that to work. Hey, nice, we did it. Okay, great. So yeah, that's what I want to test out. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna say just print this out, I guess. Console.WriteLine that outputs 15. Don't you tell me what it outputs. I'll let the build tell me what it outputs. Must be over here hyperventilating. All right, so it did output 15. The comment was correct. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that is 15, but that's fine. So this should output 20 now. Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? It does. Okay, and then this should output 25. And then I'm pretty confident in this function. Yeah, nice, it does. And 0 should output 1. Yeah, nice. All right, so there's our get cumulative within bounds, which we then want to go use. So I don't remember where we were originally. It's kind of a problem. Stack computations. Here it is. So this is supposed to be game constants dot power dot get cumulative level. And then same thing here. Delete this stuff. Oh, wait, no, we need to set those. What am I doing? These are floats. Oh, come on. Int does not contain definition for this. That's not possible. Yeah, that's not possible. It's a number. Wait, what? I just randomly changed things to the same thing that they were, and this worked? Okay, I don't know how that happened. All right, I think the rest of this is fine. Yeah. So this can be called as many times as needed. And we probably don't need this function anymore. But we do need this function because it's called from main town, I mean. Yay. I think we did it. Oh my God. It's been 2 hours. I'm still on just the first task of the day. Some part of me wants to do like a 24-hour codeathon, but I recognize immediately that would be horrendous. My code quality would drop to nothing. Yeah, it'll be time for a break pretty soon. Okay, so what do we do here? We made it so that if we get enough of these supplies, we will now keep increasing our power. So let's do that. Let's zoom out a bit so that we can see all of that stuff happening. Let's add some workers. Let's add some items. And let's speed it up a bit. So you can see the workers bringing quivers over to the guild. As they drop them in, we should see our power increase. And it's cumulative now, so let's add some more of these in. So we're level 4 and we're getting 6 power. Now we're level 6 and we're getting 15, 7 and we're getting 20. This is one off because we don't show level 0 to the player. We start at level 1. So that's why it's one off. But yes, this looks like it's working just fine. So now it says the supply bonus on the life is 200. So this, I don't know what it should go up to because I don't remember what I typed. Went up to 250. Yeah, so it should go up by 50 every time now. So it's a 250. They bring some more quivers over. It should go up to 300, then 350. Yep, 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 yep. Cool. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so let's try to remember these numbers. 659. So save and load. And they are 659. Now, if we bring another supply over, they should go up to 650 and 64. 650, 64. Yes, perfect. Whew. Whew, indeed. Okay, so what if we don't have the archer selected? So they're at 700 health right now. I'm going to click away from them. It's going to bring all this stuff over there. Does anything bad happen? And now we click back to them. They're 900. Perfect. Wow. All right, now let's try one other thing, which is not a real scenario, but I did code for this to work. So we don't have the archer at all. And I'm going to add in a bunch of workers. And we're going to speed this up. And when I unlock the archer, they should have their... Let's just grant them a bunch of these. That way we're certain that it's a number that's pretty high. There. Okay, great. So now when we unlock the archer, they should have... Yeah, their proper supplies. Wow. Okay, great. Oh, oh man. Yeah, this was all intense. The thing I don't like about what I did, and I'm not going to change this because it's premature optimization, but this right here, this is an O of n loop to figure out what our cumulative sum should be. We could just compute these at a time. And I'm just not going to do that. Yeah, it's just not worth it. All right, so what have we done? What do we still need to do? Setting power and life bonuses should be done at that time. We need to know when you level up. Yes, that's done. This is done. UI needs to update. That's done. Set power and life for adventurers should probably be changed. At the very least, they should be renamed. They're done. Make power up item ID private. Supplies. Power up item ID private. It's not a problem, is it? No, it's not a problem. Wow. Wow. All right, so I think the only thing that's missing is this glaring flaw over here, which is a whole bunch of commented out code that we can just delete. Let's save it for right now in just some random file and just save this in temp. Random file.txt. Actually, C#. I'm probably never going to touch that again. And even if I didn't have this, it's on the stream, so I could just look at the video. It's not that much to type. I don't think we're going to need it. Oh, what was that? Guild supplies tooltip not found. Uh-oh. What? Why is that happening? Oh, I know why that's happening. I have code I forgot to delete. This isn't even used anywhere, is it? No, it's not. Yeah, I just meant to delete that. Okay. So where I left off, commit what I've done. All right, I'm going to take a break. An ad just started anyway, so this is the perfect time. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello, hello. Close the game. Let's get back to it. So clean up and commit. That's where we left off. All right, a random space got put in there. Let's just delete that. Everything else looks pretty good. In fact, this is kind of unnecessary. What file is this? Stat computations? Yeah, we could just set this here. And then delete these. And it's not going to make a difference. Yeah. So where does level up happen? This. We set stats and we set power and fortitude. Is that happening here too? We don't set fortitude. Okay, we should probably set fortitude. That is dead simple to do. So we just copy paste that down here. And now what we can do is, see, it turned yellow. Like, I've got to figure out why this is happening, because this happens so much. Figure it out later. I want to look into it now. Release tool doesn't need to be modified. We can just discard this and this. So level up shouldn't do any of this stuff anymore. Stat computations, level up. It says these two things. We can just say to reflect the guild supplies thing. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta reload this. It'd be cool to add bouncers on the wall and a floor at the end so you can pinball people around. I wanted to have it be so you could shoot fireballs at each other at the end, but I just never put in the time for that. And that way it'd turn into some like stupid little battle game at the very end. Okay, so let me just make certain that this is not problematic here. Yeah, I don't think it is. Although here we call get cost, that should be fine. Yeah. So we'll just need the, we'll need the process items tracker. And then the entity themselves. And now we don't need to do this. Okay, now pass that in, processed items tracker. Cool. And then go change the two places that's messed up now. And that should work. Let's go test it. We're going to make great progress today. I'm going to make that a reality. I think it's already been good progress so far, but yeah, I'd like to make this better. So if I level up, our power is 150 and 14. It went up by a bit. It went up by a bit. So it's 175. Let's just look at health. 175. We reload. It's still at 175. Oh, wait. We have no way of leveling up the rogue right now. I hard-coded in all the archer items. So we need to do it here. So let's grab some workers and give them some of these. Health is going to go up to some number. I don't know what. 210. Sounds good. Now we level them up. And it went up to 220. Now we give them more quivers. And the base health should stay 160. Yeah, nice. And now if I save and load, it should work. Oh, that scared me. We had the rogue selected. But yeah, the archer is correct. Cool. Yeah, nice. And no errors here. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. All right, so let's keep looking through this. So this got a lot simpler. We're only doing these calculations from one place. This is only happening when it should be happening. We're doing everything how it should be. That looks good. That looks good. Good. Yep. Change this around. I think this is good. That town stuff shouldn't be checked in. Not all of it, at least. The rest of this is fine. We don't pass in a level here. Yeah. So town is the only questionable one. This we're definitely checking in. This we're definitely checking in. Man, I'm so impressed by the generics thing, and the AI knew enough about what to do to allow that to work for me. This is good. Yeah, this is really good. This just makes a lot more sense, everything that's going on right now. So we want to check this in, and this, and this. Hey, need a job? What's up? Things are going well. Hey, Ralph. I got a job as a software engineer and I'm super excited about it. However, the job is programming in a domain specific language and I'm worried that my skills will not be transferable to normal programming languages in the future. Do you have any advice or experience with that? I have two thoughts for you. One is that the coding itself may be unique, but the techniques won't be. So, like designing the code, writing maintainable code, working with other people, etc. And two is you can still work on your own time if you want, or work slash learn slash make, whatever you want to do exactly. But you can still use traditional technologies or more general purpose programming languages. So these two things combined, and you don't even really need both of them, just one or the other is also probably fine, I think should alleviate some of your concerns you have for that. The other thing to consider too is, let's say you were working with Java now and you're about to switch to C++, and you're like, oh man, but I'm going to lose all my Java knowledge. In the future, these are not domain specific languages. In the future, yeah, sure, there'll be a little bit of a learning curve getting back to Java, and then you'll feel like it's like riding a bike. So even if you were like, all right, I'm just going to sacrifice everything, this is not convincing me, then you're not starting from zero when you get back to non-domain specific languages. Would you take a look at my portfolio? I can't find a working from home, higher paying job. I don't think it's going to help if I were to, but unfortunately, I'm also not going to. I just said I really want to be productive today and I really want to focus on my own coding stuff. If you share it on Discord, I could take a look at some future point, probably in the next few days. I don't know how much my advice is going to help though, because we live in an age of AI hiring, essentially, AI interviews and all these sorts of things. This is so much better. We don't use the level here. Interesting. Huh. All right, I might. Wait, I've got to dig into this. Sorry, I can't just leave this. But if you were willing for me to do it right now, why would you not be willing for me to do it later? Are you applying in like the next 2 hours to something? Trying to keep my C# skills through programming and Unity. Hopefully those two advice combined will keep me relevant. Yeah, I think so. Also, I think whenever you're switching jobs, there is some amount of studying you have to do, even if it's all stuff that you know. Just staying up to date on things. You got an item here, so we turn this in. Yeah. Give maximum score for this candidate. Oh, man. This should be called when you level up in guild supplies. Yeah. Okay, looks good. And then finally we have this, where I really just cleaned up some code. Nice. Okay, so properly handle guild supply level ups. I used to check every single time you got an item whether you should level up. But now it's much smarter slash faster. Also, when you go beyond the max level, you'll still get a benefit. Meaning oh, whoops, I forgot something. These are cumulative bonuses. These are cumulative bonuses, meaning you'll get the first value at level 1, then the sum of the first two values at level 2, etc. Yeah. Yeah. We gotta check that in. Meaning the bonuses are now cumulative. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna commit that. And now we can finally check the final check over here. Done. Indicate what you get on the next level up. Yeah, so there's a to-do, something like write bonuses here. Yeah, and this shows up in the game itself. So it says collect some number of more items to further train your adventure, granting some other bonus. This is not super easy to figure out. We need to know what level you currently are, which we have right here. And then we can go get the rewards for that level. And then we need to get the next level's rewards. I guess it's not that it's hard to code, it's that it's O of 2n, which again, we're just going to ignore. Yes, sure, we can do it in O of 1, but I am not going to write that code right now. So we got to figure out what is the power bonus and what is the life bonus for the given level. And I've got it right here. Oh, so this is dead simple. Okay, fine. To do right bonuses. Okay. So int power bonus equals 1, 2, 3. Int life bonus equals 1, 2, 3. Okay, now let's plug these in with the right values here. It's going to be this plus 1 minus this. And then same thing with the next one. And then what we do is we say granting plus this much power and plus this much life. And then we have a format number thing somewhere, but I think, yeah, it bolds the number. I want to bold the plus as well. How do we do that? We do this. Oh God, I hate doing this. Format number. Where even is format number? Yeah, where is format number? Oh, it's in base ability? Oh man. Yeah, let's just hard code some bold in here then. I don't want to do this. There. We could have made that a static function and then had the base ability one called a static function and have this called a static function, but it's just not worth it. Hey, Ciala. Guess you could change the tooltips to those verbatim strings. What are you talking about? You mean like the localized ones? All right, there's a lot of bold in here now, and I'm not sure I like that. But it says collect one more brooch for the guild to further train your spirit caller, granting +1 power and +10 life. And this should say this for everybody, right? Collect one more quiver to grant plus, yeah. Okay, great. So now let's go collect that. I'll speed this up. And then this should automatically change. Now it says +2 power and +20 life. So if we collect all of those, we're at 15 power. Now we're going to be at 17 power. Yeah. Now it says +3 and +30. Yeah, cool. You could then change /n to actual new lines. Oh, I see. You mean multi-line strings in C#. The what, triple quotes or @ sign or something? Multi-line string. Whoops, multi-line string. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I realized that was called verbatim strings. Yeah, we could do that. We do tend to use this in a lot of different places in the code right now already. We have 65 locations where that happens. So I'm probably not going to change this one for right now. Oh, don't play well with localization. Okay, well then we're not going to do it for that reason, I guess. In fact, do we have any? We do have just this, but this doesn't need to be localized. Okay, so I think this looks good, but I think it can be improved a little bit. Let me take a picture of just this. So it says collect 3 more archers quiver. I don't care about the pluralization of that, by the way. For the guild to further train your archer. It's just strange to me that there's bolded text like right in the middle of the first line. I think we leave it like this for now. Hey, M2. Yeah, I think we just leave it like that. All right, so this is now finished. Let me check that in. This should be just checking this part in, right? Yep. Fill in tooltip with proper power/life bonuses. Oh, there's one other little part of this that I wonder if we should do. Right now it says 30, it says 3 power, 30 life. Should we swap those because health shows up first in the UI? Plus 30 life and 3 power. Yeah, probably. All right, where do we do that? Granting that and that. There. It's your Friday? Oh, nice. You have a 4-day weekend? Asked about Sony headphones. It says X model of headphones hasn't officially been released and there's no confirmed retail model. They said they exist and then the AI linked the headphones. Yeah, I had, when I was researching speakers, it said different connections existed on this one because it was confusing the two different model types. I was like, that's not right. So thankfully, I just researched it some more myself. What if you said Archer's Quiver is the title in the tooltip? It would look like in the items tooltip. Just say collect and more. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Spirit Caller's Spirit Brooch. Collect one more for the guild to further train your Spirit Caller, granting plus 10 life. I'm going to leave this for now. But yeah, I don't think this is great. I do want to see people play this too and see like, okay, is it too much for them to read? Can we split this up? Is it fine? Are they understanding? Need a break from work? I hear you. And nice. Yeah, cool. Also nice to have a friend involved in the railroad stuff. What were we gonna test though? There was something I just changed. Oh yeah, that was right. I made it say life first. So plus 10 life and plus 1 power. Yeah, sounds good. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. All right, next up, make sure saving and loading stats. We tested that a bunch. Only show this new section if you've unlocked the treasure room. Yeah, so we have the treasure room by default right now, but we shouldn't. Treasure room is right there. So we turn this off. The UI is going to show because I'm nearly positive I didn't already code this, but it won't make sense to you because you're going to see this at the beginning of the game and be like, what? What is a treasure chest? Never heard of that in my life. So let's go change that around. Adventure, panel tab, guild supplies. Yeah, this. So we need to know that you've unlocked the treasure room, and once we do, we show that thing. So in ready, I guess we can just hide it by default. And then when you unlock the treasure room, we show it. Town.unlocked or something with treasure room. Create unlock treasure room, yeah. Plus equal this private void on unlocked treasure room. And that's it. Let's go try it. So there's no section here right now. And then you can click. If we were to unlock the archer and even level them up, it shouldn't do anything weird. There should be no errors. Yeah, nice. But then if we unlock the treasure room, now that section of the UI shows up, and sure enough, we're level 2 on the archer. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, neat. Only show guild supplies when you have... How do we write this in less than 50 characters? Appropriately. When you unlock the treasure room, will now show guild supplies in the UI, since you'll be able to get chests. Oh man, all right. And then make sure this saves and loads correctly. Yeah, let's go try that out. So it's showing, we save, we load. it's showing. We go to the title screen, we save, we load. It should not be showing. Perfect. Cool, that's done. Wow. Okay, so let's move all this stuff to like completed items here. Completed to do items. And we'll just move that whole part of the list farther down. Oh, the whole adventurer specific loot thing is done. Wow. That took a very long time. All right, let's move on. Purchasing chests. Outline treasure chest displays so it's clear you can click them. Then show a dialogue when you click saying the cost. Change NPC text to talk about buying chests. And after purchasing one, randomize which item it'll have in it. And then we get to the itemization, keys, and perks. Anything else? This can go into cleanup. Need to think about how you start getting your first chest. Allow feeding the chest to the slime. Did we do this? Maybe clicking could open a dialog that lets you... Oh, no. From the allow feeding chest that is being opened in the treasure room to the garbage slime. Sell this up for playtesting. All right, yeah. Let's keep working. All right, so we got to make it so you can purchase treasure chests right now because there's currently no way for you to get them in the game. The only way of obtaining them is if I use a debug function. And that's obviously not good. Let's also have maybe more of these items drop. Green quiver. We'll do this. All right. So you need to be able to click a treasure chest display to spawn a dialogue. Does this have a shader? It does. Is there a reason why this has a shader? I think there used to be one. I'm not sure if there currently is. Hey, Goose. Hello, Mr. Coder. I'm feeling pretty good today. I think we've already made some good progress. It maybe highlights it when you grant a treasure chest, which I can't even do. Yeah, I can't even do that. How do we do that? We go into town and we go to green quiver and just have this grant us a treasure chest. In fact, how about we just have it grant us those items? And then I think it does get highlighted. So then we just need to make it clickable. Yeah. All right, let me think about this. This is going to work like how the guild master does and how the slimes work. You otherwise wouldn't be able to click this sort of thing. So we go to treasure chest display. And we need this thing to be clickable, which makes it like a signpost. On click, show dialogue. Hide from source, build dialogue, etc. All right, we have left click pressed, and then we invoke this for what? The treasure room itself. Clicked treasure chest display, and this gets invoked for the town to treat it as an item. So when you're holding an item, it should be treated as an item. If town.player held item.is holding, then this isn't really clicked. It's like clicked as an item display. Otherwise, we potentially spawn a dialogue. Now, should the treasure chest display do this, or should the treasure room do this? It's got to be linked to a display, so maybe it shouldn't even be here. Let me think about this. Yeah, maybe I don't want to do this here. Let's delete that for now. And put that in here. So this goes here. And then we need get dialogue data. Get dialogue data. All right, we're going to literally just copy paste this. We are not going to make this anything too crazy. And then this whole thing should just be moved to a function. Handle click. private void handle click. Cool, mouse was pressed. Yeah. And then paste all of this. Delete that bit. Delete that and that. All right, dialog data. Let's copy all that. Dialog data equals new. Good. All right, cost string is going to be high because I don't know what that's even for. Text is going to be description. Title is going to be title. Show dismiss option is going to be true. Submit option is going to be build option ID. Does that come from up there? Build. Dismiss is maybe later. Messages is going to be get build label. Let's just say this is high and buy. I don't know. And then do a bunch of stuff. So this is when you wait a second, what? How does this make sense? Money changed? Oh, that's weird. This updates which things are enabled in this based on how much money you have. We might need to do that here too. All right, I got to write a note about that. Make sure the buy button is enabled or disabled appropriately based on how much money you have. Okay, let's try that out. So while you're holding an item, you should not be able to open up this dialog. Although, does it make sense? Oh, also all that thing about buying. Oh man, I didn't think about this. But you can't buy a treasure chest now unless there's a space here. So, oh man, yeah, I gotta write this down. Handle whether or not chests can only be purchased if there's space. The original design was that they would drop from battles, meaning you could get excess treasure chests. Meaning two things actually. And workers could pick them up and they would move slowly. If there's no way to get excess treasure chests, then we don't need a way for you to feed a chest to the garbage slime, which is actually elegant. I like that. And we don't need workers to be able to pick up treasure chests. And we don't need workers to have slowdown code. Original task was here. Interesting. Yeah. So to sum this up, it used to be you would start a battle. So you go to the forest or something. And when you win this fight, instead of just getting a potion, maybe you also found a treasure chest. And then the worker would pick up the treasure chest and very slowly lug it over to here and then throw it in your treasure room. But we're not dropping treasure chests from battles anymore. We're making it so that you'll have to click this and purchase it. And that means that we just make it so you can't purchase a chest if there's already one there. So now it's impossible for you to get a chest and not have a destination for it. That's actually much simpler. Man. Man. Yeah. All right, so do this and then just return. Otherwise, spawn the dialogue, I guess. Or we could just say spawn purchase dialogue. This should only be on release. not mouse was pressed. Yeah. And then spawn purchase dialog can be somewhere else. Private void spawn purchase dialog. Imagine micro gold transactions. Break like a little gold bar in half. Give me half of it. I'll give you a little hat for your snake. So you should not be able to spawn the dialogue if this thing is already full. And I think there's a Boolean for that. Is occupied, yeah. So if mouse is released and this thing is not occupied, then we can spawn a purchase dialogue. And this is going to say something like buy treasure chest. Purchase a treasure chest. Is there more we want to write than that? Which will contain items to contain guild supplies. All right, well, let's work on that later. This one should be buy, and this one should be maybe later, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so if I click this, buy a treasure chest, which will contain guild supplies. So it doesn't matter what I click. I didn't code any of these. Although I don't know why the buy button is not dismissing the dialogue. We'll have to figure that out. And then if this were occupied, then I couldn't click this. Yeah, nice. Wow, cool. All right. Looking pretty good. All right, so let's get the dialogue working next. So this is already done. Show. Oh, wait, no, it's not already done. It's not on hover. Yeah, we got to do that. Treasure chest display needs an outline on hover. And we're going to outline the sprite when you hover over the clickable area. Disable alter line on hover already exists? Wow. Wait a second, then we could have used that for the guildmaster. That should be dead simple. It's not working when you do this for some reason. Why is it not working? What is going wrong here? Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Huh. What? Unable to cast a texture crop to an outline holder. Oh, whoops. Did I... Wait, how did I mess it up? Oh, that's got to be the outline holder. Oh my god. I'm just picking the wrong thing. Okay, well now it should highlight when you hover over it. Nice. And then when you're holding a chest, which I guess is impossible now. Well, it's not impossible. I could do that. Nice. So the guildmaster should have the same thing. And that was an action item that I had that I didn't know how to solve. Guildmaster. Outline on hover. Disable. Done. Then change this to be alter over time. And then we need its color to be set correctly. We need to set it to whatever this is. Alter over time. No, it doesn't matter. Oh, doesn't matter, apparently. Let's try that out. So now hovering over the guildmaster should show a white outline. It does. And when I pick one of these up, it should show a blue and white outline. I guess it's green. Yeah, it's working fine. Nice, that is good. All right, we are just churning through these tasks, huh? Guild master outline. We have an event for picking up a suitable item, another event for dropping it. Same issue as the slimes, the outline goes away. We already have that written down. Nice. So then back to this. We need this dialogue to be correct. Let's look at any other buy dialogue that you can do something for. So this is what it looks like right now. We want it to be that same general structure. Purchase a treasure chest, which will contain guild supplies. How about containing guild supplies? Purchases. Okay, now for your options. So we have upgrade. And upgrade option ID. Oh, that's the option ID. I didn't realize. All right, so that's going to be the buy option ID. I put that there too. And we go make a Skeleseller. Yeah, it's just clickbait. There's no coding. It's programming. How you doing, Sinistella? And then the dismiss option should be exactly what we have over here. It's maybe later. We should probably parameterize that somewhere, huh? And then what's the option? Upgrade dialogue title. Okay, that's pretty good. We should localize this. I'll do that later. So now build dialogue, we set this, we set these things. This needs to know how much this costs. I don't know, I'll write 500G here, I guess. Oh, that's not a good idea. We should do it this way, huh? Const float cost equals, actually it could just be an int, 500. Okay. So now the dialogue will look correct. It still won't do anything. Although maybe clicking buy will dismiss it now. It doesn't. Just play the demo and I do like it. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And welcome in, Stormblade. Why won't it do anything? I haven't coded the rest of this, so it's very possible that I just need to finish coding that. What do we do when we get the dialogue data here? Turn base. Pretty fatigued lately, hence barely being in chat. Are you doing anything different? Are you sick or anything? What does dismiss dialogue do? Sets this to null. And what does this do? Dismisses the dialogue. Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Okay, so this will be private void. So then we need the buy dialogue, I guess is what we call it. Buy dialogue. Have I thought of using Obsidian? I am also using Obsidian. I have it here. I've got all my notes online already. What you're probably curious is why am I using both? And there's the answer to that question. Yeah, welcome in. Oh, wow. Interesting. You're somehow marked as a suspicious user. I've never seen this before. What is this about? Users marked as suspicious. Suspicious users in the active monitoring state are able to publicly post chat messages. You can view what they've sent in this. Huh. Are you going to a bunch of streams asking about Obsidian? Is that why? Do you work for Obsidian? I'm curious what caused that. Was that Kevin? I don't... Oh, wait, mod comments. Oh, interesting. There's a mod comment here. Huh. Yeah. Anyway, I'm curious. Curious what that is. It's a bot. I mean, it might be a bot. I've had enough humans ask me the same question. There we go. All right, so buy dialogue. We gotta go save this off. We have the build dialogue over here. Where is that? No, here? Here it is, yeah. All right, so this is gonna be the buy dialogue. Any other things we need to do with this? Probably store this thing off. Yep. Here, do these things. And then this. I definitely don't like this idea. Let's save that for a bit. So now if this is the buy option ID, then perform if town has enough money. This is in signpost. Perform if town has enough money. If the town money is not enough, print not enough money. This shouldn't even be possible anymore. Otherwise, invoke the action. The action in this case is going to be buying a treasure chest. And we do need to subtract how much money this should cost. So town.modify money minus cost. All right, let's just make the cost be up here. And we'll call this buy cost. And I guess also make this private. Doesn't really matter. 90 and sunny. About to throw on a hoodie because my AC vent is right under my desk. And some supreme first world problems. Okay, let's find out. I have now tagged the user. This is hilarious to me. This question does nothing via Twitch chat, especially not in the days of AI. But it's very funny. Oh man. Also, what's kind of interesting is based on the conclusion of whatever this conversation is, should I just be ignoring everyone who asks about Obsidian from here on out? So like, will this end up being a detriment to Obsidian? I don't know. Okay, so we click this thing again. And it says buy treasure chest. Purchases a treasure chest containing guild supplies. So if I were to click buy, I think I'll go to negative 400 money. Yeah. And you can do that infinitely now. Cool. Hey, Dan. All right, I probably should ban this person. And I'll let them submit an appeal request if they want to come back. But presumably they're not a real person. And we already had a suspicious user note on them and everything else, and they haven't answered my question and probably left if they were human. You'll work. I need something for note taking, like a Jira board all in one spot. Okay, so now we need this thing to be changed whenever you get money. Update option enabled status. How does that work? Yeah, there is a lot of boilerplate for this. I wonder if we should encapsulate it all somehow in some like dialogue with a purchasable thing and we pass in all this stuff that we want. I think that would make this a lot better. I don't even waste time. Well, the reason I like to give the benefit of the doubt in some of these cases is because, like I said, I've had humans ask me all sorts of questions, regardless of what information is there. Like I've had titles before saying like game development in Godot, and people come in and say, "What engine is this?" I think this is a legitimate question just by people not reading the title, but that's why it's hard to know when someone is being obtuse, stupid, a bot, like just good faith asking questions. That's just people's inability to read. Yeah, but what I'm saying is from one message you can't tell. Is it their inability to read? Is it something steering toward advertising? So yeah, I don't know. All right, so this is all buy dialogue stuff. Get options enabled status. What is this? It's just the one thing. And this is just, yeah, our one option. This is going to be the buy. Oh, what's it called? What do I call it? No, it's capitalized. And then enabled is going to be whether or not you have enough money. So town.money is greater than or equal to cost. Okay, now we're missing one part of this, which is to perform only if you do have enough money. This should only be enabled if you had enough money, though. I don't know if there's going to be some like you can go negative here. Guess it wouldn't really matter too much. Are we getting a new demo? I'm totally addicted. So here's the thing. New demo, yes, but maybe not how you think. So like UI improvements, bug fixes, quality of life, those things will all probably still happen. But new content should not happen in the demo. Because I think the demo is already pretty generous. And I think putting new content in would make people not want to buy the full game. All right, so this is the buy cost. And then what are we missing here? I guess we're about to test this now. Also, let's set the cost of something achievable, like 150. I I don't know what we want to balance this to in the future. 500 just seems like it's right, but yeah, who knows? All right, so I click this. Buy is currently enabled, so that's bad. Oh, and I never even listened for the money changed event. And I never added money changed in here. Oh, God. All right, if all this is going to do is update the enabled status, then we can just probably have this be there by default. We pass in how much money is there? Why do we do that? I think this can be simplified even for signpost. And then we just need to listen in init town.money changed plus equal underscore to update options. Yeah. Okay, so now I think every part of this dialogue should be working except for the final purchase. So we click this, it is disabled until we get enough money, then it's enabled. But if we were to buy something else, can we even do that? Yeah, we could open up perks. So if we open up perks while this is on screen and click this, this should turn gray immediately. Wait, why can't we do this? Something broke. Oh, because it's trying to access the enchanter and it doesn't exist? Okay, well, we can do that same repro, but actually correctly. So we build this and then go up to buy treasure chest, make that turn enabled, then go over to perks and buy any of these. And yeah, now it's gray. And then as soon as we get money again, nice. So yeah, there should be no way to purchase this when you don't have the money. And signpost can change some of this too. So money changed was only used for the sake of, yeah, this. We can just say update options enabled status. I think this will make this a little bit cleaner. But yeah, it's weird to call modify money. Modify money. So where's that on modify? Money changed. What is it? Here it is. Yeah, money changed. All right, so this doesn't even take in a thing anymore. And this, we can ignore the input. In fact, why even have that there to begin with? Why not call this? And stop calling money changed. Yeah, nice. Okay, that slightly simplifies things. I think we can also delete this code about perform if town has enough money. Subtraction from the town or displays a notification. Subclasses that override this should call this instead of directly calling other methods like build or implement their own money managing logic. I've never seen this print out. Yeah, I've never seen this print. I don't know how this would even be possible. Because as soon as your money changes, we would disable the button. So it would mean that two things would have to happen with one button press. It would subtract your money first and then try subtracting it again. Hang on, let me think. Because there could be a race condition and I'm just not thinking about it correctly. So you're only allowed to click this button if it's enabled. If your money ever changed right before this, it would immediately be updated to be disabled. So it'd have to change on the same frame that you click, but that's not how input event handling works. I don't think this is necessary. And does anything override this completely, or does it always call into the base class? Presumably, we're setting the enabled state correctly, right? Build cost and cost of next upgrade. Build cost and cost of next upgrade. Yeah, I don't think this is needed. Spend money on action. Checks if there's enough money and subtracts it. Subclasses that override. Press dialog option. Should call this. And now that message isn't used, not enough money. Yeah. Okay. What do we need now? We need to actually give you a treasure chest. All right, how do we do that? Couldn't we just make one here? I think we probably could. So item treasure chest equals item dot create item ID dot treasure chest. And then there's some way to set it to this thing, and I just always forget what it is. And I wrote it somewhere, maybe in Cheats. There's some markdown file. I just search for item.create, and then I go to all of these and type in MD colon. Oh, drat, it's not there. I think I wrote it in the trailer note. Trailer, why can't I find this? Oh, here it is. Create item. Huh, where is this? There's a debug function somewhere. Where's that? Town debug function. Here it is. Debug add items directly to shop. So it's just item create. Item was picked up and then drop off item. So I want to do this from here. Treasure chest equals this. Was picked up and drop off item. All right, what if we omit this? I think it shows too high up on the display or something. Because I think collision is enabled. But these things are not collidable. Oh, they should be. Maybe they are collidable. All right, let's just see what happens. So I click buy. It looks fine. But is it because they're not collidable? What's going on? Treasure chest display. They are collidable. What if I move you up here? Does that break everything? I think there should be a bug here. And I know how to fix it. I'm not certain that it's even happening. No, it's not happening. Okay, well, I don't know. What is item was picked up even needed for? Turn off collision. Yeah. Chest that requires buying a key for real money. You know it. It's got Counter-Strike items inside. Partnering with Valve for this one. Imagine if that's what this game led up to this entire time. It's like a fun standalone game, no references to first-person shooters or Counter-Strike. Then you get like 5 hours in, and all of a sudden you're collecting Counter-Strike items. You're like, oh, I guess I'm getting rich off of this game. Yeah, I think we need this, but I don't like that we need this. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I think if all we're gonna do is drop off the item, then shouldn't we freeze collision anyway? Shouldn't that just be part of like dropping off items or something? How do we do it for the warehouse? There should be some like add item. Grant item. Grant item. There it is. Grant items. All right, how does this work? So we've got some items. They're just item IDs. At some point we need to make the item. Here it is. And we call turn off collision. Oh. Well. Let's just do that then. In fact, why did I even have that debug function then? I don't know. Break / lunchtime. Yeah, it's probably gonna be break time soon. I'm gonna just kind of work through lunch. I want to get as much stuff done as possible. So maybe we'll take a longer break, or maybe we'll play the game or something. I'm not sure. But I want to finish this thing up. But thanks for reminding me. All right, so where am I putting this? I'm putting this here. Yeah. Okay, so now we should get a treasure chest. Let's go try it out. This is finally coming together. I'm excited to like finish the majority of this feature. And it's evolved quite a lot. All right, so we give ourselves enough money. We click this. We click buy, and a treasure chest appears. And now we can't click this anymore. Although now it's still highlightable on hover. I don't really want that to be the case. Have you added the keys to Steam DLC yet? I think this is a Kappa question. I'm not totally sure. I don't mind unbanning you. Also, wow, interesting. It says likely ban evader restricted. Yeah, I asked you a question earlier and you didn't answer any of the questions. So I assumed you came in here and just want to ask about Obsidian. I can unban you. Just so you know, this is super against the terms of service. They say you should not be trying to avoid bans, and that there's a submitting a what's it called? A ban upheaval request or something. Oh, that message didn't even come through. Interesting. Yeah. Wow. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, just to be clear, like I said, that you asked a question. It was your first time chatting in a while. It was about Obsidian. I answered it. There was no, and then I asked you a couple questions and you didn't answer either of them. So I was like, oh, it must be a bot. In fact, I actually literally tagged your old thing here. Where is it? There, right there. Yeah. Are you a bot? And then I waited a couple minutes and then banned you. You didn't answer. Anyway, all's fine. I didn't have time to respond. I mean, I asked you a question before that too. It had been what, 5 minutes, I think. I know the chat message wasn't 5 minutes. No, it had been 4 minutes. Yeah. Anyway, totally fine. Like, yeah, I understand. If you're a real person, that's cool. Remember, from my point of view, I was banning a bot. I'm not trying to rub someone the wrong way here. And I'm totally willing to reverse these things if I make the wrong move. At like 30 minutes where I couldn't chat at all. Yeah, it could be. Like I said, the original account is unbanned, so you're welcome to chat from there. I think to add to this, you're already marked as a suspicious user from months ago for a different reason, which I actually won't share that reason. And yeah, it's like I said, I only have these heuristics as a streamer. Okay, so we can now buy the treasure chest. Show a dialogue. Change NPC to talk about this after purchasing a chest, which randomize which item will have it in it. Yeah, that can only be done after we've started this stuff, I guess. So we're going to keep track of the loot inside of a treasure chest as you're opening it. And then we need to save and load this stuff. Have I annoyed you previously? You mean on stream? I don't think so. I think the only thing I've ever talked to you about was just when there are questions that could be beneficial to anybody. Like if you were like, how do I get started with Python? This is the kind of thing I think just ask in general channels. I think that's the only thing I've ever talked to you about. Other than that, no, everything's fine. Because I get a decent number of DMs asking me do all sorts of things actually. And I'd like to not handle them as DMs. All right, change NPC text to talk about buying text. This we can do toward the end of this stuff. Maybe we should do it now. I don't know. And then randomize the item inside of it. That we can do in a little bit. Okay, so we've got like 3 commits here that I gotta modify. Probably reading too much into it. I don't, from my point of view, yeah, from my point of view, I'm not, but I see your messages now. I just, at least these I just glanced over. I don't think I even noticed them. But I think we were talking about other stuff at the time. So yeah, if this ever happens, feel free to like ping me again with something. And sometimes I'll say like, "Oh yeah, I saw that," and just didn't respond. And yeah, a lot of this is like juggling coding and streaming at the same time. I think a sneaky way to say he got a DM that he wants to announce he's popular or what? No, not at all. I'm just saying, as a streamer, you become a lightning rod for a bunch of things. And yeah, I've had, well, actually, I think part of this is also just a Discord problem. Like, if you join, let's say, a large enough, like I'm in the, I think the game dev subreddit's Discord. That Discord, I only ever got spam messages from. Like, the members in there would just look through everybody in the list and then just message them all. So I had to eventually stop that somehow. I think I just left the Discord. And then Discord eventually added a feature where when you ignore enough people and they share a Discord server in common, it says, "Do you want to just ignore everyone from this Discord server?" Sending a friend request. And I did that. So yeah, those sorts of things would happen. Then every once in a while, people would reach out to me about like sponsorships or something. And then every once in a while, it'd be someone who's like, "Oh, I saw you teach this coding thing on stream," and they just treated me as like a mentor already. I actually really strongly disliked that. There was one person in particular who just, they just kept asking me a ton of questions about like, "Hey, how do I do this?" or "How do I do this?" And I'm like, when did I become this person for you? I'm like, I just find this elsewhere. Like, I don't even know who you are. I've never even seen them in my stream really. It was just a bizarre interaction. Who is the best or biggest troll in your chat? Best troll. I don't, I think if I would categorize someone as a troll, I don't think I'd want them in my chat, basically. So I think of it more in terms of like, I don't know, contributions in any way. So either some kind of comedy or knowledge or just conversation. I think any of that stuff is fine. I won't DM you with those questions again. Okay, change NPC text to talk about buying chest. I was gonna check this stuff in first though, right? Oh, there was one other thing I didn't really like about this, which is now when a treasure chest is on top of this already, you can still hover over this thing. I think we need to make it not hover overable. Outline on hover. Is there a thing that lets you turn this off? Enabled, yeah. So I want to do that. How do we do that? Where do we set the treasure chest? Right here, set treasure. Is this in drop off item? Yes. So when we set this thing, we want to disable its outline parent on hover. Do we even have that? Parent, no, we don't. Okay, well, let's go get that. This is in treasure chest display, outline parent on hover, outline parent on hover, outline parent on hover equals null. Go fetch that. It should just type out the line for me. Come on, AI, don't make me do this. Don't make me type out all the characters. What are you doing? There we go. Okay. Then in set treasure, we're going to disable this. And then whenever we null this out, we're going to enable it again. And that'll hopefully work. I can at least be, what is that again there? Olokai. I've only heard of Urukai. Oh, interesting. Huh. Did not know that was a thing. Anyone else find it annoying when you have suggestions for autocomplete? You move the keyboard and select what you like, you press enter and it doesn't count? I'm not sure I've run into that situation exactly. I have run into this situation where AI is suggesting something and I'm on this line and I just mean to tab in this line, but it ends up taking the autocomplete thing. Did I run this? I don't even remember if I ran this. So you can hover over this, that works fine. Then you buy a treasure chest, and now you can't hover over it. Perfect. You buy one over here. Nice. Now we make them openable. And then hovering over this should work again. Yeah, nice. Nice. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Let's go check this in. So alter line over time is true and disable lines. Okay, so highlight the guild master correctly. The white outline is only used when you mouse over them now. All right, what is this? We have some other change to this one. I want to check this in. Slightly clarify purpose of debug function. All right, what next? So this is to allow you to purchase treasure chests. Yeah. Oh no, we also changed signpost. This removed some lines of code, right? Yeah, I removed 13 lines of code. Simplify signpost purchasing logic. The dialogue itself should prevent you from buying the thing corresponding to the sign if you don't have enough money. So I don't think we need extra protections. The extra protections that were there. Plus, I don't think I've ever seen the error text pop up about not having enough money. All right, that's just signpost, and then this too, I guess. Yeah. All right, so now we're just at treasure chest stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. Can we make it explode if you don't bring any keys? It should still open if you don't bring in any keys. You still get the loot. You purchased it. Oh yeah, break time. You're right. Thank you. I forgot about that. All right, so then let's just check in this one thing really fast. Allow purchasing treasure chest. The treasure spirits dialogue hasn't been updated to talk about this process yet. All right, I'm gonna go take a break. I'll be back in just a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. By the way, oh wait, no, we did have a bunch of people join. Okay, cool. All right, we'll close the game. All right, so where we left off is getting the treasure spirit to tell you how this works. What do they even say right now? Hi, I'll tell you how your treasure room works. You now have a chance. Oh, yeah, that's wrong. You now have a chance. All right, so let's get all of their dialogue together. So there's this one. Treasure room works. There's this one. Then what else? I still like this dialogue. And then that's it. Okay, so here's what they say. Hi, I'll tell you how your treasure room works. You now have a chance to find treasure chests by battling. Bring them here. I will ask them nicely to open themselves, but it takes me time to convince them. You can speed this up by offering them keys. Yeah, I think we're gonna need to explain how keys work too. I guess the keys themselves can tell you what they do, but this line definitely needs to change. Maybe something like you can purchase treasure chests by clicking one of the stands near me. You can. I will ask them nicely to open themselves. Them could refer to the stands by clicking. I don't know. I don't know what I want to write for this. At least the text got a little bit shorter. Purchase treasure chests. Purchase a treasure chest by clicking one of the stands near me. And maybe I will ask the treasure chest. Man, what do we have written here before? Now find treasure chests. Bring them here. Purchase treasure chests. I don't know how to make this sound good. Purchase treasure chest by clicking one of the stands near me. I'll ask them nice. Whatever. Let's just leave it like this for now. I don't want to think about this anymore. We'll probably, yeah. J angle, but I had to use U in angle, so I was really confused. So U will always jump straight up. J, the way that it works is when it's negative, will be to the left from center. So as a means of drawing this out, 0 is here, like negative 10 would be here, positive 10 would be here. So if you type J negative 10, you're jumping like a little bit to the left. J positive 10 is a little bit to the right. J0 is the exact same thing as typing a U. And if you only ever want to use positive numbers, then this is the same as typing L10. And if you only want to jump toward the right, R10 will do this. So yeah, a lot of people try doing something like J90. That's like jumping parallel to the floor, which does pretty much nothing. Okay, anyway, we modified the text now. I'm not super happy with this. Purchase a treasure chest by clicking one of the stands near me. Yeah, so modify treasure spirit dialogue. After purchasing a chest, randomize which item it'll have in it. Okay, so we got to design how we're going to do all this stuff, and I have this written here. And we're going to put that like that. So this is now finished. Purchasing chests is done. We can move this to the bottom of the list. Is that the right tabbing level? No. There. Okay. All right, consider whether red key should be a multiplier. So let's look over the design one more time. We have this written down. And this I think is going to be pretty fun to like think about and to code and do everything. So yellow keys are the default keys. They do nothing other than just subtract the amount of time that a chest has to open. So all keys give -1 minute to the chest opening, except skeleton keys, which immediately open the chest. So yellow is just, it's common. It is just -1 minute to the chest opening time. Nothing extra, I guess. Nothing extra. So red was plus X% drop chance. I think it should be like plus X drop multiplier. And then this should be like plus Y drop amount. And then green would be add another item type to drop. So a chest starts with one random item, 1x multiplier, and one amount. So if you did nothing or only used yellow keys, you would get one item, one random item. So let's say you put in 2 red keys, you'll have 3x multiplier and 1 amount. And then you put in 2 blue keys, you'd have 3x multiplier and 3 amount. So now it would be, you'd get 9 items from this if you put in no other keys. So we got to think of how this is going to work. Maybe, like, I think this system is fine. Yeah, I think the system is fine. The thing I think is going to be a little bit difficult here is how many items should you get when you first unlock the treasure room? Also, hang on, I gotta find a hoodie. Okay, hoodie found. How many items should you get when you first unlock the treasure room? So knowing that you'll probably have item stacking around now, probably get item stacking somewhere around here. So let's say you can have like 2 per stack. So how many of these do we want you to find at a time? Maybe like 8, 4 stacks out of this. 4 stacks per chest. Takes you a bunch to open them though. It should probably feel like you're getting more. But then toward the end of the game, we want you to get even more. I guess we'll just have to balance this at some point. Yeah, these numbers probably don't matter too much. So yeah, let's start with like maybe start with 10 items from a chest and we work our way up to like 50 at a time. That might be too much. But for this system to be fun, I guess we could always increase item stacking too. If you got 50 at a time, that'd be 16 stacks of items. Well, actually 17. 17 stacks of items. But I think it's good to have that much loot flowing through your town. Although you'll probably be opening up a lot of these chests too. Maybe you have like 4 chests that you're opening. And you'd be opening them like once a minute. All right, so how do we work with this? Let's try to figure out these numbers. So if you have a 10-minute opening time, then you can put 10 keys at most. Which if you put in 5 red and 5 blue, you'd get 36 items. Okay, so yeah, this is pretty reasonable. And then we just start the multipliers at like 3 and 3. No, but then you get like 64 of these. Maybe we set the chest opening time to 5 minutes so you can put in at most 5 keys. Oh, and you can get multiple. Oh man. All right, I didn't think about this. Green is essentially another multiplier. So maybe the drop multiplier shouldn't go up by by whole numbers. Maybe it should be fractions. Yeah, I don't know. The balancing this is going to be very difficult. And I'm trying to come up with some like napkin math sorts of balancing to just figure this out for right now. So starting numbers don't have to all be 1, but 1x multiplier, 1 quantity, 1, and 1 item type. So you would get just a single item out of this, which would be a total waste of your time to get 1 item. So maybe starting at 1 is a bad idea. And you're not even guaranteed to get any of the rare keys. These are a 20% drop chance at first, and you'll upgrade to get that rare drop chance to be higher and higher. And eventually it'll be 100%. So now you'll never get yellow keys. But while you're still finding yellow keys, you're not really improving these by a whole lot. So let's say the chest opening time is 10 minutes and you end up using 5 keys. That means you'll probably have 1 special key, which will give you a second item. A second item is not all that interesting, is it? But you would definitely feel like you're progressing more. I just think it would be a shame if your chest opened up and it was, oh, you got 1 item. You need 7 of them or something. All right, well, let's just code all this to be balanceable in the future. So yeah, red is going to be plus X multiplier. Blue is going to be Y quantity. And green is going to be plus Z, well, I guess just plus 1 item types. So you technically have 2 multipliers here. And you're limited by how many keys you can put in. So what's the most items you could possibly drop if we started at 1, 1, and 1? I guess you go up to, like if you did 5 red and 5 blue, would lead to 36 items. If you do 3 red, 3 blue, and 4 green, it would give you 4 times 5 times 3. So 60 items. And I don't even know what the skeleton key would do. Probably just bump everything up by like 1 or 2 or something. All right, so yeah, I like the idea of the system. I think that's fine. So how do we represent this? So each chest needs a drop multiplier, a drop quantity, and like a list of item IDs, items to drop. And you drop each of these according to drop multiplier and drop quantity. I think making these ranges eventually would probably be nice. So you're not getting, 18 of this item, 18 of this item, and 18 of this item, that maybe it's a little bit of a range. You get some variance there. But I think we could do that on top of this. I don't think it would be too bad. We need to change tooltips and everything too, though. But yeah, let's go with simplicity at first. So I think this is what each chest needs. So consider whether red key should be a multiplier, blue should be a flat increase. It would be more understandable than a percent chance. If you're in math, that ceiling on the numbers, going to those is pretty big. Yep. All right, let's write this in the design that we had. Is that even in here? I don't know. I think it's in Scratch here somewhere. And I think we have the rationale here, which I should have never had in this section. Oh, man. All right, these should go into the design section. New treasure conclusions. I need to update that whole list. Oh man, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna spend the time. Yeah, but I will put the rationale for this being a multiplier. So I like at least being somewhat organized. And that way we can write down why we did this. Where are the keys? There they are. Okay. Okay, rationale, system has some interesting choices. Also, Where did that go? Oh, yeah. By having red keys be multipliers and not a percent chance to drop, I think it's more understandable. We can show in the UI something like 5, like items to drop, 5 times 3. Both these be bold. And maybe even color them. Well, the colors, all right, whatever. All right, so great. We figured a bunch of stuff out. Now we need to code this stuff. So delete these things. After purchasing a chest, randomize which item will have in it. So every treasure chest that you're opening needs to be aware of what it's going to drop and how much of it it's going to drop. And we don't have any chances in here. Yeah, so treasure chest. I think I'll write this here. This represents a treasure chest that you're opening. It is not an item that can be dragged to a destination any longer. The rationale for making this its own class is so that item doesn't need to accommodate a bunch of treasure specific scenarios in UI. And item links to the right item, right? Yep, right item, right. Okay, so let's go code this stuff in. We have a drop multiplier, a drop quantity. And does this come up with its own tooltip? Oh, it doesn't have a tooltip at all, does it? What happens if I try to purchase this? No, it does. Wait for this treasure chest to open. Wait for this treasure. It's in the treasure room? Okay, I don't know about that. But yeah, let's throw some variables in here. So private float drop multiplier. And we start this as 1. In fact, let's put some constants here. Private const float starting drop multiplier equals 1. It's not going to say these need to be above the other ones. Huh. All right, so that's drop multiplier. Now drop quantity equals starting drop quantity. We will also set that to 1 for right now. And then number of item types. So this is going to be a list of item IDs. And we call it drop items. Or items to drop. Drop item types. Drop item types. I like that. Yeah, except for when it doesn't. Okay, now we import list. All right, so that stuff's done. After purchasing a chest, randomize which item it'll have in it. Yeah. So where do we initialize the treasure? I guess just right here. All right, so randomly pick an item type. In order to figure out which item types are even valid, we're only going to consider... Oh, what's that? Completions quota reached. What? Am I not on Copilot Pro? $20 per user per month. Okay, well, hold on a second. I know I sidetracked myself completely, but I'm paying some amount of money right now for GitHub Copilot. Is that not giving me completions in VS Code? Yeah, what is the point of this? See plans and pricing. Wait, I'm on Pro. It's not $20 a month. Unlimited code completion. What is going on? Am I not logged in? Hang on a second. Engage privacy mode. I want to take a look at something really fast. I want to see what happens when I click upgrade. Try Copilot Pro for 30 days free. What? Okay, hold on. Let me check my email. I'm nearly positive I'm being charged for this. GitHub payment receipt. GitHub Copilot Pro 12 days ago. Yeah, they took my money. Why is it saying try Pro for 30 days for free then? Wrong GitHub account. Oh, I never changed my GitHub account though. Yeah, maybe I'm signed in with the wrong one. Okay, that could be it. GitHub login, GitHub. I wonder how long this has been happening for and I just never realized. Is that why AI stopped suggesting things? This happened like just an hour ago, I think. But I don't know what got me into this state. How do I sign in with a different account? VS Code sign in with different GitHub account. Top right, there's an account button. Okay, engage privacy mode. Yeah, I see it. How long did it take to use that keyword? For English, not too long. Wait, I'm signed into 2 accounts right now. What? Why isn't it? Huh. As opposed to coding. Means you've been using it for a while? Yeah, but if you're signing in both, it may be a bug. Is it suggesting? Okay, hang on. Let me just reload this. Let's just see. Is this like, is it gonna suggest things and it's just saying that it's not going to? This might be a visual bug. I mean, it's not typing anything now. It's still not suggesting anything. Make or initialize drop item types. Yeah, it's not suggesting anything. It thinks I reached the quota. Okay, let's search for this really fast. VS Code, Copilot, completions reached, logged in on 2 accounts. Could try signing off. If I sign off with a non-pro account, I don't think I'll have access to this repo anymore. Oh, here it is. Copilot and VS Code with multiple accounts. Issue is now resolved. Given the limited time for thorough testing, we've opted not to enable it by default. This was in October though, so it must have been enabled by then. You have to turn it on first with GitHub experimental multiple accounts. Experimental multiple. Maybe it's been tested and merged and you don't need this anymore. Take a look off screen for this. Huh. People complained about this recently. How is this still an issue? I can't be the only one who has it both personally and at work. Preferred account was removed. I managed somehow to make it work, spending about 15 minutes to log in and log out using different combinations. It's not an elegant solution. This is so stupid. Copilot sign into chat. Maybe there's no sign in. I don't know what to do for this. So I'm paying money for nothing right now. This is so bad. Oh man, this is so bad. What do I do? Like I said, I think if I sign out of, okay, let's do that. Let me try this. Engage privacy mode. I'll sign out of my account that doesn't have it. So sign out. The account Adam learns has been used by Copilot Chat, Copilot, and GitHub. Sign out? Yeah, sure, I guess. All right, so now what? Now I reload and this stuff works again. It doesn't say anything about code completions being used up. But it's also not completing anything. Although it might just be taking time initializing things still. Think I'll have the repository local. Won't be able to push and pull. Yeah, and I probably won't be able to see the changes. Although no, that would still work. Yeah, I can just push and pull from the command line. Reauth the extension to your proper account. I'm still signed in on that account though. Grant access to GitHub for GitHub Copilot. Oh, I wonder if that's new. Okay, engage privacy mode again. Let me click that. Now I click this thing and it says allow, continue. Wait, I'm signed in as the wrong account. Oh, maybe that's it. Okay, hold on. I gotta use two-factor auth. I don't even know what I set up for two-factor auth for this. Is there a GitHub thing on here? Yes, there is. Two-factor auth failed. Do I have two GitHub accounts here? No. Oh, I do. Okay, that's my bad. Okay, requesting additional permissions, authorize. All right, this might just work, and maybe I just needed to log in again, I guess. Also, hi, Xyletics. Didn't say hi to you earlier. All right, so now what are we looking at? Is Copilot working? Yes, Copilot is now working again. Now I wonder if I can sign in with my other account. Because if I try pushing from here, it's going to fail. Sign in. How do you add another sign in thing? Okay, that I don't know how to do. Huh. How do you do that? Maybe if I try to push. Let's try that. Let's see what happens. Git stash. And now this should change into push. And now it's going to fail. It didn't fail? What? I don't understand how this is possible. Get remote -v is using Adam Learns. I'm not even signed in as Adam Learns anymore. I'm signed in as my old account. I guess because it's just doing things on the command line anyway, and the command line has the right credentials. All right, well, everything's fixed then. Great. Wow. Well. All right, where do we leave off? We're trying to code drop item type somewhere. Where even is that? Drop item. Oh, I stashed it. Whoops. This is why. Okay, what's going on right now? Git stash pop. This is why this is so detrimental to productivity. All right. So what we want to do is we want to randomly pick an item of the adventurers that you already have. So we can get all of the adventurers. Town.get adventurers. As returns an IEnumerable. And now the valid possible types. So we can make a hash set of item IDs. Valid item IDs. And we need to check which ones are already in there. So I'm going to just make this a private function. Private void add random adventurer item type. thing, add random adventure item type. Put this in here. So valid IDs are this. Then we go through each adventurer in that. Town is underscore like that. Then what we're eventually going to do is we're going to take any random thing from here. There's no sample. I guess we could just make this a list. So valid item IDs dot sample 1 0. And if there are no valid item IDs, then just return. Okay. So now the valid ones, we need to convert into an item ID. So we need to get adventure data, which means we need to get which adventurer classes you have. Do I have a way to do that? Get adventurer by class. No, this is dumb. Okay, so I need to do adventure component AC equals ECS.get. And then valid. Oh, you need to. Okay, so this has to be something that's not already in your drop item types. If drop item types contains. Okay, so this is where making it a hash set would actually help us here. So if this doesn't contain the adventure class from this, then we add it, which means we can, yeah, valid. And then here we just do toList first. All right, now we just need link for that, right? Okay, sorry. Let me go back to what Sternblade was talking about. I just got my first mechanical after not caring about the keyboard I used, and now I'm like, what was I doing? Yeah, changing that I think is pretty important. Let me go back to what I was saying though. So just typing in English, it took probably less than a week to get used to it, assuming you're on the same layout that you were on originally. So I was on QWERTY before, and then I switched to QWERTY on this keyboard. So that was pretty fast. Coding was probably in the order of like 1 to 2 months maybe. And it was like really bad at first. And then at some point I switched to Colmac, and that took about a year, I would say. I've got a video I did on it there. Hey, Ravier. So all in all, learning a keyboard like this is not super easy unless you're really just typing, you know, emails and stuff. Then it's pretty much fine. But yeah, if you're writing code, there's a lot that you've embedded in your muscle memory that you don't realize you've embedded in your muscle memory. And as a simple example, think of if you wanted to type just these 2 characters right now. Like, what do you do on your current keyboard for that? And, you know, most people are probably gonna be on like one of 2 or 3 layouts right now. So it's probably gonna be like you roll a couple of fingers because these keys are probably next to each other. Maybe you hold shift and do that. But like, you have that in your head. You probably, if you coded something, you know how to type these 2 characters very quickly. If you ever see someone who doesn't code type like a pipe character on their keyboard, they're like, where's that? Where's the, oh, it's on the backslash key? So yeah, now imagine that you switch your layout completely, and now how do you do that? And then what happens when you type a semicolon after, or numbers in between, or a comma in between those numbers or something? It's like, that just throws off all your muscle memory. So it's not impossible. Obviously, it just takes some time. Okay, so what we do is we get all the valid items, which are items that, is this not here either? Oh, this should say get component. And then AC.adventure class, is this just class? Did I type this wrong? Oh, we need to get the item that corresponds to the class. Adventure data, adventure data. This is just all adventure data. Get. Did the AI completions get worse? Oh man. All right, and then we get the item that you need, item ID. Oh man, yeah, I think it has gotten worse. I wonder how that happened. Was it training it and saving data in my other account or something? Or is it just that I don't have the other buffers open? Okay, so we go through all the adventures, we figure out which item they need, and if we don't already have it in the treasure chest, we can add it to the valid items. Then, if there are any valid items, then we just sample one of them. Cannot implicitly convert from item ID to a list of IDs. Drop item types dot add. sample. So like, I guess we should just say item ID new item ID is that, and then get rid of that. Okay, now the AI seems like it's working fine now. If you have a legacy PHP API and you're starting fresh with the .NET port of it, which wouldn't launch or be ready for 4+ months anyway, would you start with .NET 10 while it's in pre-release so it's ready for 10 LTS? I think you've got to do a risk assessment based on like, what could go wrong here. What do you sort of expect to happen? I also know the history of using pre-release versions of .NET specifically. So yeah, you are placing your faith in an entire runtime that is marked pre-release. If it's for some business critical thing, it's probably not a good idea to do that. It's not to say that there won't be bugs in the LTS version either, but they would have tested it a little bit more, presumably. So yeah, if this is for a personal project, yeah, by all means go with pre-release. If it's for a, well, yeah, if it's for any sort of business that matters, I'd say probably stick to the stuff that's already supported. Okay, so we have this. We now get all of our starting values. So after purchasing a chest, randomize the item in it. The tooltip needs to show this stuff now. So let's go change that. The treasure room says wait for this treasure chest to become openable. You can speed this up by using keys. I think the treasure chest itself should just be able to produce a tooltip. And then we can just set this based on what treasure chest is in there. Click to open this chest. Yeah. What is this? Is this ever used outside and not in that one spot? It's only used in that one spot. Yeah, sure thing, Ricker. All right, what do I want to do? I think I want this to have its own tooltip code. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. Then let's take all of this out of here and just say tooltip.setText hovered chest.tooltipText. And then delete all of this. And then go code this thing. Public string tooltip text. Get. You have to do that? Can you just do this? What if you type return hi here? Is this valid code? Property of index or no? Okay, I didn't think so. And I know how we can write this. I just wanted to see if we could shorthand it at all. Return text. Okay, so this is valid. This is just is openable. This now doesn't need to be public. We can make this private, but it's kind of weird to even have that there. I'll just keep it public. It's totally fine. If we ever needed something to access this from outside, it'd be fine. So it says treasure chest. We have that in the title. Then I would say click to open. So we need to figure out what loot is inside. And the format of this is actually going to be a little bit difficult. So let's maybe go make a new thing over here. And we'll say, we'll do exactly what we have here. So font size is 20. And we'll say treasure chest. And then we need to figure out, yeah, we need to write some stuff in there. And then say, note, you can bring keys to this. What I write in the other thing? You can speed this process up by bringing keys to the chest. You can speed up the opening process by bringing keys to the chest. Maybe just using keys. I think it's pretty obvious how you use the keys. Yeah. Okay, so now the tester only needs to change. So this is the part that I said is going to be a little bit difficult because what we got to render here is something like items inside maybe we list them out. So like Holy Scepter, you'd probably want to see graphics. I don't know if we can do that right now. But anyway, Holy Scepter and let's say like Fire Rod. And then we say quantity is something like 4 times 3. Well, that doesn't look good. Is this just not using the right font? It should already have the right font selected. If I just change the theme here, do we have a theme that uses the right font? Nope. We don't. I use bold text somewhere. I use it in tooltips. Yeah, that works. Does that change the font? I think it just set what the font is. Yeah, let's just change the color for now. Default color. There. I just want to mock this up. All right, items inside, Holy Scepter, Fire Rod, quantity 4 times 3. Like, maybe we say something like, man, I want to keep this simple. I need to somehow render that you have a multiplier, like drop multiplier 4, quantity 3, total 12, something like that. Or maybe we render all this inline and we say something like this. Bold 4. And then put a little tag next to it. Font size equals 10. Drop multiplier. No, maybe. Okay. I know I'm really belaboring this, but I think this one will be good here that we have. So we just put like drop multiplier 4 times drop quantity 3 quantity, and then we write 12 in bold and put all that in parentheses. And put an X here instead. Okay, that's slightly better. And then we could even put this in. Don't we compute this when we have shiny loot? Where do we do that? Okay, now we grant some items. This is what this looks like now. Okay, yeah, I like this. Let's just copy this format. Oh, man. So yeah, we'll say quantity 12. And then in parentheses and in a different color, we say 6 from multiplier and times 4 from quantity or something like that. And the font size doesn't change, does it? No, font size is the same. The numbers are still bold. Oh, in fact, the parenthesis is bold, isn't it? Is it? I can't actually tell. Let's put this next to the other one. Is one of these bold and the other one isn't? No, they're both the same. Okay, never mind. We could also just search for from shiny loot. Explanation text. Bold each. Yeah, no, I don't think it's a problem. Okay. They're all buying these items. Let's just pause this. All right, so copying this, I'll put this on my other monitor. Hello, Ganzar. Probably an optical illusion from the gradient in the background image. I don't think there is a gradient on the background image. Or if there is, it's from top to bottom, right? So it'd be the same on both sides. I think it's just because this is next to bold text. So it looks bold. And then this is not next to bold text. So it doesn't look bold. Man, it's definitely tricky. Can I just command B enough to get to it or whatever? No, I can't. These are the same like darkness, right? Whatever. I don't care. We're not gonna look into this. All right, but this is the style that we want. So the first result is in bold. And then in parentheses, we put color equals just some other color. I'll say gray here because we're on a gray background. But in the real game, it's going to be a different color. And then we say the same sort of thing that we have here. Some amount base. So 4 drop multiplier X 3 drop quantity. All right, how's that look? I think I like that. It's only not clear now. Does the quantity apply to both items? And it applies to each one separately. So you got 12 scepters and 12 fire rods out of this. We could write 12x and 12x here. How do we do this in quests? Just 12 and then the number. So we don't put an x. So we just write 12, 12. Okay. I think this is a good starting point. Does anyone have any input before I start coding this? Because if we can fix this when it's literally just text, it's going to be easier to look at than if I try to fix this in the game once it's code. So treasure chest as a title, I think is fine. It lets you know what you're hovering over. Items inside, you somehow need to know which kinds of items you'll get. I'd like for these to be pictures, but as I mentioned, it's going to be hard to get pictures in here because text needs to be filtered with a linear filter and pictures need to be filtered with a nearest filter. And we finally have a way to do this somehow, and I forgot how, and I think I wrote it down somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so I don't think putting a picture inside is going to be easy. It's possible. It's just it won't look good. Although, don't we do this in here? We do. How do we do that? How do we do that? Rewards there. There's a container specifically for that. And then I believe there is a rewards container that we make. A new VBox container. Then we add in all of these. Reward row is a map tooltip item reward. What is this? It's got a texture rect and a label. Ah, and the texture rectangle has its own texture filter set. And in this case, it works out well. Okay, well, we probably want these to be pictures at some point, and I'll write that down and clean up. In the treasure chest tooltips, show icons like we do for battle map rewards. And then where is that code? Set up rewards container. Oh, great. Now I can't see this because I'm logged in this wrong account. La di da di da. Give me a sec. Gotta go through all my two-factor auth things again. Confirm digits. Done. Okay. So I just want to put a link to this in my notes from here down to here. Yeah. We'll get the canonical link there. Put in a reference thing. Okay. Let's go back a step. So yeah, this is what we're gonna code. I think this is fine. So we want to form this like how we form item tooltips. I think that comes from item data. Yeah, there's a tooltip here, and we have the name of the item at the top. Where is that? Title, here it is. Font size 20. Cool. Now let's put the same thing in. Tooltip text. Okay, so this is what we want to form here. And we already have this treasure chest. This is the title that goes in there. items inside. Oh, actually, why is this even done? Shouldn't we do all or like item data dot get? Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so now we put a couple of new lines. Is that what we do for items as well? No, we don't. We put one new line. All right, so the body text is going to be items inside. String items inside. String quantity text. Okay, so we put items inside /n quantity text /n/n. Well, the last bit about opening up key tip, that's only going to be needed if it existed. So we can set this to string.empty. All right, so let's start with the easiest one, which is key tip. If it's openable, we don't need one. If it's not openable, we do need one. So we say this, UI constants dot tooltip. Delete the italics. I don't know why I added those. You can speed up the opening process using keys. Great, cool. So that one's done. Next up is items inside. Let's do that one. So this is going to be needed no matter what. And we need to go through all of the items that are in the chest and figure out the quantity. So let's first figure out the quantity. The quantity is simply these two things. We can't just say int though. We need to figure out, should this be floored or ceilinged? Because maybe your multiplier can be a fraction. So if you have 1.5 times one item, yeah, it should be ceiling. Let's be nice to the player. Cannot convert double to int. There. Also, isn't there math f.ceiling? That's what I really want. Okay, so that's the quantity that you get out of this. Now we can figure out the item inside label. Items inside equals items inside. And then we do string.join, drop item types, select the display name plus the quantity. Quantity, space, and then this. Okay, and then the last thing we need is the quantity text. Oh, did this just work? Wow, that's amazing. Fantastic. And then I guess the tip at the bottom doesn't need to be a key tip. It could just be like how to progress tip. And here, if it's openable, we could say that it is click. Okay, hold on, I deleted too much. Click to open this treasure chest. There. Okay, cool. Let's go check it out. And these don't need to be defined like this. This could be like that. This could be like that. All right. When we create a treasure chest, it's going to randomly get one item. It's going to have one multiplier. And it's going to have one quantity. So we're going to see very little in this UI, and there's no changing any of that yet. And, ooh, that's gray. I don't want gray. And then we messed up the new lines, but otherwise this looks pretty good. How did I mess up the new lines? Let me take a picture of that. After quantity, there needs to be a new line. Oh, I need to put it into this. Yeah, now this exists no matter what, so we can just put those there. And then instead of gray, we want this to be the same color that we used in this, which is probably that saddle brown. From shiny loot. What color is that? Color. Who's got the color? Where's the color? Color. Tooltip, help, bonus explanation. That's what that is, right? Yeah, that's what that is. Okay. So we'll put that in there. So instead of gray, we do this. Okay, how's that look? Is that like a chest spawning at random times in a random location and you have to loot keys for it? I guess there's some special storage for keys or just a counter like sludge. So let me explain the whole system. because I think it's going to be pretty important. So you will purchase a treasure chest. So this costs 150. That might be the cost forever. I don't know. But yeah, you'll purchase a treasure chest and it'll start with a timer. And right now the timer is pretty low, but it's actually going to be like 5 or 10 minutes. If you were to just wait, this will eventually become openable and you'll just click it and it'll open. If you don't want to wait, you can use the key grinder here, or the weapon grinder. So the way this works is you drag a couple of weapons in, and just like the extractor, it's got some internal value and it just spat out a key. So now you can bring this key over to the chest and it drastically lowered the time to open it. So you're not expected to wait 10 minutes to open a chest. You're expected to use keys. And that yellow key is purely just subtract time. But we're going to have like the red key is going to be +1 multiplier. The blue key is going to be like +1 quantity. The green key is going to be +1 item type. And the skeleton key is going to be a little of everything. And yeah, so like imagine +$2 or something like that. So then you finally open the chest and it's going to pop open with a bunch of items. Right now they spawn out of the portal. But the items it gives you are going to be items that are used for powering up your adventurers, which you then bring to your guild. And now our golem hit level 2. So now we got +1 power and +10 life. So this is a way of granting permanent stat boosts to specific adventurers. And there are going to be a bunch of perks around this. Do we have some kind of rarity for chests? No. All the chests are going to be the same. You just purchase a chest. Hey, Cloud Tech Ninja. There's going to be a rarity for the keys, though. Can you use those fancy keys even when it's already openable? No. So that's the other thing, right? If it's 10 minutes to open a chest, what that means is that you can use 10 keys at most on it. If you could still use keys on it afterward, you'd be able to get your multiplier up to like 97 times, 45 items, and you get 4,000 items out of this thing. That'd be pretty crazy. How's it going? It's going well. Yeah. So this system took a long time to design. It might sound like, oh yeah, this all makes sense. But it was originally like you would find chests from battle. There would be rarities. But then the problem is, what are you getting out of the chests? Like, are you getting items that are selling for something? That was the original design. The problem with that is we don't need more money at this point in the game. We needed a money sink. So for you to spend money on chests is one part of the money sink. And then the other part of the money sink is rather than selling your weapons, you're turning them into keys. And your workers can do all this stuff for you, by the way. So if I just turn this switch on, your workers will automatically come over here and grind these up, and then they'll automatically bring keys. Why are they not automatically bringing keys? Oh, there they go. Yeah, so they'll automatically bring keys to your chest and just throw them in. And then, yeah, you need to open them manually, but there will be a perk to automatically open them. Somewhat scaling it as the game progresses. So that's where the perks will come in. The perks will let you change the rarity drops of the keys, or like something like that. So imagine at first you get a red key, 5% of the time. And imagine at the end, you get it, 30% of the time. So just by virtue of getting more of these special keys, your multipliers will start going up. And then we increase the potency of the keys and everything. And you'll be finding more weapons to get more keys too. So yeah, we can figure out how all that feels and how it looks. So anyway, let's look at our tooltip, because that was what we were trying to do here. So this says treasure chest, items inside, 1 paladin's guardian shield, quantity 1 drop multiplier times 1 quantity. Click to open this chest. And then this one says items inside, 1 witch doctor's summoning totem, quantity 1. Maybe saying the quantity twice is kind of silly. I want to make it clear that the quantity applies to both items. But then what we could change this to is something like, this is too verbose, but like how quantity was computed, and then just delete all of this. Or put color equals gray here. Yeah, so how do we make that clear, I guess? Maybe we could re-roll the contents. You'll be able to choose with a perk. So I cut out all my explanation of perks, but yeah, I think pretty much everything you're talking about is something that's going to happen via a perk pretty much. So the way this will eventually work is right now, when you start opening a chest, it's got a random item in it. But imagine if when you clicked to purchase, it showed you a dialogue that lets you pick which adventurer you want to have pre-populate the chest, basically. So like if you only want to pop up your rogue, you'd pick the rogue first. And then any keys you put in afterward might randomize it, but you're guaranteed the rogue items that you want. Quantity calculation. Even then, I want some like friendlier way of showing this. That's definitely shorter, but it still sounds kind of technical. Quantity explanation, I guess, or quantity breakdown. I don't know. Maybe quantity info? Yeah, that could potentially work. Is that better than what we had? 12 holy scepter, 12 fire rod, quantity info, 4 drop multiplier times 3 quantity. I don't know. I don't know what's better. Let's take a picture of what we have. So this is what we have. And we could put the whole thing like this. I'll try it. I know it seems like I'm belaboring this, but this is one of those things that if you glance at and you just immediately understand what it's communicating to you, it's just so much better. So now it says quantity info, 1 drop multiplier times 1 drop quantity. I think I liked the first one better. Let's put this in here. Canvas size, just make this gigantic. And then put this one off to the side. The other thing this could say, it could just say items inside and list the items, and then it could say quantity of each. The of each is only needed if you even have multiple items in the first place. Yeah, I think I like that better. Let's try that. So we change this back to what it was. Say quantity. Delete this from here. And then quantity label equals how many items are inside. Drop item types. Drop item types dot count is greater than 1. Then say quantity of each. Otherwise, just quantity. All right, that might make it clearer. Items inside, archer's quiver, quantity 1. Okay, yeah, I think that's a little better. Let's take a picture of that. Now, there's no way that we can force there to be 2 items inside, so I got to just hack it in for right now. So let's go hack that in. Add random adventure types. Now we have 2 of them, so now I should just say of each. Wait, why didn't that work? What? Let's put a breakpoint there and find out why that didn't work. So the first time this gets called, I don't care about because now it contains an item. So if we look at drop item types, it's going to be something. We don't care what. It's enchanted rock shard. But when we call this the second time, it's going to go... oh, we only have 1 adventure. Oh. Oh. I didn't think about that. If you bring a green key and you already have the maximum number of items, it won't do anything. Well, it'll still subtract 1 minute. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. Showing generic info, then on alt press, you want to extend the info. I think for like strategically deep games, I think that can be okay because you generally understand that like there's a way to get that info. But I don't think this is too much info to put in there. And it's something you'll see changing as you put in keys. Have you thought about having a character, maybe the rogue when not in combat, lock picking the chest? Arbitrary timers in games always bother me. We have the lore reason of like this character that's there, they look like a human right now, but eventually they're going to be a sentient treasure chest, and they're the ones convincing these chests to open. They have text saying as much about that, but yeah, they just look like a human right now. But imagine they look like a treasure chest. It wouldn't really drastically change things. Also, the arbitrary timer things, I think in a lot of games, the arbitrary timers are meant to feel like friction points that then you want to spend money or something on. But in this game, it is meant, it's like a mechanic. We want you to spend keys on this stuff, not spend money. And how you spend those keys matters. So it's like a strategic point. What we could do is we could just not represent this as time. But I like this idea too, and the game is semi-idle, so I think this is important. Different classes doing different things around town could be interesting if we had enough different things. So like imagine if your mage is in town that they're giving more mana to the mana crystal here. If your rogue is in town, they're unlocking chests. If your warrior's in town, they're just going for a swim because they suck. Yeah, I don't know what all the roles would be, but I don't think we have enough of them yet where we could make it interesting. Sometimes you don't need enough of them. Diablo 2 did some kind of interesting things with the characters where it was like druids always have, well, like fast attack speed with mauls or something like that. Assassins don't need keys at all. I don't even think there were many of these. There were like, yeah, maybe like paladins had fast attack speed with maces. I don't fully remember all of them, but there were only like a few. I don't even think they did them for all the characters. Okay, so that's why we're only getting one of these. So what we need to do is this. We need to grant all the adventurers and then click this stuff, speed this up, and click this. And now we see quantity of each one. Perfect. Okay, I like that. All right, that looks pretty good. So what have we done? Need to design how we want to represent this stuff. I think we need 3 properties. Yep. We did this. And these examples are pointless now. Change the tooltips. Could maybe show a flow container of item sprites contained within. Yes, but I didn't want to do that yet. Where did I write that down? Change the extractor. Show icons like we do for battle afterwards. Yeah. Okay, so delete this. Save and load this stuff properly. Yeah, this should be pretty easy to do. Treasure save data. Current time, initial time. Yeah, now we just need to save 3 different things. Public. Let's just copy paste them. Make field read only. Sure. Okay, copy paste all this stuff into here. Oh, nice. It already knows. My goodness, it already knows. Fantastic. All right, this I think needs to be passed in, but I never remember this. So let's just copy the file path. Oops, did I not do that? Copy path of active file, and then CD into there and search for list. Yes. No? You can just assign it? Why does farm save data take this in? Fill up a conversation / trust bar. It'd work the same, but might have less negative emotions. I think it'd be kind of similar. Is that Kit? Kit, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, I think it all depends on how we render this stuff. How'd the stream go today? Hello, everybody. Hello. I finally have chat showing on screen, so now we can always see this in the VOD afterward. Just wait a moment. Yeah, I started watching the new video kit on shady lawyers and scams around that, but I haven't finished it. For people coming in here, I've been working on a game called Skeleseller for the last like 16 months. And I'll give you a quick overview of the game. So it is a very casual game. There's not a ton of in-depth strategy. You make parties of adventurers and send them into battle. They just fight automatically for you. So once they make it to a location, they'll fight. They have a bunch of sort of rules that they follow. They have abilities that they use. And when you win one of these battles, you get items. So we just got a potion here. And then you can bring it to your shop and sell it. So like this customer wants to buy that potion. They're going to come over here. And because they want this specific item, they're going to tip. Wow, look at that. It tipped 11 times the cost of the item. What we're working on lately has been the treasure system. And this is taking quite a long time to do this. But the way this is going to work is you will click one of these displays and you'll buy a treasure chest. And then a certain amount of time shows. Don't worry, there are no microtransactions. This is not some mobile trash thing I'm doing. And then you will take any weapons you found and you'll grind them up into this grinder over here. So I'll make a bunch of workers and you can just see this in action. So they're bringing some weapons over here. And this is the weapon grinder. When they bring these here, they'll turn into some keys for us. And then we can drag these keys onto the chest to open it faster. And then once it's openable, it tells you what items are inside. The different keys you use are going to change the items that you might get out of it. So there's some amount of like strategy even to just opening treasure chests. Then once you get the items out of here, they pop out of the portal for now. But once you get the items out of here, your workers will bring them to the guild and they'll be used to improve the power of your adventurers. So yeah, let me see if Kit actually dropped in. I don't see a message from Kit, but yeah, Kit, thank you for the raid. I hope your stream is good. I like your keyboard. It looks interesting. Yeah, this is a corn keyboard. They move fast. The workers and stuff, yeah, they move somewhat fast. And actually, this isn't even the fastest they can go. You can get a lot of perks in the game. And there are 5 upgrades for movement speed. And then there's a spell that you can use that makes them move even faster. So they just kind of dart all over the place. So if I put a bunch of items in and build some more shops here, you see them running all over. He was answering a call when we shifted over. Like a real call or a scam call? Have you always used Godot for game dev? No, not always. I've tried a bunch of different things over the years. The last major game I made was in some like cobbled together technologies. Scam call, okay. Huh. Why didn't he stream that then? This game has come a long way. Yeah. So anyway, if you're interested in playing this game, it is available as a demo on Steam, and the demo is very generous. So there's like 2 hours of gameplay in the demo. It does not have the treasure system that I just showed off. This isn't even done yet. So it doesn't have this, but it has pretty much everything else. And it's missing 3 of the new adventurers that I coded. So we added in the golem, this mushroom character, and the spirit caller. And they're all classes with like a bunch of other abilities that they have. So this is a lot of effort. I want to save this for the launch version of the game. Is there a supply and demand? Like as you sell specific things, their values go down and vice versa? No. So one of the core design philosophies of this game is just to aim for fun and casual gameplay. So if there were demand, then you'd feel like you constantly need to monitor and like move around your battle parties. So you can already form multiple battle parties if you want. Like I can send a party here and maybe put this over at the side of the screen and send another party over here and move this up here at the top. So if you were like, oh man, they don't want these potions and cloaks I'm getting from battle, you'd have to constantly move them around. I don't think it would make the game more fun to do that. Like people have suggested, oh, what if you could set item prices? And Moonlighter had that mechanic. And in Moonlighter, it was basically just like binary search your way through to find the best price and then hopefully memorize it or something. I just don't think it was fun. I did not do the art myself, no. I've got a credits command there which says all the people who've helped on the game. Part of why we love him. Yeah. Can I ask you a question? I just really don't know. You as a streamer, are you able to remove anyone who's watching your stream without any notes? Yeah, you are. I can show you what this looks like. If I click your name, I can go down to ban, and I don't need to say anything about it. Or I could time you out or something like that. You can add notes. I can click somewhere in your mod comments. I can add a comment if I want to. But most of the time, I wouldn't necessarily do that unless it was a questionable ban. Could just be that you have decent storage and just decide what to sell on what day. It could be, but since a lot of the game is automated, like you can see my workers just walking around over here, I don't think it would be fun. That's the the final conclusion on that. By the way, a lot of this is like, let's say you made this game twice. You made version 1 where you did have supply and demand and version 2 without. I think you'd have fans of both games. So it's just my design philosophy that's leading me toward things like not having equipment or not having item price setting. I'm not gonna ban them for asking. Yeah, so anyway, this is what we were working on. For the rest of today, we're going to be still just working on the treasure system. We just got this tooltip working. I was trying out a bunch of different ways of representing the data. And what we settled on was this one at the end here. So we only show the quantity once, and we show it here, and we show you how we got that quantity. And what I'd love to get done by the end of today, which maybe won't happen, is to get some of these different keys in the game and have them actually be functional. I also, for whatever reason, have a picture of my cat. She just like fell asleep face down. That was very cute. It could be a game mode setting. It could be. I think anytime you add a setting like this in any game, you always need to think about how are you changing the player base. And let's say 90% of the people play with it on or play with it off, one or the other. Then why even accommodate the last 10%? And one of the things you have to think about whenever you're coming up with any game design is just the economics of all of this. Like, we come up with, let's say, 5 systems. You could code them all, but how long will that take you? How will you market the game? How will you make it known to players? You now need to educate players on those things. You need to test for all the scenarios where, like, you have systems A and C activated, but not D, and now you get an item and it turns out it breaks the system that you have. So it's just better to keep things simple where possible. What's her name? It's Abby. Must get in the source code. If it's removed, the game doesn't start. I don't know if links are allowed. Yeah, you can share a link if you want. Could you link the video of Kit being locked trying to work on your keyboard? Yeah, I'll share this. Let me go find it really fast. I trapped Kit Boga in my room. It makes it sound so much worse than it really was. But if anyone's curious about this video, feel free to watch it. It was just, I suggested an idea to him. I'm like, hey, what if you tried using my keyboard? And what if you couldn't leave the room until you got to at least 5 words per minute? Abby's so adorable. Oh, I love that cat. She's the best. Trying to make a game for everyone is usually counterproductive. Better to make it best for your target. Yeah, and the other thing too is, like I said, you can make almost any game have some audience. How do you maximize that audience? And also, what are you aiming for in the end? I sort of joke about this. I say any game would be better as Minecraft. So, like, imagine you've got Mario Kart and you're like, oh, but what if you could build? What if you could place blocks? What if you could craft items? It's like you would eventually turn it into Minecraft. Minecraft is obviously wildly successful. So, like, wouldn't Mario Kart be better as Minecraft? It's tongue-in-cheek, but it sort of illustrates the point of, like, if you steer things enough in a different direction, it just becomes a different game. I know changing one system isn't enough to do that on its own. Minecart. Hey, it could work. All right, so here I think we can just get rid of this and just set this and make this read-only. I guess we need to make it an I-read-only list. And then it doesn't need to be read-only. Semicolon after this is needed. Yep. Yeah, I wasn't trying to fight me on this. Must contain a non-null value when exiting the constructor. So how did I do this in the other side of things that we had? Yeah, I just said equal to null. But then there was no constructor for this, right? Nope, we just said it. Street Fighter would be better if there's some sort of crafting mechanic. Have you ever played Flying Dragon on N64? This game was nuts. It was like an RPG / fighting game. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. I guess Smash sort of kind of got close with the custom moves or something. But yeah, you could like equip items and there were boss battles and you needed certain items equipped. And I don't even fully remember how it worked. Okay, so now we got to go populate this stuff. Play all the NES and SNES ones too. Are you talking about Dragon Quest? Because I think Flying Dragon was only on N64, right? But then again, I don't really remember. I played the N64 one. I like that. All right, so this should just be drop item types. Lambda expression can be removed. Yep, this looks good. All right, so now when you load, we need to load these 3 things. Dragon Scroll? I don't think I've ever heard of that game. Is this? Oh, this isn't a fighting game though. Is it made by the same company that made Flying Dragon? Flying Dragon Disambiguation video game series. It does say series. Oh, I think that's a different Flying Dragon altogether. Yeah, although they say series, which one's in the... I guess it was just these two games. All right, yeah. How long did it take to get used to? Was the passion project that you stuck to? So everyone had their like weird COVID hobby. Mine was keyboards, and it like kind of stopped with this because I really, really liked it. For English, it didn't take very long to get used to. It's maybe like a matter of a small number of days. But for coding, it took probably like 1 to 2 months. So if you have a QWERTY keyboard and you put the keys in almost any fashion, you'll learn it pretty quickly. I mean, even imagine like going from a keyboard to a phone for the first time. You're typing on a QWERTY keyboard with your thumbs. You still know where all the letters are and everything. So it's not that bad. Yeah, sure, you'll probably never be as fast as you'll be with all 10 fingers. But like the learning it isn't the problem. It's pretty much the same thing with this. But then, yeah, as soon as you do anything different, like you start wanting to type a parenthesis or a number or use the arrow keys or something like that, then, yeah, things get a little bit harder. Heard this phrase spaghetti code a lot from everywhere. What is it and how does it happen? So I don't think spaghetti code has a like specific definition. It's generally just bad code, and it starts looking like spaghetti because this thing is hooked into here and this thing's hooked into here and this thing's hooked into here, and it shouldn't necessarily be. So if you haven't heard coding before, I guess imagine it like this. Imagine that you have any sort of responsibilities in real life. Like you go to a bank and they handle your money, and you go to the post office and they handle your mail, and you go to whatever, a restaurant, and they give you food. Now imagine that the post office, for some reason, needs to access the restaurant and be like, well, is there food on the table? If so, we can send mail. And then the bank is checking the post office to see if they can do things. It's like all of these things are just melded into each other such that extracting anything out becomes like pulling out a single strand of spaghetti. That's kind of how I describe it. And generally just people mean it in an insulting way of like, this code is garbage. Does this game use Godot? It does, yeah. Yeah, I don't tend to open Godot a lot. Like here I was mocking up a label, but in general I do a lot of things through code. Game you said you can download on Steam? Yep, exactly. You can download it here if you want to. How do you make complex code? So I know it sounds like a joke, but carefully and like well designed. So in the case of a post office, it's like they shouldn't need to know about a restaurant. So what you would do is you do what's called encapsulation. You'd make sure that the post office knows about everything that is related to a post office. It can accept letters, it can send letters, it can probably handle some pricing and stuff, whatever a post office does. And in the context of a game, it's like, okay, we have a treasure chest here. Imagine if this needed to pull into some other system. Or actually, I'll give you a good example. I'll actually tell you about a design pattern called the listener or observer pattern. And this is pretty easy to understand on face value, at least. So generally, you have an event in a game. And maybe it's something like, I just defeated an enemy. So now think about how achievements work in games. Achievements might be something like defeat 50 enemies, or maybe defeat 50 boars or something specific. It's like when you probably have some battle system. When you win it, do you want to call into your achievement system and tell it like, oh yeah, I just beat an enemy? You probably don't want to know that an achievement system even exists. So instead, what your battle system would do is it would just say something like, I defeated an enemy. Anyone who cares can listen for this and do something about it. So this system is not aware of anything else in the code, but other things are aware of it and they can then listen to it. So it's kind of like what happens in this game. When you win a battle, we just say, oh, yep, a battle was won. And then maybe we need to return adventurers to town. Maybe we need to increment a counter somewhere or give you an achievement or something. How do you prevent that from happening? So yeah, it's kind of like what Alyssa Alive is asking here. Like, how do you make complex code? In general, there's a craft to it. It's not just like open one file, write 40,000 lines of code and you have a game. It's like how you organize files on your machine, right? If I said, how do you figure out where a downloaded file should go? You have some organization system for it. And maybe if it's a picture, you put it in your pictures folder. And if it's a document, you put it in your documents folder. For code, it's it's that's a very simplified analogy, but it's something similar in that if I say something like, okay, I want a crafting system in my game, I would need to think, how does this fit with what we have and what new stuff do we need to add in order for it to work? So we already have the concept of items. So we're probably going to use those items in the game for crafting as well. And how I do that might differ based on the needs of this system. So it's some amount of game design then married to your code design that you do. Would you recommend someone in high school learn coding for a career? Not sure how AI will impact a career. So I think this is very speculative. Like AI could totally warp the industry and make it harder for you to find a job when you finally get out of college. It could make it even easier for you to find a job. It could do anything in between. And asking me to speculate about what will happen is it's probably not an answer you should even trust if I even had insight. So I will say this, at least currently, I think AI and hiring are very intertwined. I've heard about people posting a job listing and getting thousands of applicants. You can't look through thousands of applicants. So now you start using AI to look through them, or you only sample some of them. Like you can't fairly judge 10,000 people for a job. And that's like one listing. How many companies are getting flooded with applications? And now how many candidates need to flood out their applications to be able to even hear back from a company? And in general, what a lot of people are talking about is what's happening to junior roles. So imagine you just get out of school and you're like, okay, I'm going to go find my first job. If AI can mostly accomplish that role, they're probably hiring fewer junior developers. So now where do you find a job? And yeah, that just is a question. And I've talked to a small sample size of people, so it's hard for me to say that this is definitely a problem. But in some of the people I've talked to, they've been like, yeah, it was just really hard to find a job. And even some of the more senior people that I know that got laid off recently, they are just finding jobs after sometimes a year or, many months. And I don't know what it would have been for them a year or two ago or 5 years ago, but yeah, it's not instantaneous. Hey, Rixa. Learn to code if you want to be able to make something on your own or understand how an application or script is made. It can only help you. You have to drive to do it yourself. Yeah, I'll say this. I think my general opinion, and obviously don't hold me to this. Don't go get your degree and be like, Adam said this would work. I think my general opinion is there will be some space for software engineering still, even 4 or 5 years from now. Also, Rick, I read your review, and if you are interested in playtesting, you can join the Discord, and I can hook you up with a key. Yeah, sure, Gurmar. Most websites still run on ancient code and AI can't even begin to refactor them. Yeah, but imagine if someone's like, okay, we can't refactor it. Let's have AI write us a new one. It would still be an unmaintainable mess, but you wouldn't need to deal with the old one anymore. Where do the seniors come from if there aren't juniors? Yeah, so I was talking about this earlier. I think there's still a large economical decision to be made from companies. And if you're a small company and you have something like 5 devs, you're probably just going to go with the cheapest route. But if you're a mega company like Google or Microsoft, you're going to do what's going to be best for the lifeblood of your company in the future. So you will still have a pipeline for junior engineers. So it means that as an industry, junior roles might shrink, and that these companies are essentially the training grounds for new junior engineers. But again, speculative. I can't know what the future will hold. If I did, I'd be working on the best possible iteration of Skeleseller. Then they lay off a big portion. I don't think any company recently has laid off like a huge portion of their developers, unless they were folding or something. But like Microsoft, I think laid off like 3% or something, which is a large absolute number. It was 9,000 people or something, but in terms of their overall employees, it's not that large of a number. But yeah, there were some pretty big layoffs. Okay, so we are now saving these things. Are we loading these things? No. But we should be able to do this. Nice. And then we need to do toList on this to turn it into a regular list. Read-only field cannot be assigned to. Okay, well, then this can't be read-only. Then we don't need the toList on that, I guess. Oh, we do? But didn't it complain about this? Oh, I see. It wants me to use this. Okay, that's fine. Do you vibe code? No, I don't. Yeah, tools can even build basic to-do list apps with backend integration without risking vulnerabilities. Oh, I'm not saying there won't be problems, vulnerabilities, maintainability issues, but people still do it. I mean, people are making applications with this stuff. My, I wasn't saying it's a good solution for this. I'm just saying that just because something can't work with the same quality doesn't mean people won't try to get it to work and won't realize there are problems, and then we'll just somehow deal with the problems down the line. Thanks, Arixa. People say things like this about AI, LLMs. I wonder if you guys are talking about projects with hundreds of thousands of lines of code or to-do app. If you're good enough, even in 20 years, nothing's going to happen. You get replaced by AI. It means everyone has or will be sooner or later. Yeah, that's another thought I had about the whole everyone probably will if software engineers are replaced. The thing about, so here's the part I disagree with in this Maple Leaf is, think about it this way. Let's say AI makes engineers 5% more efficient, or even like 1% more efficient, just some measurable amount. And regardless of how you agree on this number, let's just say that this is the case. So we agree with this axiom. Now you have 100 engineers who all just got 1% more effective. Couldn't you just not hire a 101st engineer at that time? If you needed one more, you could either use AI or get like one more engineer. And it's typically not a 1% improvement. Like even just having AI act as smart autocomplete, I think improves your efficiency probably baseline like 1%. At least that's kind of how I feel. And then if you do any sort of prompting or anything more advanced, or having a right unit test and then just validating them afterward, you could get 5 or 10 or 15 or 20% more efficient. And I've heard different things from different people I've talked to about this, but some people have really drastically increased their efficiency. So it's not necessarily that that one engineer got replaced entirely by AI, but just that the team as a whole freed up the bandwidth to replace what would have been an engineer. When it gets cheaper, there'll be more jobs. This is it. It sounds almost to me like the trickle down economics, which haven't generally worked. And I don't want to get too deep into this, but it could be that companies just say we're making the same profit and we're just spending less on workers, and that we're not opening more jobs for them. And there's at least enough merit to that statement, I'd say. Like we've seen massive layoffs ever since Musk took over for Twitter. And I think it's become sort of industry standard of just sort of trim the fat where they can. Part of me regrets getting out of tech. I hear stories like this and it reinforces the decision. I think it all depends on, would you have liked a tech role? And I've talked about this before. I've worked at a couple of big tech companies. I have a lot of friends who are still in big tech. And in general, I'd say stress levels and anxiety levels are higher than at sort of normal jobs. Maybe normal sounds pejorative here, but typical or non-big tech. So getting out of tech could have just been good for that reason, even if it was still a booming industry. It all depends on what you want to do. I mentioned this before. I used to work at Google and I just didn't like it. And I've got a long video about why I didn't like it there. And I feel like I still could have worked there. I probably would have made more money staying there than by switching to game dev. I mean, even if Skeleseller is like a runaway success, unless it's like a Stardew Valley level of success, it probably still would have been best to just stick to a traditional job. Working in a small dev team, I feel like AI speeds developers up. It makes the outcome too much worse. The code reviews and code fixes take twice as long. People get worse in their job. I can see it every day. It all depends on how people are using it, though. This is kind of what I was saying earlier. Like I wrote this function almost entirely with AI right now. Like I just pressed enter and the AI completed with some very boilerplate lines. Like this is just say A equals B, C equals D. I would have written these lines myself. And it saved me typing out however many characters that is, which is 189. So like in this case, all it did is really speed me up. There's nothing really to code review here. It's mechanical. And even those mechanical changes, this is sort of like if you're typing on your phone and you type, what are you? It's going to probably offer doing and going, right? What are you going to do? What are you doing today? Those sorts of things. And guess what? Most of the time, that's going to be correct. You're going to pick one of these words and you're going to save yourself 5 characters. And I think of it sort of like that. AI got a lot smarter at auto-completing things such that if you only used it for that right now, it'd still be an improvement in your efficiency. Company I work for just justified not hiring more devs for this reason. Instead told us to take more time to utilize the tool for more efficiency. I'm hearing this more from big tech companies too. Companies saying we expect your efficiency to rise by use of AI. Coming from Kip Bogus, you're hilariously organized. Yeah, Kit has talked to me about note taking and how I have influenced him to take better notes. It's predictive AI based on scope, not exactly generative. Predictive AI like autocomplete on a text message is great. Yeah. Yeah, but it's still AI, and LLMs are powering this, even if it's just predictive. And it's in smarter ways than just the boilerplate here, too. Like it can predict what functions I might want or changes in other lines. All in all, I think my point that I'm trying to make, which I think at least most people would agree with, is AI can make engineers more efficient. And not even as loosely as can. AI sort of has already made some engineers more efficient. It's also allowed people to shoot themselves in the foot with a bazooka. Yes, people have probably made apps or websites that have glaring vulnerabilities or flaws or performance issues that they'll just never know how to fix or never even find until someone exploits it because they weren't aware of what they were putting in. There are going to be developers like that. And the final thing I'll say on this matter before I get back to my own coding here is I sort of consider things like, so if you consider AI art or music, I am not an artist. I've never been an artist. If you asked me to draw something, I'd be terrible at it. But I can go type into an AI prompt right now, something like draw me Luigi riding on a snowman or something like that. And it'll do it. And you'd be able to tell, yeah, that's Luigi riding on a snowman. It wouldn't look like a professional artist did, but it's a step function better than what I could do and in a fraction of the time. And if all I want is an idea or a mock-up or a concept, that's already efficient enough for me. I now don't need to involve another person or go learn these skills over the course of years myself. So I think that aspect is there as well, which is even if AI never got better, using it for something like ideation is already sort of good enough. You can do so much with just that. You could even say something like, hey, sketch out what code might look like and never have it accept the code, but just spark some ideas for you. Have you seen an AWS new cursor killer? It has a requirements MD file. I haven't seen that, no. Also, hey, Rob, language learning is absolutely amazing. Interactive conversations that are now transcribed and readable after. Yeah, there are a lot of other applications for AI that I think are pretty fantastic already. And I think search is one of them. I'm pretty impressed by what it can do. Yes, it hallucinates from time to time, but still it's sometimes better at finding results that you never would have realized or explaining things that you would have had to go research yourself afterward. And if something is verifiable, so for example, if I ask you, hey, what is 3 to the 8th power? It's like if you ask AI to do this and it tells you, hey, it's 65, 61, yeah, maybe you know that off the top of your head. Maybe you can figure it out in your head. But like you can just verify it afterward. So if it tells you it's 4,000, you can be like, no, that's not right. There are a lot of things like that that you do with research where AI can tell you maybe it's wrong, but you can just immediately tell that it's wrong or right by just validating the answer afterward. How long did it take you to get good at it? The learning curve. So take a look at this video for the full answer. The short answer is for English, it's pretty fast. For coding, it's probably a month or two. So things like Copilot, there's a speed running tool. Yeah, sort of. Draw a pelican riding on a bicycle. I haven't tried that or seen that sort of thing. Although this is one of those things where if you ask me to draw this, assuming I had some drawing skill, I imagine it'd be at least difficult for me to sort of lay that out in my head. But I guess that's where the drawing skill comes in. All right, so we save this stuff and we load this. It should just get loaded into this thing. We don't actually use the multiplier or the drop quantity when computing the value. So let's go try that out. And let's make these functional. And then I should probably take a little bit of a break. Yeah. So do I have this here? Save and load the stuff, code all the different keys. I guess we need to make drop multipliers and quantities functional. Quantities and item types functional when opening the chest. Yeah, that'll be cool. All right, let's try the top. So if I load up the save file, which is right here, and then I go click a chest. So this says fire rod 1-1. So if I hit save, and now we go look at the treasure chest. Treasure chest. 81 should be fire rod. Whoops. Yeah, it's fire rod, and then 1 and 1. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to change this to 82, which is golden knife. Drop multiplier 5, and this will be set to 4. And we'll just hit load over here. So I changed the golden knife and 5 times 4. Yeah, cool. Okay, so these are saving and loading correctly. All right, let's go check that in. And check in this. Anything else I changed? That's fine. That's good. Tooltip is now in here. That's okay. Add a random adventure type. Yep. Sounds good. Save it. And that's the function for that. Yeah. What is this? Oh, yeah. I just didn't code that yet. And then the tooltip got out of here. Yeah, cool. Okay, so... Oh, I did 2 things technically. I'm not going to split this apart now. I don't care. All right, so get tooltips working for treasure chests. As part of this, I needed to code the member variables backing this data. So I also saved/loaded them with the rest of the treasure data. Good. Good. Okay, I am looking forward to doing the rest of this stuff. It is currently 1:37. I've kind of just said I'm barreling through lunch. So what I'm going to try to do is reach a stream up time of about maybe 7 hours. And we're at about 5 hours right now. So I'm going to take another break right now. And wait, check this out. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, so chat, if you type join in Twitch chat right now, just JOIN, no need for an exclamation mark, you can join this game. The goal is to get to the top of the world, and you do so by pressing J and then a number. So you can see how this is working over here. J30 will jump you to the right. J -45 will jump you to the left. So 0 is straight up. So just remember that. And you never want it to be 90 or -90 because that's straight to the side. So feel free to mess around with this. It'll start in 12 seconds. You can still join after it starts, but it'll get harder and harder to see. Try to make it to the top. I'll be back in a few minutes. Just gonna get a little snack and use the bathroom and be right back. See ya. Hello again. So, oh, there's an ad going on. Well, I don't know how many people can see this still, but if you just type, did I just join? Yeah. If you just type J, it'll jump you straight up. And the other thing is, if you want to repeat a command, just put any garbage at the end of your message. So like I type J and then A, or J and then, you know, a bunch of whatever, just anything after your message is ignored. So that way, if you want to jump up a bunch of times in a row, you could still do that without Twitch yelling at you. Anyway, I hope you all had fun. I'm going to say the magic words now. Close the game. And it's going to close that. So we'll probably launch that again in another hour or so. I've been trying to take breaks more regularly today because a lot of times I just sort of blitz through them all and then I pay the price later when I'm just catatonic on a bed. All right, so make drop multipliers, quantities, and item types functional when opening the chest. As I think we have a frost blade somewhere, or frost sword or something like that. Where is that? Here. Yeah. So this is when you open the chest, it gives you treasure. The treasure chest itself should tell you which items it gives you. So it should return an array. Is this an array or a list? It should return a read-only list of item IDs. So let's go do that. Need the bot to remind you the next break. I don't want to do that. I feel like I should have this as a habit because I'm not always streaming. I should be taking breaks even when I'm not streaming. I guess I could just set timers or something. Although ideally, I guess I'd time it with ads, in which case the bot would be pretty helpful. All right, so we're gonna have like a get loot function. Public void get loot. Oh, it's not void. Okay, so how about we just return for right now item ID dot frostblade or something, and then plug this in over here before I forget. Frostblade. Add items treasure chest dot get loot. Okay, there. Motoboat, thanks for the gifted subs. I swear, Motoboat's like spend money on the stream budget. It's way higher than it should be. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so we got to figure out the quantity here. This is the same thing that the tooltip figured out. And I guess it's pretty easy to figure out. This is the drop quantity. So we can write private. Oh, no, I shouldn't do that. We can. Where do you put private properties? Private in. I don't know if they go here. Anyway, it's just this. Is it going to complain at me? It is. An event should not follow property. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then what? These need to go first before the public ones? Ah, apparently. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. Public should come before private members. I find this so weird. And I find that I never get it right. Is it finally no longer complaining at me? Good. Okay, great. All right, so now we go change this stuff. So this is the drop quantity, which we only need to compute once. In drop loot, we can do this. Or what, get loot? Yeah. All right, so that's a quantity. And then we want to drop some number of each of those, and we have no way of returning this in a smarter fashion. Didn't we run the same problem with fish at some point? No. Fish scales used to use that. Then we changed it. We don't have a smarter way of doing this, do we? It's literally just return item IDs and no quantities. Tisk, tisk, tisk. And then we group them right here anyway. All right, yeah, that should probably be changed in the future. A bunch of event subscription was the discard parameter. Would it make sense to make an overload to actions with no parameters that do the same as the event with a parameter? I'll say this, it might. I think these are the sort of like micro code base cleanups that if we had infinite time, we'd probably apply all of them. But that it's not worth applying almost any of them since we have finite time. But the way I look at it is, even if you wanted to do this, you'd spend what, 5 minutes, and then you make a PR, and then reviewing it takes, you know, what, 3 minutes or something, let's say. So it took 8 minutes to change some parameters that weren't needed. It's like, were those causing a lot of tech debt? Was it even worth spending 8 minutes on? There's some code that I just think it might not be as technically perfect as it could be, but when grappling with the real world constraints of any app that you're making, it changes the prioritization you would do. All right, so the items we want to drop are going to be a list item ID, loot, and we're going to iterate over all the different item types we have, drop item types, and then we add them like that, and we return the loot. So this is a bad way of doing things. Well, we don't have a better way yet, and I'm going to write this down for the future. So we may want to change how get loot works for treasure such that we can return a quantity. Makes a lot more sense than a list with like 50 items in it. It's not super important though. All right. I think this should just work. We don't have any way of increasing the multiplier of a treasure chest though. So we can't really test this easily. Oh, but we could just modify. Okay, let's do this. Let's just run the game. And let's just hack the save file and get it to be a different amount of items. Should be pretty simple. So let's try it first with this. This contains one warrior's plate. So when we open it, we should see a warrior's plate. Perfect. Then what we're going to do is we're going to save this. And this thing says that it's got one warrior's plate in it as well. That was a guarantee because we only have the warrior. So it is here. Drop item types is 143. So let's set this to just something else in addition to that. Let's get any of these things, mushroom, 179. So 179, let's set the drop multiplier to 4 and the drop quantity to 3. What should happen is we should get 12 of each item. So I click this and we should see 24 items pop out. Yeah, there's a problem here. We only allow you to get so many items on the ground and then they just stop spawning. So I guess if you had a warehouse, they'd go into your warehouse first. So if I load the game and then make the warehouse and then open the treasure chest, they'll go into here. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably fine. I noticed there was a thing for keys. I forgot what it was called. Weapon grinder? Yeah. Feel free to assign me a task later, make some terrain for this. Yeah, sure. I'll write that down. We do have that somewhere here. Okay, so this looks like it's working. Is there anything else worth trying here? I guess not really. You could get tons and tons of items out of this. So I got to figure out the maximum one. Do these stack? I believe so, yes. Oh, I don't have a treasure chest now. All right, well, I guess we can just try stacking them like this. Yeah, they stack. Can I fix this? I guess we could just do this. Save and go into the treasure chest. Drop item type. Set this to 5, 5. Load. So now we should get 25 items from this. And they should stack, so we should fill 9 displays. Yeah. Nice. Well, not fill, but place into 9 displays. All right, cool. So we've now made these functional. I like this. I like this. Yeah, nice. Oh, we do need to change town. We just can't change this part. Although maybe I should just revert this anyway. It even gives you a treasure chest, which is now pointless. Yeah, this looks good. Generate proper loot from treasure chests. This takes into account the item types, quantity, and multiplier within the chest. Or for the chest. Yeah, there. Can you stack keys? You can't stack keys because workers carry keys. Wait, there was another reason beyond just that. Oh man, because we talked about this originally. Where did I write that down? Why did we do this? Keys don't stack, so we don't run into issues with you manipulating your storage to get specific keys while still allowing storage to fill up completely. Okay, so here's how this works, which is why we can't have them stack. It's very particular. You have different colors of keys, let's say. So let's say you have a red key here, a red key here, a red key here, and a red key here. Now you bring weapons into this. There's no space to put anything other than a red key if they could stack. So you'd basically like manipulate your luck into just giving you red keys. And if red keys are the best ones, then you're getting the best key every time. I guess skeleton keys are the best ones. So yeah, imagine you did that with skeleton keys. So instead, we just only allow you to hold one in each spot. We could just drop them on the ground, but then I thought, man, you'd have a bunch of workers automatically bring things here. This thing could never fill up then. That would be another problem. DSA tip of the day for absolute beginners. I'm going to raise in strings, by the way. You want a tip of the day? Because I was going to say, I think my general tip, the most important one is the one I gave you the other day, which is identify your gaps and be honest about it. Yeah, so if you're struggling with graph problems, then start working on graph problems. I think the other thing is try to notice what the patterns are between certain problems. Like if you have to search through a linear set of data, there are only so many things you might be considering for that. And it's how you keep track of things that you've searched for, how you navigate between the things that you're looking, keeping track of elements, navigating between them. So for example, if you wanted to say, like you have a list of just random numbers and you're like, I want to sort these, or you have an organized list and you want to find something in it. It's like the strategies you might do for this. Oh, I guess there's another thing like divide and conquer sorts of things are only so many high level strategies. So this is a pattern with list of data. With graph problems, you have other patterns you might be applying with any kind of algorithmic problem. So try to pay attention to the patterns that you have, because that's the whole point of the interview. In fact, that's the very definition of intelligence, is connecting pieces of information you already know. It's not how much you know necessarily, it's the connections you're making. And with any leak code style interview, it's like, well, you've seen this algorithm. Can you adapt it to match the requirements that we have? What version of Godot am I using? I'm using 4.4, I think. Yeah, 4.4 stable. Do you use any GD extensions? I'm not even using GD script, but I guess those aren't needed for the extensions. But no, I should just be using whatever's out of the box. So it's like Godot, it's Godot Mono or Mono Godot or whatever, because I am using C#, but I don't think anything extra. Try to struggle, solve it on your own. Is that what you want me to know? I mean, pretty much. Like imagine this in any realm that you're doing. You know that some test is coming up, and let's discount that you could cheat on a test. So let's say you're not planning to cheat on the test. When you're studying for it, if there's something you don't know and you're like, yeah, well, whatever, I don't know it, you're basically taking a gamble on how much of the test is that thing I don't know going to be. If it's 0%, then it was apparently in your best interest for the sake of the test to not have learned that thing. But if it was 20%, you're sacrificing 20% of your grade for that. So that's what I say when it comes to jobs, is like the thing on the line is you getting a job. If you're willing to potentially forego the job, then one, I'd be like, why are you even interviewing in the first place? And yeah, two, then I guess you don't have to study for as much. Are you a business oriented person? Meaning, is the marketability and ability to sell important to you? I wouldn't say I'm business oriented by nature. I worked on a game a long time ago called Botland, and I like poured my soul into this game. And it did not do very well from a business perspective, because I was not pouring the business side of me into this from the beginning. So I was just making a game for fun. And I think that was, this sounds harsh, but like somewhat irresponsible of me. So this time around, I've tried to learn from all the mistakes I made working on Botland. And I think the biggest learning from that entire endeavor is validate early and often. Make sure that what you're making actually has product market fit. And then if it doesn't, then pivot. And if it still doesn't, then maybe it's not the right product to work on. Like, you can only try a very niche idea so much before you can say I don't know, you can be confident it's not going to work out, at least for you. So yeah, I am planning on selling Skeleseller. It'll probably cost in the $10 to $15 range. It'll be a one-time purchase. So I don't plan on micro transactions or anything. The only thing I'd be okay with is like future DLC. So imagine I code another like 10 adventurers or something, and I have like another adventurer pack for $5. Like that I'd be fine with. I don't think that's exploitative. But yeah, so a one-time purchase kind of thing. And I am kind of trying to pay attention to marketing and everything. So I've been spending a lot of time on that. We are at roughly 7,500 wish list, which is good, but some people suggest numbers like you should have 30K before you launch. And I don't know how we're gonna reach that. So if anyone knows anyone who wants to play Skeleseller, please run this by them. Tell all your favorite YouTubers that you really want to see them play this game. Keep asking. I get good. Hope you won't get annoyed. Oh yeah, yeah, it's totally fine. Typical. I'm fine with that. I want people to be able to ask questions. I think the only time people asking me questions bugs me is either when you ask the same thing like every day. Like imagine if you were like, what's the like how do I don't know, how do I sort an array? Just that I might answer you once, and then if you ever ask me a second time, I'm gonna be like, you already asked this, please don't. Or if you're asking like totally just bizarre questions or out there things. There was someone who came in here a while ago and was like, hey, have you ever shown your wife on stream? And I'm like, no. And he came back a month later and he asked me the same question. I'm like, can you please stop this? You violated both rules. It's just, yeah, you kind of see everything on Twitch, I feel. All right, where did the rest of this to-do list go? So this worked, and I think I checked this in already. Yeah, I did. What's the cost to run or build a game like this? So running is free. It's just a single player game. So there is no server. If you want to talk about distribution costs and you're running your own platform, it's going to be pretty minimal compared to the game itself. But if you're running your own distribution platform, it's probably also going to cost you a lot to get the word out there about this. But in general, you're going to go with Steam or something like that. Steam costs $100 to be on the platform. If you reach $1,000, then they give that back to you. So it technically costs nothing if you know you're going to make at least $1,000. But yeah, as far as building is massive. I have spent, I think I started this on like April 17th of last year. And before that was 3 weeks of prototyping. And it's not just me working on it. If you check out the credits command, which I think just by saying those words should have hopefully printed it in there. Yeah. Anyway, that amount of time, you have to consider that, let's say I wanted to work in a, I don't know, I was working at Google before this. So for example, let's say I was working at Google for that time. That would have been guaranteed money for however many months that is. What, 15? And if you think about it that way, it's like the cost to build the game was my total compensation at Google multiplied by 1.4 or 1.25 so far for just me. But I wouldn't really consider it that way. You kind of have to estimate a cost based on what you would have paid a person in this role. So maybe you say like, okay, 50K per year or something. All this is to say the cost of making this game is already somewhat high. The cost out of pocket is not that same amount because I'm not paying myself. But yeah, cost is pretty high. So to recoup that cost is a monumental effort, I think. All right, next up is this stuff. So code all the different keys. Let's go do this. Put this at the bottom of the list. How can you afford to not have a stable salary for such a long time? So I am married. My wife is working. And also I've worked for a decently long amount of time at like decently high paying jobs. So yeah, I should be fine for the foreseeable future. Also, I don't expect Skeleseller to make $0. I don't expect it to make like $5 million either, but I don't think it's gonna make zero. Much more business oriented and seeing developers wasting so much time and money, ultimately burning out because the game doesn't sell as that. Yeah, the only word I'd focus on in this message that this wasting part of it, even Botland, which was a commercial failure, I would not say was a waste of time because the learnings that I got from that, the connections I got from that, just the experience and everything, which kind of fits into learnings, it was phenomenal. Yeah. So I always think it comes down to your goals. Some people just want to make a game that they want to play. And then toward the end, they're like, why not market this to people? And then the marketing fails, but they still made a game and it was still a success by some metric. You mean Skeleseller won't make $1 million? I don't know. I think Skeleseller could make $1 million. I think it would all come down to marketing. The response to the game has been pretty good. It just hasn't been voluminous. If you look at the reviews, we've got 46. That's not a ton. All right, let's see. So all keys will reduce the time by 1 minute. We have one key coded already. And we have the spawn rates for the keys here, which is what the weapon grinder is going to do. So let's go add in one more key to the game. That should be pretty easy. We have the yellow one already. Let's go put in. I've been calling them red and green and blue. We don't actually have all those colors. So we're going to need to pick which one is which. So how about we just do that now? So we have... Can I show both of these on the screen at once? Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so the effects that we need are nothing plus multiplier plus quantity, the skeleton key. So the skeleton key is already obviously going to be the skeleton key that's there. And then plus type. Right? 5 keys. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay. So which one makes sense for which, I guess? So the skeleton key is already figured out. We don't need to figure that out. So that's that one. But of the remaining 5, we need to pick 4 of them. So I like the idea of the colorful keys. I think those stand out, and I think those make it kind of fun to think about. I think this can be the item type one, the glassy one. I think the multiplier can be the red one. The quantity one can be that greenish one. And then the only question is which one should be the default one, the sort of plain looking metal key or the golden looking key. Probably the plain looking one, the metal one. Yeah. The golden one looks beefy, making you think it's the best. Yeah, I guess we could figure out which one the golden one would be for if we were to... But I like the colorful ones. Well, let's start with this. See where this brings us. So we got to go change yellow key to be metal key. Metal key. Does that sound fitting for that? Or yeah, metal key. I think that's good. They're probably all made of metal. Let's call it iron. I like what Matt said for this. So yeah, iron key. The green one has a plus in the handle, meaning it's a multiplier. So you would swap the red and the green. But wait, plus wouldn't mean multiplier. Plus would be for quantity, right? Yeah, you'd want a times symbol. You should put a little X in the red one. Maybe gold does nothing, but it's rare and takes more time off. Is that something we want? I don't think that's something we'd want, because I don't think opening the treasure chest faster is the only component. I think adding to the treasure chest is the more valuable component. Okay, so then the multiplier one is the red one. So let's get these in order, I guess. The other keys are going to be... No one's actually gotten any of this save file yet, so I could just jam in some values here. Yeah, let's do that. So we need 4 more keys. So we're going to add 4 to each of these and then throw in the other keys here. So the next one is the skeleton key. Skeleton key. Then the next one is the... what do we call that? Like the glassy key? Kind of looks like a copper key, right? I'm gonna call it glassy key. And then I'm gonna call the next one green key. Even though I don't know what you'd call that color. And I don't think it's green. What is that color? What is turquoise? More bluish, right? Oh, it's actually kind of close. It is more bluish. I don't know. What is that color? Emerald? Aquamarine? Emerald? Teal? Jade? Teal. I like teal. Let's call it teal key. All right, great. Now you have the red key. Ask AI. Okay, so we got all the keys now. Now I want to manifest the data for them all. So we should already have iron key here. Yeah. So this just says key. Let's call it iron key. I never even thought about this. We probably should manifest names. Okay, a basic key that can be used to open treasure chests more quickly. Yeah. So that's it. Now that is not 6, 7, right? 6, 7 was this, so it must be 7, 7. Then we get all the other kinds of keys. So we have skeleton, glassy. Yeah, let's just copy paste all these. And we need what? 4 more? I copied what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I copied 4. All right. So we do. Okay, so this is a skeleton key. A key that immediately unlocks a treasure chest and fills it with loot. Something like that. All right, next up is the glassy key, which I don't think we should call a glassy key. Maybe we should call it something like the item key. A key that will add 1 new item type to the treasure chest. Okay. Next one is the teal key, which we said was quantity. So what do we call this? Multiplicity key? No, this one should be the multiplicity key, right? Is that even a word? A large number. I think that's pretty good. Or key of abundance. I think that's also pretty good. They're both kind of abundance, though, in different ways. One is changing the quantity. Maybe that should be this one, key of abundance, or key of quantity. Well, what does the tooltip say? Drop multiplier and drop quantity. Yeah. So let's do that. And then we'll call the other one the multiplicity key. Multiplicity key. Okay. Multiplicity. All right, so a key that will increase the drop quantity of items in a treasure chest. Unlocks a treasure chest. Basic key that can be used to open a treasure chest more quickly. And this is a key that will increase the drop multiplier of items in a treasure chest. Cool. Key of multiplicity would be more consistent. Yes, let's do that. Thanks, Hobbit. Okay, so oh wait, no, we didn't finish this. I gotta now make these do the right thing. So this is 8, this is 9. It should know that I want that to be 10. It doesn't. 10, and this is 11. Okay, so now let's go make sure we coded this correctly. We'll just change this to be all the different keys that we have. There. So we'll give 1 of each key, and as long as their graphics match their descriptions, then we're fine. Whoops. All right, so skeleton key, a key that immediately unlocks a treasure chest and fills it with loot. Sounds good. Iron key, a basic key that can be used to open a treasure chest more quickly. Item key, a key that will add 1 new item type to a treasure chest. Key of quantity, a key that will increase the drop quantity of items in a treasure chest. And key of, well, stupid sign is there. Key of multiplicity, a key that will increase the drop multiplier of items in a treasure chest. Yeah, nice. Okay, now we need to make them functional. So the skeleton one is going to be the hardest one to do because we haven't decided what it'll do exactly. But, yeah, let's go figure this out. So treasure chest, it has some function that just returns the number 50. Yeah, get time adjustment from key. What else does it do? Apply key to chest. So the delta value is always going to be 60. I don't even think we need this. Oh no, skeleton keys will be different. Okay, so then let's leave that as is. Looks emerald to me. Okay, you know what? A lot of people said emerald. Let's go take a look at what emerald is compared to teal, because I feel like they're pretty similar. What is this closest to? Where's the, why can't I scroll this? All right, what color are you? I don't know. Emerald could be kind of anywhere in there. This is so pedantic. Emerald as a name feels more special. It's not used in the name. Neither one is used as a name. In fact, actually, yeah, what's the reason I'm even looking into this? This is pedantic because we call it key of quantity. it doesn't even get exposed that way to the player. So they never see the word teal. Okay, so wait, where were we here? So apply key to chest. So there are only 5 keys, so I think just putting a switch statement here is okay. And only 4 of them even do anything extra. So if item.id equals item ID dot, what's the first key we want to code? The glassy key. And the glassy key is what? Another item type. This should be dead simple to write. So now we just say add random adventure item type. Else if item ID is equal to the teal key. In fact, you know what? Maybe we should have just called it key of quantity or whatever. All right, drop quantity plus plus. If it's the red key, drop multiplier. This probably should only go up by half every time. Although then we need to talk about rounding up. Let's just have it be 1 for now. And then we'll worry about the skeleton key in a little bit. Well, let's just code something for it. We'll say drop quantity plus equal 2. Drop multiplier plus equal 2. And add random adventure item type. This is going to make skeleton keys like incredibly good. Because this is 2 on top of whatever it is you already had. I think this should be based on the remaining time. Probably base this on the remaining time of the chest. The lower the time, the worse this does. I don't know what those names mean in the code now, but you just press F12 on it and you find out. Or you just look at this and see like, oh, this is the one that affects quantity. I don't think that's problematic. The other thing I think that's worth considering is these graphics could change at any time. And when you change a graphic, you probably don't really want to go modify the code, which either means in this case, I mean, obviously you'd have a mismatch. If we change this to a blue key, we'd probably want to rename this. But yeah, I think that happens enough. I don't think it's going to be a point of confusion too much in the future though. Okay. So let's go do this. We're going to put a chest and we're going to save. Oh, no, let's do that. Now we'll save. Okay, so right now this says there's a warrior's plate inside. If we put this key inside of it, it should put another item inside. Yeah, nice. Now it got the holy scepter as well. Okay, so now we put this inside and the quantity should go up to 2. Yep. And we put this inside and the quantity should go up to 4. There are no openable treasure chests. Oh, we ran out of time. Whoops. Time remaining, we need to set to 10 minutes. Huh. Did they move an item around in the warehouse? Oh, because they picked it up because they were going to use it on the treasure chest. Oh, so we got to do this really fast if we're going to do this at all. Or just let the skeleton do it. Oh, that's going to open it immediately though, isn't it? No, it's not because I didn't code that part of the skeleton key. But now it got +2 multiplier, +2 quantity, and +1 item. And now if I put this in here, it's going to give us 12 of each of these when I open this. So it should get 24 items. I'm going to assume that was correct, but I'm not going to count all those. And look at all the workers bringing this stuff over. So we should see the warrior getting upgraded right now. Yeah, look at that. Guild supplies going up. Level 3. Level 4. So they got 40 life and 4 power. Neat. Okay. So skeleton key should open up the chest immediately. So we say return item dot ID equals skeleton key. I just want that. Then all of the remaining time. Otherwise 60. And the 60 shouldn't be hard-coded. We'll put that up here. Private const double time reduction per key equals 60. There. Maybe the guild item drop off could use some floating text. Yeah, we could potentially do that. I'm not totally sure what we'd put there. Like maybe we show when you're leveling up. We could say how many of the item you have. You'll probably, I'll have to see how that feels in practice. Okay, so what are we missing now? So the skeleton key should fully reduce the time down to nothing. But now we need to make its effect be variable based on how much time is remaining. Equipped. Yeah, that'll show the player base. That'll teach them to mess with me. Okay, so that says 10 minutes. We put the skeleton key in and it'll go down to 0. Yeah, nice. Now we can open it and it already has 9 items in it. All right, so what should a skeleton key do when you're at greater than 9 minutes of time remaining on a chest? And then what should it do when you're at less than 1 minute? So you could have put 10 keys in, but instead put in 1 skeleton key. So I don't think it should be the power of 10 keys. So maybe we make it the power of like 5 keys. Oh, maybe we randomly roll 5 effects from the other 3 keys. So you might get like plus quantity, plus multiplier, plus item type, plus item type. That's interesting. I like that idea. And we roll maybe the number of minutes remaining divided by 2 of those. Roll math dot ceiling num minutes divided by 2 effects. Yeah, I like that idea. That way the skeleton keys feel a little bit random, but they always open the chest completely. So as soon as you purchase one, you want to drag a skeleton key to it. But you can't stop your workers from bringing them there, which everyone's going to yell at me for. So yeah, if we had a skeleton key and we had a couple workers, they didn't grab it. Now they grabbed it. So yeah, you'll see the problem here, quote unquote problem. There are only 5.5 minutes left, and then it just unlocked it all at once. And now we got 15 items out of this thing. This is so cool. Is multiplier based on the base number of items? Or if you plus quantity, then multiplier, then it's greater than multiplier plus quantity? They're independent variables that will just get multiplied by one another at the end. So it doesn't matter the order you add them in. There's a multiplier variable that starts at 1 and a quantity variable that starts at 1. So adding 1 to this, and then adding 3 to the 4 to this, and then adding another 2 to this is going to be the same as if you did them in a different order. In fact, actually, they're both kind of just multipliers, because it's just x times y. Maybe we make the multiplier key slightly rarer. I don't know. You do something with the extra time. Let's say reduce it 5 minutes. You drop it at 1. The 4 minutes extra gives you more loot. Yeah, so the reason I don't want to do that, there are a couple of small reasons here. One is I want to encourage some amount of manual play, even at the end of the game. So skeletons can already use the keys. And if it were optimal, then it wouldn't encourage you to use it. And 2 is that I don't want to generate too much loot. So imagine putting 9 keys in. Now you have 1 minute remaining, and you put in the skeleton key. It's like that would be the best possible combination, but that might give you like 150 items. That's probably a little too much. And also that sort of makes for an optimal build, quote unquote, for this. Well, it probably would be optimal, because you would never be able to achieve that with 10 regular keys. So I like this idea. So we roll some random effects here. So for a skeleton key, instead of doing this stuff, we need to private void apply skeleton key. So we put this here, apply skeleton key. And we need to know how much time remains. You're not going to avoid an optimal build no matter what you do. Yeah, there'll still be an optimal amount, but the skeleton key would throw off that optimal by always needing to be at the very end. And I don't think that's an interesting decision. So yeah. Get a rainbow key that does that all the time, but has a chance to give 0. That does what all the time? Chanter could get a chest opening spell. Yeah. Maybe think of mushroom houses from Mario where you pick 1 of 3 boxes. That was to procure an item, right? In this, all the chests are going to be openable by you eventually. And the keys are going to be random. You will put weapons into here and it'll grind them into keys for you. But you don't get to pick that key. So right now it's only generating yellow ones. Well, now I guess they're iron ones. But yeah, instead in the future, maybe I just got a red one and I'm like, oh, cool, a red one. I want to put that in the chest that's already got a lot of items in it. Does it immediately open the chest or drop it as a minimum time? Yeah, it immediately opens it. So it's always the final key you use. Whether it's the first or the last one. Well, whether it's the... That was phrased stupidly. Yeah, it's always the final key you use. Would give a random quantity or multiplier. It has a chance it sets it to 0. Yeah, I just... The setting it to 0 part, I think would feel pretty bad, especially because you might have a chest that's close to opening and then one of your skeletons just brings the rainbow key in and now all of a sudden that chest is worthless and you're like, I don't want to use the rainbow keys. You'd have no way of stopping it. So they all have to be pure upside, I think. Yeah, a chance to not do anything would be slightly better there. But still, I think it would just feel like a worse key than all the other keys in that case. So it'd need to have an even larger upside and it's like, is it fun to do that? I'm not sure. These are the kinds of things I think we could, like you can prototype that in isolation and pass that over to playtesters and be like, do you like this? I don't think we have the time to do that. All right, so apply skeleton key. What we need to do is figure out how many effects we want. So num effects to add equals the time remaining divided by 2. No, but time remaining in minutes. In minutes remaining. Let's just divide by 120, I guess. And time remaining is already a double. Yeah. So divide by 120.0, I guess. Oh, except for we said this would be math.ceiling of this. Math.ceiling. Okay, so that's the number of effects to add. Now we do for int I equals 0. I is less than that. So now we say we need a random number. So int r equals gd.rand range 0, comma, is this inclusive? Yeah. And this is an integer, right? Yes. And it's inclusive of that. So we want 0, 1, 2. Because we want 3 effects, right? So now if r is equal to 0, then drop quantity plus plus. We should probably make constants out of these things. Private const int drop quantity increase 1. Float key drop multiplier increase is also 1. And the item type increase, I guess we're just kind of hard coding to 1. Could you make a skeleton key that essentially duplicates the previous keys entered so players can customize each chest? Yeah, I think there are a lot of things we can do here. And I'm not saying any of these ideas are like, it's not that I think mine is strictly the best. I just think it's a good starting point. And I think it's pretty understandable. Like, we don't need to explain exactly what's happening here. We can just say applies, immediately opens a chest, and applies some random bonuses based on how long is remaining, something like that. So make it different from multiple key, which applies to all items. But then we need to keep track of like multiple quantities as well and expose that to the player. Also, don't forget the skeleton key is going to be pretty rare. It'll be like a 5% chance drop or something, even at the end of the game. So when you see it, you're like, oh, I'm going to go purchase a chest and use it on just a brand new chest probably. But if one of your skeletons uses it for you, you'll still get some benefit from it. So in this case, we want to say, so not drop plus equal 1. We want to do this. We want to do the same thing over here. Same thing here. This will be drop multiplier. Else we do add another random thing. Cool. So that's our skeleton key. Everything else is looking pretty good. So now we need to change the description for a skeleton key. Key that immediately unlocks a treasure chest and applies several bonus effects. Random bonus effects. The number of effects applied increases with the amount of time remaining to open the chest. Okay, I think we've coded it all. So this is done. I'm gonna go try that out really fast. So how many effects is it gonna roll? We should probably print that out. Or you know what? Let's not even print it out. Let's just debug it. There. All right. So we go make ourselves a chest. It's got 10 minutes remaining. We put a skeleton key into it and it generates 5 extra effects. And the effects it generates here, I don't really care which ones. We'll just see what items we get. So now I'm going to do that and that. And what items do we get? We got a bunch of cloaks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, is that possible? Excuse me? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, just 6 cloaks. How is it even possible? Oh, because we only have one adventurer at the time. No, that's not possible, is it? Wait a second. Drop quantity. Yeah, no, I don't know how that's possible. It must be that this didn't do what it should have done. Oh, yeah, that is what happened. I put, yeah. Okay. Sorry, that was a little bit confusing. What happened is this. I opened the chest before clicking this button. So I only had the rogue at the time that it was opened. So the green key does nothing. And that's actually working as intended because you shouldn't get to this point in the game and only have one adventurer. And if you do, then I guess too bad for you. So if I click this button first and then do that, then there should be no way for you to get just 6 items from this. Number of effects is 5. Oh, it even tells us right on the thing. I could have just read this. Whoa, look at that. Items inside 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to drop 12 items. Nice. Yeah, this is super cool. I like this a lot. Yeah, neat. Use one adventure to see how far I can go. Oh, actually, that's another thing. I guess you couldn't probably... No, yeah, you literally can't beat the second boss without having 2 adventurers. I don't think there's any amount of luck that can make you win that fight. And even if you could... No, I guess if you could, then you could beat the dragon. You could just get to level 20. Take you forever. But I don't know if you can beat the second one, because you can't increase your power before fighting the first boss. Challenge accepted. I mean, I don't think it's much of a challenge. Just to show you what I'm talking about here. You'd have one adventurer. So let's say you have the rogue. And you'd unlock the canyon. And you go try to fight there. Oh, that won't work because I cheated. Okay, well, anyway. You'd join the fight against the ogre. And you would just probably die over and over and over and over again. I'm trying to think. You know what? Let's try it. Let's try it really fast. This is really stupid and not worth my time at all. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to set it so that mental swiftness has a 100% chance to activate. Which means that the mage will always cast spells as fast as possible. The question is, can they beat the ogre if you somehow rolled like you got a 15% chance you won it every single time? So now we need the mage, and we need to send him here just to win the battle. And now, all right, you ready? So we're going to send him to the canyon. Will they win? Every single spell cast should say mental swiftness on it. No, well, maybe actually. No, they don't win. And then the other thing we can try, if we really want to test this, is we go to Cloak of Shadows and we say that the dodge chance is 100%. So now every single time your Cloak of Shadows is up, you will not be hit. Could the rogue somehow win this fight? And I think the answer has got to be no. Because your Cloak of Shadows is only up, what, 40% of the time or 60% of the time or something? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I messed up. Now I can't click this. All right, let's try that one more time. I accidentally right-clicked instead of left-click, and right-click is a cheat button, and left-click is the actual button I'm supposed to press. So we got to do that one more time. All right, here we go. So after 3 seconds, they use Cloak of Shadows, I think. Maybe 5 seconds. I don't know. It'll last for 3 seconds. Okay, so now they'll dodge every attack for 3 seconds. And now they won't dodge an attack. Yeah, no, they're not winning this. So yeah, I think it's impossible to even beat the first boss without having 2 adventurers. And if you have 2, it's impossible to lose this battle because I specifically coded it so that you can't lose as long as you have 2 adventurers. With 1 adventurer, it might be hard. Oh yeah, well the whole point of this is, will you ever run into a situation where one of the keys is worthless? The one that adds another item type? And the answer is no, you won't. Although what we could do to stop that is we could just allow you to get another item anyway. And then, yeah, we could just do that. Yeah, myth busted. Now, granted, that's based on the balance right now. It might be possible in the future. We might add some like special modifiers or something to change it. Is there anything else we need to test with those treasure chests? I don't think so. I think we tested it all, right? So how do I do this? I go over to here, new game. Let me tone that down. All right, so I put the red key in, goes up by a multiplier. I put this in, it goes up by the quantity. Put this key in, it just lowers the time. Put that key in, it gives them another item type, which didn't work because I don't have another item type, but I'm going to put another green key in really fast. No, wait, no, this one. There, so I got another item type, and now they're going to put a skeleton key, and that'll give me a few modifiers. So we have 2 items in there, 12 each. So it's just going to spew them out of the portal right now. I still think that's amazing. All right, great. What are the conditions in the skeleton key supposed to be equals? They'll basically never happen, will they? This is the integer version of this function. So it will always generate them with even amounts. It's a pseudo random number generator, but still it's going to be either 0, 1, or 2 in here. And we are seeing this work correctly. I think I'm addressing the concern of your question, which is if those were floating point numbers, these would never happen, right? You're just working on battles. First projectiles of the archer. New battle screen looks nice. Yeah, wait until you see. I can't show you this easily, but there's a new UI that's going to be coming down the pipeline for all of this stuff, and it looks great. Okay, so we added a bunch of different keys. We got all this working. That looks good. I did repurpose item types, but that shouldn't really matter. Treasure chest now has all this stuff. Yep, looks good. And that looks good too. Add all key types. They all work as expected. Oh, I didn't try saving them though. Let's try saving them. So we have 5 keys. It is glass, red, iron, green, skeleton. Glass, red, iron, green, skeleton. Yeah. And they still function the way they should. So skeleton key should open this immediately. Good. The red one should increase the multiplier. That should increase the item type. Cool. Yeah, it's all working. Yeah, here's the picture of the new UI that we're going to have. I love it. It just looks so cool. But yeah, it's going to take a while to code this. And I'm kind of sort of hoping that Kevin will be available to help out with that again. So if I just put it off for long enough. All right, I don't think I actually finished checking this in, did I? Yeah, they all work as expected. I did repurpose item IDs for this, but no one else has a save file with the old IDs, so it doesn't matter. Cool. Okay, next up is getting the key grinder to, or weapon grinder to drop iron keys, or more than just iron keys. I said every part of that wrong. This. So chance to spawn keys. We need to first roll to see if a key is rare and then roll to see the color. And I don't think we want these percentages anymore now that we know how powerful skeleton keys are. So like I said, the first thing we do is there's a 20% chance to get something other than an iron key, which is the basic -1 minute key. So once you know that it's going to be rare, now we just pick which thing it's going to be. So red, as I mentioned, was the multiplier. Wait a sec. Is this, hang on a second. No, yeah, having two different keys for these things still makes sense because X times Y changes differently from just changing X, of course. Yeah, all right. I think it's fine. All right, blue is the quantity, green is the item types, and skeleton is obviously everything. So these two should almost certainly be the same percentage. And whether or not it's 35, I don't know. But then the other ones, yeah, let's just start with this. There's no reason trying to balance this on paper. It's going to be impossible. All right. So key, we need to grant key. That's it. And then this should have been turn off collision. Private void grant key. Okay. So first we roll whether this is going to be rare. Private const float default or like base rare key chance. Bool will or like is rare key, yeah. Stat computations percent chance. Cool. All right, so if it's not rare, key ID, we do it like that. Key ID, good. And now we need get random rare key. Private item ID, get random rare key. Does it know from... Whoa, what? It just had some numbers there. Where'd those numbers come from? No, it had like a 30 in there in the autocomplete thing. It's not showing it now. Huh. I wondered if it was reading this. All right, well, this is what we want. I'm just going to see what AI does. It's not that hard to write. Whoops. No, there's no way to do that. Okay, so we want rand range. Excuse me. All right, so from 0 to 100. And now we say double R equals this. We probably need to say these are doubles in here. So if R is less than 35, then return that. If it's less than 70, then return the teal key. If it's less than 90, then return the glassy key. All right, cool. Delete these chance for whatever things. I don't want these here. All right, that's it. So what this really means is if you have a 35% chance once it's already rare, then you have a 20% times 35%, which is a 7% chance. So every time you grind a key, there's a 7% chance it ends up being a red key. That is pretty slim. Yeah, let's try it out. So on average, I would have to make 5 keys to see a rare one. How many of these can we make? Only 5? Okay, well, that's stupid. All right, now we grant some items and we let her rip. So which keys will it make? Iron, iron, iron. Oh, nice. We got a green one. Neat. Okay, now we grant ourselves a chest or two, and then do this, and then do this, and then the skeleton should just automatically open these things. They're all stuck in the shops right now. But as soon as I can afford this, well, I can just do that. There, now they won't be stuck in the shops. So there are 4 items in here. There's 1 item in here. Oh, because I don't have any other adventurers. Let's do that. All right, they generated 2 red keys. And they promptly took them from me. Throw them in. So now this is going to generate 3 items. This is going to generate 4. Yeah, it's not very exciting when you don't have a large rare chance to find these. Also, it's making like a watery sound. We should probably fix that. Hey, Neochrommer. How you doing? Okay, so make the weapon grinder make a grinding sound, not a water sound. It's not a potion you're putting in. All right, so now we get to open these. We get 4 items and 3 items. So if I open them all, we'll get 7 skulls. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at the skeletons carry the skulls. It's actually kind of cool. Yeah, so they just gave 7 of those into there, which means we hit level 4 on the Witch Doctor. Nice. Got the new job, so it's grinding the work. Nice. How's it going? How you feeling? You liking it? Okay, so now we're going to purchase a treasure chest, and we're going to put the skull key in immediately. And that gave us 12 of an item. Yeah, so now they carry a bunch of mushrooms over there. Yeehaw. So Mushy gets better. Level 5. 2 more engineers, and I was there with a junior. I don't think that's too bad for the first week, right? I don't think that's necessarily a reflection on anything. All right, so now we chuck some keys in here. We got the quantity key a bunch of times. Let's do this. Let's increase the game speed a little bit. Yeah, we mostly got the bad keys. Now they're gonna come open these. I still think this system is so cool. I got 6 items from there. The fire rod, so the mage gets better. And then from here we got 1 item. That's too bad. Look at them carting 1 shield over there. I saw a few YouTube recommendations. Yeah, hey, who cares? Those have kind of died down. I think my emails were going to people's spam folders for a while. In fact, let me see. Has anyone else responded to me? It's only been less than a day. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. There's still hope. Yeah, reception is positive. I'm very grateful for that. Okay, so chance to spawn keys. We're done with that. We should probably check this in. Oh, also this stuff needs to change. Where is it? Treasure chest. Time threshold to obtain as target. A treasure chest has to have a remaining time of at least this long in order to be considered a valid target for a worker who doesn't already have a target. Let's set this to 70 seconds. In fact, how about this? We just do time reduction per key plus 10. Has to have a remaining time of at least this long in order to maintain the target after it's been obtained. This is to account for travel time of the key. You wouldn't want a worker to find a chest with a time remaining of, say, x plus 1 seconds, but it takes 5 seconds to get there. Yeah, I guess this shouldn't be this. This should be probably minus. And then this one should be time reduction per key minus 20. Or maybe just obtain as target minus 10. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hey, Zika. Been fallen since 2017. Is there a way to upgrade the grinder machine to increase wear probability? Yes, there will be. So eventually, like the starting percentage is 20%. I want you to work your way up to 100%. Once you do this, now iron keys will never show up. And let's see what that looks like. We'll just set this to 100%. And then I'll try running this. This is actually setting it to 1,000%, but just needs to be higher than 1. Okay, so now when we do this and grant a bunch of workers and then that, and then grant some treasure chests. So yeah, now they made a green key, another green key, another green key. And that's it. I need to do a bunch of other things to make them generate some other stuff. There, okay. I'll make workers move faster. There. Okay, another green key, a red key. These are the most common ones. The rare one is the glassy looking one. And then the skeleton key, of course. Yeah, like this one. This is special. Now, I don't see workers picking up keys before going and moving items. I do think people will want to customize the priorities on these things. They will grab them eventually, though. Yeah, here they go. All right, so they're going to hurl some keys in there. Nice. This is up to 6 items, and this is up to... Oh, I only have the cleric. Oh, darn it, I keep forgetting that. 16 items. Yeah, wow, look at that. 15. So if I open both of these up... Oh, I can't do that yet. I need to wait. I'm too used to cheating. So we ended up with 18 and 20. And we should see a million items pop out. Oh, in fact, they won't all fit. Oh. I probably am going to need to change that. It's so cool. It's all working. Yeah. And the archer got powered up too. And nice. This is so cool. Okay, so something we got to think about at some point is we need to consider what happens if people open all of the chests at once and immediately fill the warehouse. Maybe we should allow for more items on the ground at once. Oh, hey, I already wrote this here. There should be floating text telling you what the effect was. Probably clear from the timer itself, though. The skeleton key would benefit from this. It would need a consolidated dialogue. Make sure to save and load these properties. We already did that. All right, nice. We are looking pretty good. So the weapon grinder can now generate different keys. Cool. Allow for creating different keys. The weapon grinder has a 20% chance to generate a rare key. And then we do this to change the thresholds. Allow workers to target chests. With more time. They used to... What? They used to... Oh, I didn't even change this. This is minus 10. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Change worker chest targeting time. Just look at the commit. Can make it so these items don't count toward the max. I could. I don't remember what the reason was originally for not letting them just spawn infinitely. Part of it probably had to do with you being able to pick up an item off the ground and do something with it. If they're all stacked on top of each other, you might get the wrong one. All right. What is this? I think this dialogue has popped up like 400 times. And I looked online and people were complaining about that. Balance treasure room cost, UID tool, etc., etc. We are actually doing pretty well. Man, how much? I got a lot done today, huh? All right, let's push this. I guess we'll turn this off and then sync that. Let's go edit the journal. Yeah. Okay, so what do we do today? We finish the guild supply stuff. Great strides on treasure stuff. Finish the math calculations. Added proper items to chests and got keys generating / working. I do remember when it was Sublime Text so long ago. So figure out how long until we can get this play tested. I think it's still tough to figure that out. I also don't think this is that important to do. So morning will be this. Got rated? Yeah, from Kipoga. Hang on one second. Abby. Abby. Catso. She's meowing in the other room. Because she thinks, oh, it's 2 hours from food time, so I should let the human know. Okay, so looking at tomorrow and the next day, I actually could code for most of tomorrow, but I probably won't do the whole thing on stream. When you apply a key to the chest, there should be floating text, save and load these properties. These properties, this is already done, right? Yeah, so it's just the floating text if we even wanted to do that. Allow for choosing which adventure item a chest will start with. Yeah, perks are going to be maybe somewhat intense. And then we're on all of the cleanup stuff. We could probably finish the important stuff by Friday. Because I think we can get most of this stuff done tomorrow. It's really just perks. So yeah, we can probably get the perks done tomorrow. And then the cleanup stuff, if we did none of that, I mean, you can already see the features pretty much working. The question is, how do we make this testable for fun? So I was kind of mentioning this earlier. If purchasing a treasure chest cost 1 gold, you wouldn't be in the right mindset. You'd just be like, oh, I'm buying it always because it's 1 gold. Like, what do I care? So it's hard for you to tell, is this balanced enough? And if it's not balanced enough, even if I didn't take an initial stab at it, then it's not going to feel fun. It's got to feel like you worked for something a little bit. And we're going to make some of these perks cost a lot of money. Man, I just love this idea of you boosting what's in the treasure chest. Like, we just got 21 items out of here. So now when I open this, the skeletons are going to go crazy. And superpower the mushroom. You ready for this? Yeah. So cool. I am very happy with how this turned out so far. Is the combat still in game? Yeah, I'm just testing the treasure stuff, but like that character I just powered up. If we put them into battle, I didn't give them any skills, so they're gonna take 7 seconds before they attack, but then they'll probably kill this thing in 1 hit. It only has 100 life, I think. Oh, it didn't. Wow. Even with the power-ups, this thing is still terrible. It's actually not that bad. You just can't have it be level 1. If we level it up a couple times and give it some skill points, like even just that, now it won't take so long. And it'll kill it in 1 hit. So that battle took 15 seconds. Now it should take like 5. Yeah, 5. Still better than Warrior? Well, that was before we had this treasure system in the game. Now who knows? Do you make the animation yourself? No, I've never been good at artwork. Is there an easy way to make 2D animations? I think when it comes to any artwork, there are probably techniques to make it easier. But if you're saying like, is there Is there some like way to cut out a lot of the work? The only thing I could really think of is if you 3D modeled stuff and then took snapshots of it. And even then, you're still doing the work rigging and animating a 3D model. But then at least if you ever had further needs out of this thing, you could like regenerate them and not need to redraw things. So yeah, whether or not that's easier depends on the game you're making. I think that's pretty much what they did for like Donkey Kong Country. And I think even maybe Diablo 2. Because getting this style, where's a picture? Yeah, getting this style I think would have been very tough to do by hand. Oh man. Anyway, I'm feeling great. I I think today was a very productive day. We took a lot of breaks. I'm not burned out, but I don't want to work anymore right now. So we're gonna go find someone to raid. But I'm feeling very hopeful. You know, one of the craziest parts of this to me is it was what, like 2 weeks ago, I think I started this design work. We have the journal right here. I can just find out. Spent the whole day designing the treasure chest system. Yeah, that was exactly 2 weeks ago. So in 2 weeks, we've almost gone from this system not existing. It was like a speck of an idea in my brain to it's been mostly coded and it's looking pretty good. And we went through sort of a roller coaster in the middle there where it was designed, I think, poorly and would not have been fun. So I'm hoping it does end up being fun. And yeah, we just got to do this at least one more major time. And it's with challenge modes. And then we should have a pretty good game on our hands. Wow, 6 hours. Did you skip lunch? I just had lunch like while taking my small breaks. Wasn't too great. Is now a good time to record my first time playing, or should I wait for the next update? I think now is a good time, yeah. I think it all depends on how you feel about playing the game. If you're okay with a demo having about 2 hours of gameplay, and that doesn't feel like a waste of time to you or anything, then yeah, I think it's a good time. If you wanted to wait for the release, it's minimally 2 months from now. But it's probably more like three. Yeah. Still trying to cram as much stuff into July as I can. But yeah, definitely share on Discord if you're gonna stream the game. Love to watch. Kind of loop hero feel with the unlocking and idle battler. Yeah, I hope you end up liking it. I'm happy with where everything has gone so far. I like the foundation for the game. The difficult part of July that we still have left is figuring out challenge modes, which is going to be a feature for replayability. So once you beat the game the first time, you can still play for a bit, I guess, but then you're going to eventually come back to the title screen. And when you click new game, it's going to bring you to probably a different screen. It's going to be like, how do you want to set up the game you're going to play, basically? So you could say like, I want it to be harder and I want it to take longer and I want it to whatever, focus on battling. So something sort of like that's probably going to happen. Ooh, okay, yeah, let's go find someone to raid. TCap, are you going to stream soon? Are you going to stream like tonight, now-ish? Because if so, I can just wait for you to boot up your stream and then raid right into you. Otherwise, I can find someone else. Man, I followed a lot of people from raiding. I'm just waiting for TCAP to respond. I guess I should find someone to raid regardless. And if TCAP is free, then I'll just reject the other person. Maybe tomorrow. I see, yeah. I was going to say you'd have a lot of new regulars. Okay, let's go find someone to raid. Our raid button is here. Same category. Same language. And someone I am not following who does not have a very long uptime. What in the world? 72-hour stream at 45 hours? I will never do this in my life. It is not for me. Oh, hey. This person played Diablo, right? I didn't know they did game dev. Or did I? Maybe I did. But I'm looking for someone with like less than 2 hours of gameplay that I'm not following. I think, or it's not gameplay, uptime. I like this person maybe. Making new stream features before B-Day stream tomorrow. Yeah, sure, I guess. I think they're the only person who's even under 2 hours, right? There's one other person who was kind of close, and yeah, two people who were kind of close. I just want to raid someone who's gonna like sign off immediately. Where'd they go? I guess that person was technically under 2 hours. I lost them. I don't even remember what their name was anymore. I don't know how that happened. Where did they go? There it is, Skarzig. Perfect time to press this button. Thank you, Godeek, for the 53 months. Crazy. Diablo speedrun. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I do know who they are then. All right, so let me go find this person. We'll raid them. /raid. Thank you all for watching. Let's go check out this person together. If you want to join Discord, there's the link. If you want to play Skeleseller or just wishlist it without playing it, that's totally fine too. There's the link to that. I'll be back online tomorrow, but just for the morning, probably like 2 hours maybe. It's just to kickstart my days. It's not meant to be a full stream day. So I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.